jingle's the radio back.
Oh, okay.
Day.
Max Holden, well.
The Middlesex and MCC member shop is located behind the cricket venue adjacent to Irish Gardens, providing exclusive clothing, leisure wear, gifts, and accessories to club members along the Middlesex Cricket. The shop is open until 5 p.m. In our retail shop, you can find a range of Lords, MCC, and team merchandise, including replica kits, gifts, souvenirs, and leisure. The Graceful shop is open until 6 p.m. Popular items include Mayfair Annual 2022.
Welcome back to Lords for the final day of this. Welcome back to Lords for the final day of this county championship clash between Middlesex and Durham, and it is beautifully set up and a lovely day here at the home of cricket. The visitors are 47 runs in arrears. They lost 3 second innings wickets last night. Jones, Lees and Peterson respectively, all to the bowling of Toby Rowland Jones. And last night, before we get into all the action today, we'll turn to our... Sorry, my speaker's going up everywhere here. Before we get into the action today, we're going to hear last night from Kevin Hand, who spoke to Max Holden, who made a lovely 71 in Middlesex's first innings of 422.
Max Holden, well batted. Another day, another 50, and another strong day for Middlesex.
Yeah, it was a good day. I think we spoke about this morning the importance of today after the effort the bowlers put in on the first sort of day and a half on a pretty good wicket. I think we bowled the right areas. There was enough there, but the way the boys stuck at it in that first innings was important to restrict them to 350. And then the way Rocky and Robbo batted last night sort of set it up for today nicely for us. And it was sort of pleasing that throughout the order we could all contribute and back past Durham and hopefully put them under a bit of pressure like we did tonight in that third innings, which is always that tricky innings that we found last year. That third innings can be a bit of a pressure innings when the scores are as they have been in this game, so hopefully we can do that tomorrow and put Durham under a bit of pressure.
It was only the first innings for Middlesex, but it was the third day. There was an awful lot that could have gone wrong today for Middlesex. And you talked about Stoneman and Robson last night, but equally yourself and Robson today made sure that first and foremost it wasn't a wobble that put Middlesex into a position that perhaps meant it would be Durham on the counter attack tonight and try to bowl out Middlesex tomorrow. Yeah,
definitely. I think what we've done well this year is not to look too far ahead and almost play each ball as it comes, and that's sort of what me and Robbo tried to do there. I think sort of the pressure only comes if you think about it too much and think about what's going to happen later down the line. So I thought almost there was just about soaking up for a little while, and I think if you bat for a period of time on this wicket, the runs will come, and I think that's what Robbo, obviously the experienced man out there, kept drilling into the guys, and I was pleased I could get a little contribution going with Robbo, and even Simo and Luke and Martin down the order as well. They were really impressive, and to get a lead on this wicket is great effort.
How much have you enjoyed batting at Lords this year and across the country? I mean, for yourself it's been a fantastic start to the season, but here at Lords in particular it feels like the surfaces have been really good cricket wickets.
I think so, yeah. They've been good all round really. I think the bowlers have bowled well. There's been enough there, but certainly if you get your head down and do the hard work, there's runs to be had really. So I've been pleased. I've been a bit more consistent than I have been in the last couple of years, sort of trying to get back to where the place I want to be in my own game, and not looking too far ahead or anything like that. Just trying to take each game as it comes, and it's been nice to sort of have that consistency batting 5, I guess. It's been a bit different than facing a new ball every week like I did last year, but it's been pleasing to get a few runs, especially here at Lords. Always nice to get a few here. So it's been I'm pretty pleased at the start, but like I said, it's only a start, so don't want to look too far ahead and keep working hard.
For a young batter, it's incredibly difficult nowadays, isn't it? You break into a first-class team like you did, then you want to get in the T20 side, understandably, so you're focusing on white ball as well. Has that been one of the challenges for you? And you cracked the List A side, you've done well in the T20 side now as well. Getting back into the levels that you want to be at in the first-class side, it's a real challenge for young batters now.
Yeah, it definitely is a challenge, but it's a challenge that a lot of people are going to have to deal with. And I've always said that I want to contribute the best I can to Middlesex across all 3 formats, and obviously that consistency hasn't been there for me in the Red Ball team for the last few years, and that's also been disappointing. But I worked as hard as I could this winter with the coach. It's been great to have Rory Coots around for me, who's been sort of my batting coach and my mentor from when I first joined Middlesex as a sort of 11-12-year-old. So to have him around the team week in, week out has been fantastic for me, and having Jono sort of back me in that sort of number 5 middle order position, have a bit of consistency there. It's been fantastic, and yeah, like I said, I want to do as well as I can across the ball for Middlesex, and hopefully I can work hard to do that.
You're only 24, so you've come an awfully long way, and that's what I think perhaps is easy to forget. You've come an awful long way in this time and achieved an awful lot already. What is it you feel that's kicked on this year for you? Is it mental or is it technical, or a mixture of both?
Mixture of both, definitely. I think all the guys put in a lot of hard yards in that indoor school this winter, working the technical game. We spoke about Lords and the wanting to make this a hard place for opposition teams to come, and as a batting lineup we haven't scored the runs here we delight, so we worked hard on our technical side of the game, but I think for me it's always probably more mental, really staying calm out there, backing myself, and getting a bit of consistency back in how I go about things in my preparation, and I think that's probably made the biggest difference in how I've started. But like I said, I don't want to sort of think like practice anything like that, because this game can change quickly really, so I'm just trying to focus on each game as it comes and prepare the best I can, and contribute to runs for the guys. Last
thoughts on tomorrow. I guess Middlesex will try and do exactly what they've done all season, which is just attack that top of off stump, stick to it, good line length. Was there any change up in the pitch today at all? Anything to look out for tomorrow? I mean, for Middlesex it's relatively straightforward. Get out there and take 6 wickets as quickly as possible, 7 wickets as quickly as possible, and if there are some runs, knock them off. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I think probably the way we went about it in those sort of 10, 11 overs tonight is probably the blueprint. I think not to go searching for it is a big thing that we talk about. If we bowl enough balls in the right areas, the bowlers we have, and the intensity in the field, that I'm confident we can create 7 chances. But who knows? I think it's just about keeping the pressure on them, not letting them get away. Keeping control of the scoreboard, and hopefully those wickets will come. But yeah, like I said, the blueprint was tonight. Really, hopefully, can maybe go up and down a little bit here on the last day, so that might play into our hands, but all we can do is control our execution with the ball, and backing the guys up in the field as well, so fingers crossed. Thanks for your time. What about it today? Cheers, Kev.
Max Holden there with Kevin Hand at the close of play last night. And before we pick up live coverage here at Lords, the highlights from an eventful Saturday at headquarters.
Middlesex win the day to set up unlikely victory push. A double strike from Durham late in day 2 meant the visitors were the happier of the two sides going into day 3 at Lords. Middlesex trailed by 262, with the in-form Sam Robson at the crease on 41 and 20-year-old Joshua DeCaires only just off the mark. And Robson would pass 50 for the 4th time this season, with an outside edge off the bowling of Stokes running down to 3rd man. But the next time Stokes took the outside edge, he'd be celebrating with a wicket. Joshua DeCaires gone for 4, and Middlesex 104 for 3. And Middlesex would add just another 20 runs before they'd lose their next. Captain Hanscom unlucky, as the ball appeared to hook off his thigh pad and bowl him leg stump. That would be the last wicket to fall before lunch, however, as Max Holden and Sam Robson batted confidently through to the break as they reached the interval 174 for 4, Robson on 77 and Holden 25. Robson was in search of a 3rd century of the season, but he would fall to Ben Rain for 84 thanks to a beautiful bit of bowling. Middlesex trailed by 161 with 5 wickets left, advantage Durham. But they'd have to get past Max Holden first, who was batting well and passed 50 for the 4th time this season, this time the milestone taking 97 balls for the left-hander. Holden and John Simpson would add 50 together and take their side past 250 in total, but Holden would eventually fall to Chris Rushworth, edging behind for 71. It was a much needed breakthrough for Durham, but Middlesex would manage to make it to tea without any further loss. Simpson on 41 and Luke Holman on 7, their team 286 for 6, but trailing only by 64. After the break, and Middlesex lost John Simpson to the very first ball of the session, as he ended up caught at deep point off the bowling of Rushworth. The game then appeared to be meandering before Martin Anderson, who had just been struck nastily on the hand, took one Bryden Cast over for 21. From facing a potential deficit, Middlesex were now looking at building a lead, and much that was down to Martin Anderson, who bludgeoned and drove his way to a fine half-century in just 53 balls. Him and Holman also brought up their 100 partnership for their 8th wicket, which only came to an end when Salisbury got one to nip back and bowl Anderson for 62. Middlesex now leading by 36 and needing 14 in 3 overs for the final batting point. And Middlesex reached the landmark with an over to spare, Toby Rowland-Jones swinging to the leg side to bring up 400 as Middlesex lead past 50. Amidst the carnage, Holden had worked his way to 41, but he would eventually fall to Ben Stokes, caught at mid-on pulling. Middlesex now 410 for 9. Tim Mercer was then gone shortly after, as he was bowled swinging for the hills by Ben Stokes. Middlesex all out for 422, Robson top scoring with 84, with Holden and Anderson also passing 50. Stokes the pick of the bowlers as he claimed 4 for 72. And Middlesex got off to a dream start, Roland Jones picking up 2 wickets in his first over, as Michael Jones edged behind for 1, before Alex Lees did the same. Durham 3 for 2. And Roland Jones was on fire, as he picked up his and Middlesex's third when Keegan Peterson was struck in front. Durham 3 down and still trailing by 52. The close of play would arrive shortly after, with Durham 25 for 3 on a day where they had started just ahead and finished just behind. Roland Jones' late burst, setting up Middlesex with a chance of an unlikely victory.
The highlights there from day 3 at Lords. We return. It's a glorious morning in northwest London. I'm Adam Collins, with me, as ever, the voice of Middlesex, Kevin Hand, on a day that Middlesex should have the chance to drive home the advantage. 3 late wickets yesterday, all courtesy of Toby Roland Jones. 2 in his first over, and then trapping the South African international Keegan Peterson leg before wicket. Just before the close, they're still 47 runs up, Kev. The night watchman, Salisbury's in with the captain, Borthwick. If they can break this partnership early, then get rid of Ben Stokes, which will be a crucial moment in this morning's session, they should be well on their way to victory.
Yeah, it's a fascinatingly poised game on this final day. There's an awful lot to do for Durham. If they're to save this game, it will be a fantastic effort today. The way that Roland Jones bowled last night, he was up on pace, wasn't he? On that first spell he had with the new ball, he was up on pace last night. Did fantastically well compared to, not that he did badly in the first innings. He did wonderfully well, but he did it at a much quicker pace last night. Durham are going to be up against that first thing, but even when he drops back down a bit of pace, if he does again today, he is bowling as well as he's bowled for years. Okay, he's not bowling at the speeds that he was when he took 5 for against South Africa, when he made it into the Test team, but he is bowling exceptionally well at the moment. Tim Mercer is still doing Tim Mercer things, isn't he? And, well, let's see how Bamber bowls today. We think he bowled nicely in the first innings. Had a rough one against Notts, that happens. Durham have got their work cut out. So for Middlesex, it's a great, great, great situation today. But that's not to say that man in shot, Scott Borthwick, and the England captains come next, can't produce something today that one could save the game, because that's the best chance really for Durham. It's highly unlikely they're going to score enough runs that they're going to be able to bowl out Middlesex. There was a match at Chesley Street where Middlesex failed to chase 117 a few years ago. We'll draw up that scorecard in a moment, but you can't really see something like that happening today.
Yeah, the only way it could happen is if Ben Stokes does exactly what he did at this venue against Australia in 2019, when he came out and made an outrageous century in the third innings and did give England a chance, but different circumstances here. Scott Borthwick will be facing the first ball of the day. Toby Roland Jones to continue his spell. It was 6 overs last night. 5 overs, sorry. 3 for 7. Here he is. First ball of day 4. So he nicked off Jones and Lees in his first over. John Simpson was in the game straight away. The second catch was an absolute screamer to get rid of Lees. Diving across in front of first slip. Low as well. 1 glove. The stuff you dream of as a wicketkeeper. And then Peterson, who made 48 in the first innings, the Durham overseas South African Test player, trapped in front with the nip back up down the slope, as Roland Jones has been doing for such a long time at this club. That's a great start from Borthwick. Durham need to play positively this morning. And we saw a couple of times last night that when Merter dropped short, that Borthwick went after him. And he does so here as Roland Jones finds his rhythm.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Middlesex today. We should also make that quite clear. It shouldn't be easy today. Durham are a fine, fine cricket side. Yes, they're missing their 2 highest run scorers, so we said this right at the start of the match. No better time to play Durham, despite Stokes' inclusion. They've missed Potts as well, haven't they, which has been a huge blow for them.
Yeah, I think that's right. The decision to rest Potts ahead of his presumed Test debut in a couple of weeks. The fact that Beddingham wasn't available due to the back injury. Dixon with the hamstring. They'd, of course, be batting it, well, in the top 5. Unclear where they bat with Stokes in the equation, but nevertheless, they're missing both of those prolific players today. Borthwick made 15 in the first innings, bowled off an inside edge by the spinner Luke Holden. Made 90 in the second innings last week against Glamorgan and 89 the previous week at New Road in the draw against Worcestershire. So in pretty good nick. Has a good record against Middlesex. Double ton back in 2014. In behind it here. And a century at Lords back in 2014 as well. So 216 at home, 176 away. Averages 38 at this ground. And averages over 50 against Middlesex in all first-class cricket. Saw him this morning, looked in good spirits, ready for the challenge, the Durham skipper. Good leave to finish. Just a boundary from the first over on this final day. Durham trail by 43, at 29 for 3.
Well, one of the big turning points yesterday, we talked about Roland Jones last night. Max Holden interviewed overnight, fabulous from him. Sam Robson, another crucial knock. Spread across a very tricky passage late on the second evening and then first thing yesterday morning to come out again. But Martin Anderson, you and I looked at it straight away, didn't we, and thought, hold on a minute, this is a guy who's batted at 2 and 3 in the T20s. He's batted at, he's batted at 3 and 4 in the T20s. He's batted at 5 in the Championship previously. He's coming in at 9 in this match. And so it proved. I mean, it did probably take a blow on the finger to really get him move up a gear or two, but that was the moment, wasn't it? Middlesex batting all the way down to 9. Durham do bat a fair way down themselves. And that first innings that we went through, they were 5 down by the 70th over, but they still made it through to the 122nd of the innings.
Murtagh, packed cordon, nursery end. And straight past the edge. In quintessential Murtagh fashion. To the night watchman Salisbury. Brought him forward. Ever so close to a wicket first ball. Salisbury, highest score in first class cricket with 41. Against his old club Essex last year. That innings was a lengthy one though, lasted 101 deliveries. If you can bat for 101 balls here, that'll be quite important in the context of this final day. Squeezed out. Behind point, gets himself a boundary. Nicely played. So 2 fours to start the day for Durham. 33 for 3.
That's beautiful, wasn't it? And Middlesex will be wary of this. Salisbury hanging around even for 30 minutes this morning. Runs-wise, you won't have done a great deal of damage. You'd have done a little bit of, the ball will be half an hour older, won't it? But it'll also have got half an hour through a spell of Roland Jones and Murtagh. And that in itself would be a lot of damage, and especially a new ball spell of Roland Jones and Murtagh.
That 41 that Salisbury made last year was in a record-breaking partnership of 94. I say record-breaking for Durham for the 9th wicket against Essex. So some caveats there, but nevertheless, was part of a big stand with Stuart Pointer, who made an unbeaten half-century in that innings. He's been a journeyman through Essex and Hampshire, Cambridge, MCCU. Got a job to do today. Murtagh up above 70 mile an hour, which is what you can expect from him. Somewhere between 68 and 71 on the speedometer that we're seeing on the right of our screen. Been good to have that through the week. It's been quite instructive. There are some conspiracy theories doing the rounds about the speedometer in the comments, Kev.
Right, go on.
Have you detected this?
I haven't, no, but Floydie and I touched on it a little bit last week. we weren't sure, but go on.
I'll be careful how I play this, given my myriad employers. Again, bringing Salisbury forward. So it's an ECB speed gun that we have here. But the conspiracy theory in our YouTube comments, and I look forward to some of our watchers adding to this, is that on television across the world, they just give them a little bit of juice, a bit of mayonnaise, the numbers that appear on the screen, and that these might be a bit more accurate. Now, I don't subscribe to that. Bit interesting that there is a view out there. Last ball of the over. Good again from Murtagh. A couple of boundaries to start the day. The visitors trailing by 39. They're 33 for 3. Yeah, and this isn't suggesting that one broadcaster or another, but broadly it looks better, that the numbers are higher, and thus they might be inflated somewhat. Now, I don't quite understand how they'd engineer that. I don't know if the professionals that are contracted to run the speed gun would play ball with such an elaborate scheme, but it is interesting that some fans have jumped to that conclusion.
So some folk think that Murtagh's figures of 69 miles per hour is elaborated.
Well, they think
inflated.
That, no, on the contrary.
I could probably sign up to that, to be fair.
I see where you're going. I appreciate where you're going. You're on going back and forth with Tim Murtagh. It's Roland Jones here, down the slope. Borthwick in behind it, playing late. More that if this were a TV game, that instead of reading, say, 68 mile an hour, that Murtagh might be clocking in at 73 mile an hour. You're shaking your head.
No, over the years, it's been 70, hasn't it, from Murtagh? Yeah, it's always been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and that test match that he played here in 2018, make that 2019, that tallies with what you're saying. He was about 70-odd mile an hour. Didn't matter on that sunny July day when he bowled out England. Oh, superb from Roland Jones. Has to play it up at 77. We're looking at that speedometer, but yeah, pitching just on middle and leg. Borthwick did well to just drag his bat just inside of it, playing the line rather than following it with his gloves.
Would he be human, Toby Roland Jones, if there wasn't a little piece of him that's bowling like this at the moment? We've seen him up closer in the high 70s, up towards 80 again. A little bit of him that thinks, I could still do a job if they needed me. He wouldn't be human to not have even an inkling of thought in his mind to just think if they ever needed to call, then, you know, this innings, he's significantly higher, isn't he, this innings, than he was in the first. He's put in a shift here last night and again this morning to see if he can blast through them.
I think there's a bit to that. It's probably for Roland Jones identifying, as you say, in the back of his mind, if he has another opportunity to play for England, how does he do it? Like, what are the circumstances upon which they might pick him again? And it won't be the same conditions as it was in 2017. Played again by Borthwick. He started well here. Get a single on the misfield, or on the deflection, I should say, from Holden. Back then, they wanted a back of a length bowler. They were thinking about Australia, 17-18, and Roland Jones bowled at the kind of pace that might have worked, a la Tremlett in 10-11. And Tremlett, of course, went in 13-14 as well, albeit with far less success. But now it would be more that if an Anderson or a Broad were missing for a lengthy stretch of time, he'd be more in that vein, I think. Pitching it up more, not bowling as quickly as he did, super consistent. And a nice height too, which always helps. Finding Salisbury's edge with the first ball that he bowls to him of the morning, albeit on the bounce to the cordon.
Well, part of the discussion of Broad and Anderson is, right, back in for the first test, they're both going to play thereafter. Whether it's if they need to be managed, maybe one is in, the other's out, the other's in, the other's out. If it needs to be managed, maybe that's the way they play it. And if they do, does that open a door to Roland Jones?
Well, yeah, we did see Matt Fisher get an opportunity in the Caribbean. He's out for the season. And he's probably more in that tradition, based on the speeds we saw clocked when he played Test cricket a couple of months ago. Past the edge again to finish. 34 for 3 after 14. They trail by 38, Durham.
And you know, Carse bowled beautifully in this match as well, didn't he? And he's been a mid-80s bowler, so significantly quicker than anything else in the match, Carse. But you just look at what Roland Jones is doing. That ball that lifted in particular there, that's the Roland Jones of old, lifting for near 80 mile an hour speed.
Yeah, that's right. I think that Carse and Roland Jones wouldn't be competing for the same spot. I mean, on the team sheet possibly, but it'd be they wouldn't I don't think of them in the same way, I suppose, is where I'm coming from. They might be built in a similar way, but the way that Roland Jones' career has evolved, and injuries have played a role in that, and the way that Stuart Law directed him when he became coach a few years ago. Seeing there the speeds down the bottom of the screen. He's up towards 79, so it's not rat power, it's still decent clip. Murtagh. Down at the other end of the 70s. But yeah, I think that in the event that Roland Jones continues to go the way that he has this season, and that they still continue to experience this glut of injuries, remembering that it's not just Jofra Archer, it's Archer, Stone, Woke's not playing right now, Robinson unavailable at the moment for Test selection. We assume he wasn't selected for the Test squad. Saqib Mahmood, Fisher out for the season. I mean, there are a lot of options who aren't there. And if that injury list got added to, and let's hope it doesn't, by the way. You don't want to see any bowler injured. But if for whatever reason they were looking to, say, rotate James Anderson or they were looking at other options for a more consistent, dependable seamer, not a million miles away from the role that Ollie Robinson played last year, at a similar pace to Roland Jones, although he might be a yard quicker, that's where he might come back into the conversation, which is very different, again, to how it was in 17 when he complemented those two. Got more conspiracy theories about the gun in the comments here. I say conspiracy theories. It's it looks like this is an informed comment here. So Oren Smith says there's an error of about 3 miles an hour according to the ECB on these guns. But yes, we did see Cass pushing, not quite pushing 90, but I think a couple of deliveries got up to 88, didn't they?
Which way are they saying the error's going? Are they saying that Murtagh's only bowling at 65 miles an hour?
Doesn't matter how quickly you bowl if you land them where he does, though.
Is that what the conspiracy is, that actually these guns are saying they're quicker than they are?
No, the other way around.
Oh,
these are more accurate. No.
I see, and the TV ones are less.
The view is that these are as they are, and that say if we were watching the Indian Premier League, we might see them clocked a little bit quicker.
Right, okay.
Because it makes for good telly.
Because Shaheen Shah Afridi, that was the one under the speed gun here at Lord's. That was one that everybody had an eye on.
Yeah, naturally. And he was up at, what, mid-80s?
I don't think he hit 85 at any point.
Yeah.
I think his quickest was 84. His standard was between 80 and 81, 82. There were the odd few that went through high 70s. But was he bowling well within himself? Quite possibly. And understandably, because English conditions, I think you touched on it, didn't you, the other day?
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that Shaheen Shah Afridi playing 3 games on the bounce is going to bowl at top pace. It's just the mechanics of how they manage themselves, and that makes a lot of sense. Last ball here. Carved away for 4. Yeah, really well played by Borthwick. That's his 4th boundary moving into the 20s. 38 for 3, end of the over.
Well, to some extent we're seeing that with Roland Jones here, aren't we? That Roland Jones has clearly been bowling within himself, and then last night and this morning has cranked it up to try and force something in a game that was seemingly at the end of the first innings heading towards a draw, but now at the beginning of the second innings, the third innings of the match, there's that wobble, and Roland Jones just bent his back a little bit more. The other one in that match, just to finish off on Shaheen Shah Afridi, we mentioned it the other day, but anyone that wasn't with us, Ben Mike was the quickest in the match by far at over 85.
Ooh, there's the nip backer. Albeit one he's able to leave alone on length.
Tom Helm was the quickest of the Middlesex, if I remember, in that match as well. So, no, it's interesting to see. It's great to have the gun. It's brilliant to have the gun because it kind of puts to bed a little bit a lot of the debates. And again, Shaheen was out-bowled. There's no two ways about it. He was out-bowled by Helm and Roland Jones in his spell here. Roland Jones pretty much the majority of the time, Helm on a couple of occasions.
4 slips for Roland Jones now. Jags back again, inside edge. Well bowled and well played.
It's not too dissimilar to the ball that got the Middlesex night watch from Ethan Bamber. Nipped back in with a slope from a slightly wider line. Came back an awful long way.
And just on Shaheen, was covering his 3 tests in Pakistan recently against Australia, and naturally you're watching the speed gun when he bowls. He didn't bowl as quickly as Naseem Shah. Now, so Shaheen Shah Afridi can touch, 90 plus. We've seen that in limited overs cricket. But playing with the red ball, it's not all about raw pace with him. It's the fact that he can, especially when reverse swing's a factor, he can swing the ball all day long. He's such a great competitor too. Doesn't quite carry through to Simpson there.
Yeah, back down closer to perhaps the miles per hour we've seen from Roland Jones more across the match, but that'll be a little bit of a concern to Durham. But as the final day wears on, you would expect the bounce to perhaps be a little bit less reliable. We've seen the one that really climbed on Borthwick, and that was the ball that got the conversation going about Roland Jones, wasn't it? When he produces a ball like that still, and producing an impact in this game as he did. And that's kind of what I was going at with the cast comparison, the impact that Roland Jones has made on this match.
Good again.
But you see one trickle through like that, then that'll be slightly in the mind of the batters. It's in the mind of the slips. I did have a chat with Luke Holden last night and said just how much further we standing forward, because he confirmed it was a drop, and said, yeah, it was he that brought it up. Of course, I did not go near him on that subject. He just said, thankfully that drop didn't cost too much. And I said, yeah, but you guys were standing significantly further forward, weren't you? And he said, oh yeah. So it was definitely a ploy by Middlesex. Look, we'd rather drop them than they drop short, which is in line with that ball that we've just seen dribble through to Simpson there.
My ears are burning. I can hear them talking about me next door on radio, and how I nearly fell out the window of the Test match special box a couple of days ago.
I've just described them as a comedian, a clown, and a joker in no particular order. So I'm expecting we could get an awful lot of grief coming back our way today. Yeah. Sorry, I should have.
It's okay.
I should have warned you of. Or put us in the firing line.
It's all part of it. We've all had an interesting few days. Teef's just flown in from Turkey this morning, and Martin Emerson's been out all night with the Sunderland crew. Daniel Norcross was watching Zaltzman perform at the Soho Theatre last night. I dropped into the Soho Theatre at one stage to see if I could collar them, and it didn't quite align. 16 overs gone, 39 for 3, with a few of my Australian compatriots who were out last night. Henry Moran as well from BBC. We thought we'd try and find Norcross and Zaltzman. Wasn't to be. Partnership here of 21 now. Doesn't quite qualify as a frustrating stand from the night watchman as yet, but it will do if he's there in half an hour or so. And crucially, Middlesex can't snatch at this. They have got such a long time here, don't they? They've got a lead of 33 at this stage. Even if it took them from here, even if they were still bowling just about at the tea break, provided Stokes doesn't tee off, that is. Murto new over. Thump back at him. Veteran does well. Even if they, only have, let's call it 32 of the remaining 90 overs to bat, in all probability, it'll still be chaseable, owing to the fact that Durham are going to have to bat conservatively for the first few hours here. Because the probability of them being defeated from here is so high if they were to lose quick wickets. They can't afford to look to score at any particular rate of knots. They just can't justify that approach. They can't think about the win. And therefore, so long as the wickets are picked up at a semi-regular rate, the home side will, at the change of innings, feel as though they can chase. I think you said on our preview video this morning, Kev, that 200 after tea. Well, I doubt it'd even be that. It's improbable it'd even be that. It'd be more like sort of at best 150 odd after tea. And that is extremely chaseable when you've got 10 wickets in hand. So that's the overarching point here. They've got a long time for 7 wickets, and they needn't worry too much if Salisbury or Borthwick make a nuisance of themselves for a couple of hours. They only need to get a bit of a run on, and especially getting rid of Stokes. It stands to reason that what happens when he walks out will probably help define the day. And Eckersley and Travascus, who batted as well as they did the first time around, 58 and 80 respectively. So they have a bit of depth about them. So it won't be easy, but yeah, time on their side.
I've found some hope for Durham fans, Collo.
Okay.
July 27th, July 29th, 2012. So 10 years since Middlesex was set 118 to beat Durham at Chesley Street. Sam Robson, Chris Rogers, Joe Denley, David Milan, Owen Morgan, John Simpson, Toby Rowland-Jones, Gareth Berg, Ollie Rayner, Tim Mercer at 10 and Stephen Finn at 11. Not a bad batting lineup.
Quite a few of those players still floating around.
Indeed. Robson, Rogers, Denley, Milan, Morgan. I mean, the top 5 there that have all played international cricket. And Simpson, top 6. And 7, Rowland-Jones. 118 the target it was at Chesley Street.
Salisbury again beaten on that front foot. Murtagh feels close.
They were 0 for 2 in the second over when Robson was caught Borthwick, bowled Onions, and Rogers was caught Smith, bowled Rushworth. And Middlesex were all out for 102 inside 43 overs, having been set 118 to win.
Yeah, that hurts.
That was fun interviewing Buck that evening.
Oh, I bet it was. He's probably watching. Hello, Chris. Maiden from Murtagh, 39 for 3.
No, he's a great man, Chris Rogers. And actually, some of the best interviews were when Middlesex had played badly, because he was very honest. There was no hiding from anything. It was, you know, that's not good enough. It was, what I should say in this match, a very different game to this one. Durham was skittled for 102 themselves in the first innings. Middlesex posted 185. Durham 200 batting third, and Middlesex all out for 102, only chasing 100 and 18 to win. Chris Rushworth had 4 for 41 that day from 13 overs. Onions 3 for 38 from 20. Ben Stokes 2 for 8 from 4.1.
I love those photos of Ben Stokes. Did he make his first class debut? Was it 2010 or something like that? As a very young fella, might have been. They all post their photographs from Media Day Year 1, don't they now? So they go back and, you know, there's the Year 1 compare contrasts, and Stokes looks like a little boy in his original photograph, which probably was around then.
It was exactly that. March 29th to April 1st. In Abu Dhabi, it was the Champions match against the MCC.
Yes, yes. I was at his test debut in Adelaide 2013 when he was one of a number of England players to have had his first wicket retrospectively taken back by the third umpire for having overstepped. It was Brad Haddon, if I recall correctly, and then Haddon went on to make a big 100. Although I suspect Haddon might have already been plenty by the time that Stokes had him dismissed. Tom Curran's another from Boxing Day 2017 when he had Warner on 99. It was amazing moment. 90,000 people in the G that day, and the England fans went wild thinking they had Warner for 99, only for it to be overturned. Next ball Warner gets to 100. Then the Australian fans went bananas. It was quite the contrast in fortunes. I think we had a Ben Stokes wicket overturned this year at Brisbane, or last winter, sorry, at Brisbane in the first test too, when he overstepped, and I think he knocked over Warner again. But he made his presence felt in 13-14, that amazing 100 at Perth, back against the wall stuff. And announced himself as an international cricketer there. And they were well on their way to a heavy defeat and just clouted the Australians everywhere on a Perth pitch that, well, it was that classic whacker strip that had cracks everywhere. It looked like the moon surface from above. And he was able to keep them at bay for a couple of extra hours before the seemingly inevitable defeat, but left with his reputation enhanced, and yes, now the England captain nearly a decade later. Yeah, good again from Borthwick. When he gets the chance to pull, he's taking it. This isn't about survival for the Durham captain. It's about ticking the board over and transferring a bit of pressure back onto the home seamers. Moves to 26. He's got 5 boundaries.
Yeah, he's been so problematic for Middlesex over the years, Scott Borthwick. A couple of notes from that 2012 game, actually. You mentioned first-class debut of 2010 for Ben Stokes. Borthwick's first-class debut was 2009. It's just a year before. In that match, Borthwick was a number 8. And Ben Stokes was a number 4.
Yeah, right.
0 and 24 for Stokes. Borthwick did get some runs batting down the order. Managed 41, unbeaten in the second innings when Durham were all out for 200. I should add, just in case Buck is tuned in, he was the only man to pass 50 in the match.
Yorker to finish. Nice change up from Roland Jones. He sent down 9 overs, 3 for 17. It's 43 for 3. Watching this back, wide of the crease. Yeah, nice shape. Borthwick does well to squeeze it into the turf and over the leg stump. Have you ever tried to calculate how many first-class games you've seen?
I think I did something along these lines at one point, but I don't know. 2005. Well, I've pretty much seen all but 2 Middlesex first-class championship games.
Yep.
Since 2005.
Okay, so let's do some rough sums on that, shall we? Most of those seasons were 16 games. The last half a dozen would have been 14, and then obviously 2020 was different again. So let's average it out and say 15 times how many seasons does that make it?
This is the 18th, so 17 up to this point.
I mean, I'm not bold enough to calculate 15 times 17 in my head. I do have a calculator in front of me. That gets you to about 255. So certainly above 250. It was Tim Murtaugh's, no, correction. Yeah, no, so it was, wasn't it? Tim Murtaugh's 250th first-class game last week, so it might have been yours as well. And wouldn't that be appropriate given the, I was going to say love-hate relationship that you two share? I think it's a bit more of a love-in than that, but wouldn't it have been appropriate
he loves me.
had it been you reaching your 250 on the same week that Tim was reaching his, given you've documented his career at Lords from the outset?
2007 was his first, wasn't it, for Tim Mercer? So he did a few of his Surrey games as well. Took an amazing catch, that man. Genuinely one of the best catches I've ever commentated on. But sadly there were no cameras back then or anything.
Right.
Like that. It was at the Oval, running from fine leg to deep backward square. He covered so much ground and took it one-handed on the dive, diving forward. It was extraordinary.
So you would have just missed his first-class highest score. If you started in 2005, I think it was in 04 when he made his 74 not out, batting with Jamie Dalrymple, who... Sorry, my apologies, batting in the same game as Jamie Dalrymple made his 250.
Right, yeah.
I think that's how it's sequenced. So I think it was about 2004.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as I say, when he arrived at Middlesex, he was batting at 7, and it's just ridiculous to think that he never got a first-class century, Mercer. Because his batting was very, very different to what it is now.
As we saw yesterday. Stand still, try and swing. Got one away. That's well wide.
But the bowling's just got better and better over the years. It's just control, isn't it? His pace, control. What he can do with the ball. Persistent line and length. Probing away. But yeah, he's been brilliant to watch. Absolutely amazing. You know, when he's not on the field, it's very different. We talk about it with Roland Jones a lot when watching Middlesex. That if he's not playing, it looks a very different Middlesex side.
We just go through the Murtaugh stats in recent seasons. Going back to, say, 2019. Took 43 at 17.5 that year. Driven well here. Again, Borthwick out towards the rope. Grandstand side of the ground. Well played. Borthwick moves up to 30. And 24 of them in boundaries.
Well, we said that from a match point of view, you don't really want Salisbury still to be there after half an hour, but Borthwick looking good on 30, as you say. The Salisbury factor is basically that he's taken some overs out of the legs of Mercer and Roland Jones, and that's hugely frustrating for them.
Absolutely.
But this man obviously is the one who could set up a fine final day for Durham.
So they've got the deficit down from 47 to 24 across the first half an hour of play. Durham 48 for 3, with the night watchman Salisbury still there doing his job. 9 from 33. But yeah, those Murtaugh stats. 43 at 17.5 in 2019. in 2020, truncated season, Bob Willis Trophy, just 4 matches, 25 wickets at 12.7. Bowled some ridiculous spells in that season. In 2021, so last year, 58 wickets at 18.6. He and Ethan Bamber took 110 between them. Bamber coming on now to replace Roland Jones. And so far this season, he'd only taken 2 up until the first innings here, but yeah, he was instrumental in bowling out Durham the first time around. 3 for 43 from 27 overs, but 3 for 18 from his last 17. And Bamber, who's his natural successor in this Middlesex attack, he's going to take the ball from the pavilion end. Wicketless in the first innings. He's been nowhere near as productive and prolific as he was in 2021, which was a bit of a breakout year for the man from North Middlesex. He's got 3 slips to begin. Ooh, bit of interest from Simpson down the leg side, not to be. And we've seen Bamber, last year especially, whenever Peter Hanscom or Tim Murtagh needed a wicket, whenever the game was drifting, they throw the ball to Bamber. 52 wickets in that campaign, past the milestone of 100 in his career. He just had a knack. And bowling from the pavilion end, he's just as dangerous moving it up the slope as he is jagging it back towards the stumps, as he does here. That's probably more against the left-handers, isn't it? That he doesn't mind bowling to left-handers from the pavilion end and bringing it back through the gate. He's got 3 slips, and I suppose you'd call De Carey's at a backward point. I wouldn't quite call it a catching position. It's a slightly unusual spot to be, but they've got someone there if Salisbury elects to cut and miss cues. Yes, Bamber last year, 52 wickets at 20.8. Super consistent, but he hasn't quite had those numbers this year. Average has a 4 in front of it, but they'll need him today. It's going to have to be a team effort to take these 7 wickets. They can't rely on Roland Jones to do it all. They need to all come to the party. They got big on Salisbury. Bit of extra pace from Bamber. Get a second look here. Yeah, good cricket. Hit the seam up towards the shoulder. Could have gone anywhere.
Will that have the same impact it had on Martin Anderson? Middlesex
Yes.
will hope not.
I genuinely think that Bamber's out of the yard from last year too. Simpson spent most of the season up to the stumps to him last year, and thus the comparisons to Murtagh. When he bends his back, he's getting it up towards the mid to high 70s now. Past the edge, up the slope, holding its line.
A note on John Simpson, that catch that he took yesterday was stunning. Jack Russell has chipped in this morning on it. Unquestionably one of the best and most consistent wicket keepers in the world, John Simpson, if not the best in the world.
Big rap.
High praise from Jack Russell.
Fair enough too. That second catch yesterday was a worldly. So to as much as he did to his left and moving forward. End of Bamber's first over. We'll take a break on our coverage with Durham 48 for 3. They're 24 behind.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Durham started the day at 25 for 3. And they've taken it to 48 without further loss. Borthwick, 7 boundaries out of his 30, not 6 as I said before, so he's going very nicely. Looking to counter-attack when he can. Salisbury frustrating the night watchman, 9 from 39. And with that, Murtagh about to start his 11th over. I pass lead commentary to Kevin Hand.
What a first 35 minutes here at Lord's. Not just for Adam Collins, who's done a wonderful job for Durham as well. Look at that go. More runs for Borthwick. Chase down to a finer third out on the boundary rope for Holman. They've taken for. It's saying Anderson up on the board. I don't think that is Anderson down there, which has made me pause for a moment. That looks far more like Luke Holman. It's the 50 partnership, the 50 up, I should say, 50 for 3. Have you spotted who it is with the binoculars?
Yeah, that's Luke Holman.
Thank you. We should probably do an Anderson check on the field and make sure he isn't out there.
I'll do that now. I'll keep the binoculars.
His Merter is in, bowls, that's left alone outside of the off. He might be long leg, Anderson. That looks like his gate down there. Danny Driscoll was on for him yesterday.
Yeah, that's Martin Anderson in front of the tavern stand.
So if he's on, that means he can bowl. I rather foolishly, when Richard Johnson walked past us this morning, said, how's Helmy looking for Thursday? And he wouldn't give us anything, would he? The question should have been, how's Martin Anderson looking for today? That injury to his index finger when he was struck while batting. Just have it strapped up. But he is out in the fields today, which is good news. Cut away again. Single down to Holman. Borthwick's on to 33, 51 for 3. So that was a reference when Salisbury was struck a moment or two ago, if anybody wasn't tuned in at that point late yesterday evening. I guess there'd be a fair few Durham fans that weren't. Hope you all had a good night. The red and white part of Durham, that is.
I'll tell you what, they were everywhere last night, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
It was great. It's always good when Sunderland are playing at Wembley. They just descend upon the capital. And a rare win for them at that ground.
A certain Durham correspondent asked to be dropped off in town last night on my way home, so I did. Dropped him through the centre of town. He didn't fancy that there underground. And yeah, when I dropped him off, it was an extraordinary scene in Covent Garden. It was red and white everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Guess everybody was booked into hotels for the night, train journey back up.
Probably paying about 400 quid for a train back, the way things are at the moment.
Oof.
Did I read somewhere that it was cheaper to fly to Frankfurt from, is it Newcastle Airport? You can fly from there to Frankfurt and fly there subsequently to Heathrow. That was like a quarter of the price of getting a train from Sunderland down to London to watch that game. Something absurd like that.
That makes full sense. I remember being booked on a train back from Chesterley Street for a game, and Owen Morgan and Paul Sterling strolled past me in the station. How are you, Kev? Are you getting on? No, I'm booked on a later train, sat there for another couple of hours waiting there. Cost of prices, 51 for 3.
I would have thought that you'd be the type, Kev, that jump on the earlier train, even without a ticket, and back yourself to convince the train, the ticket inspector, that they should just turn a blind eye. You've got a ticket, just not the ticket.
I made a mistake many, many moons ago when working for Capital Gold back when they covered sports. Back at the turn of the century, I was covering a match, Portsmouth up at Newcastle, and thought I'll pick up a ticket when I get to the station, which again was a mistake in the first place. But then the internet wasn't that big a thing back in 2001, 2002 still, was it, for train tickets and all sorts. So anyway, I got to the station, was running a tad late, so just jumped on the train and figured I'll get the ticket on the train, at which pace you pay full price. Again, wasn't quite aware of that, pay full price. Had to put that through on expenses. Boy, oh boy, that was one interesting phone call I got from the boss that time.
What are these expenses you speak of, Kev?
Yeah. It genuinely would have been, well, I think everybody knows it's not that big a statement, is it? It was far cheaper to fly. Most flew up for that game from Portsmouth to Newcastle. Far cheaper than getting the train up.
I was just going to say exactly that.
The head curator here at Lord's, Carl McDermott, or sorry, head groundsman, as you would say in England, has just posted. Don't you love the fact that we call our groundsmen curators in Australia as though it's like some artistic pursuit, like we're curating the surface? Anyway, I digress. He's posted 3 photographs on Twitter, so Carl_McDermott, of the pitch on days 2, 3 and 4. We were out there this morning, Kev. This is a wonderful pitch, and it's been so throughout the season. The improvement, I say improvement, the difference between last year and this year, and that's not been critical of Carl and his colleagues from last year, but these are test pitches they're playing on, I think, or much closer to test pitches, whereas last year when you rocked up, it didn't feel that way. It felt like if you were getting the chance to bowl first, or getting the chance to bowl under lights, as often was the case here last year, just when you can't control that bad light often played a role, and the lights were up and that batch of Duke's balls were doing so much. But yeah, it feels like the batters are far more in the game this year, and it's been a better contest as a result.
Leading edge, Point is back. Just a single out to Murtagh. They've dropped Point back. And the leading edge flies from Borthwick. How costly will that be for Middlesex? Just a single at this moment, but in terms of time ahead, we shall have to wait and see.
And we saw Carl this morning and had a quick look at the test strip, which at the moment is covered in some green hessian, so it doesn't get sort of trampled over by the fielders. That's right in the middle of the square. So they've got to go there it's week Thursday, isn't it? So we're a week and a half away from day 1, the New Zealand test. And that process begins tonight. So as soon as this game is over, he starts trying to bring up the track. So there's a quite elaborate watering regime they go through. It's all mapped out with military precision, everything that will happen to those 22 yards between now and Thursday, the 2nd of June. Not to say that all pitches aren't treated with care, but that pitch especially has to be spot on. It needs to be right on the night. And invariably is here at Lord's.
Yeah, it's his 4th year now for the new head groundsman, Carl. He's trying to rack my brain. Said to him, is it his 6th? No, only the 4th, he said. Because you do wonder that as well. You know, somebody takes over a ground, it's going to take a little bit of while to understand the surface. And there was an awful lot of criticism for Lord's for a good 10, 15 years. I said to him, you know, there was a point 5, 6 years ago where there was talk of the whole square needs digging up and relaying. It was felt it was dead. I mean, Buck, who was on, he was critical at times of the track here. There was a Northamptonshire match in particular, I remember, which was a bit of a featherbed, he said on the mic. Can't tell you what he said off the mic, though. You know, way back in 2014, I reckon that was. But yeah, it was an awful lot of chat for a long, long time about the tracks here at Lord's. It's been 10, 15 years or so. It's been a bit of a problem. But this year, they have been absolutely brilliant. Carl and his team have done a great job. 52 for 3.
My only criticism of the surface, that of course, well, it's not about the surface. It's the pitch they're using here for the test match. So you can see, and we'll bring it up again in a moment, the green hessian. You see the MCC gate at the pavilion? If we were one pitch over to the left, it would line up perfectly, and with my obsessive compulsive tendencies, that'd be perfect. But we're one over this year. I'm not sure whether have they always used that for the test strip. I get a bit confused sometimes at Lord's, but in any case, it'll be the one that's best for the match, not the best for my idiosyncrasies. Martin Anderson, the man with the busted finger yesterday, busted right index finger. I say busted, it looked like it was in a world of pain, but he'll be bowling off it now.
Nice one, landed first ball right up there. 1 for 88 from 23 in the first innings, Anderson. Picked up Bryden Cass in the end, who'd smashed that 28. One thing on the test track that we were looking at a moment or so ago, you were questioning, you know, could it be one to the left or one to the right? There's a couple of little nicely bowled again. There's a couple of little dots which you might just be able to see on the wide angle there either side, which are like tiny little, what would you describe them as? Almost minuscule manholes, aren't they? Just to put your hand down into.
Yep.
They're for the. I assume they're for the drainage, aren't they? For sprinklers. They're immediately either side of that test track. Are they movable, and does that mean that the test track is always that position, as you just said? Is always. I wonder. I don't know. It's because they'd be, if the test track went one to the right, as you can see it there, or one to the left, then those holes would sit perfectly for the or imperfectly indeed for the bowlers' run-ups. As we're having another look at the ball here already. But yeah, I assume that that would be they'd be immovable, those little things, which would be right where the bowlers would be landing, so, or indeed leaping. So I don't know whether that test track is always that position.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask Carl tomorrow morning when we're just here for the fun of it. Full, clipped away, 2 straight from Anderson. Borthwick makes no mistake. He's on to 38. Big spell here for Anderson with that finger that was injured yesterday. They need him to get it right and play his part. Mercer and Roland Jones really did the job last night. They did it as well this morning without the same reward. But as you said, Collo, somebody else needs to turn up as well.
Yeah, 8 boundaries out of 38.
It's timed into the offside.
So from Durham's perspective, they rock up this morning 47 behind, and like, best case scenario is they polish that off without losing a further wicket, and if they can do that, and Salisbury's been stuck on 9 for ages, but the moot point really, it's the balls he's absorbing. Mentioned earlier that he faced 101 deliveries against Essex last year in an innings of 41, his best in first class cricket. I mean, 101 balls here. Look, a different game.
That's a lovely, lovely shot. Lovely flow of the bat from Borthwick. He moves into the 40s, and Anderson's just got to adjust slightly here.
Yeah, to the short boundary, with Borthwick seeing it as well as he is this morning. That's help yourself stuff.
He's been very straight so far, as he should be. Just a little bit too full. He was on the spot the first couple of balls, just gone and over pitch slightly from there. But Middlesex will want him up and around that spot. He has been the bully boy. We've talked about that as well with the rib ticklers. He's been the one that's been asked to bang it in a little short, and now every now and again there is a deep square and a long leg also.
Just one slip. I mean, to think where Middlesex were just before stumps last night, even where they still are really, 60 for 3. I mean, this is a very strong position for the home team. To have only one slip in position gives a sense of where the game's been at for the last 48 minutes since the resumption.
Yeah, overs left, bottom left of the scoreboard there, 84. So that's really one of the biggest numbers on that board, isn't it? How long is it going to take Middlesex to take 7 wickets, and how far ahead are Durham by that point? Borthwick will be thinking about batting for the vast majority of those 84 if he can.
And if he gets a chance to bat with Ben Stokes, if they are ahead, well, that'd be the only scenario where there could be a twist in favour of Durham. I mean, it's far-fetched, right? But if they were to be bowled out 120 ahead or something, if you make that 170 or 180 ahead, if it were Stokes getting a run on with Borthwick, then, you know, there'll be time if they're good enough, per the cliche.
So I guess with that 80 now, and you think back to that game in 2012 where they were bowled out in 43 overs for 102 Middlesex. So first going out to chase it and then going out to save it, that game.
Yeah.
84 left today, 2 for the change of it, and call it 80. If it was 40 more overs to bowl them out, Durham, how far ahead are they, and could there be any twist in the final 40 overs? Durham would come out all guns firing. Rushworth was leading the lines in that match 10 years ago. Borthwick, the skipper now, was a number 8 in that game, playing primarily as a spin bowler. And Mark Stoneman was opening the batting for Durham in that game. Lovely from Bamber, and not out is the call from umpire Long. That really squared him up over the top of middle and off as it went through. Beautiful.
I can see why they liked it. Made a loud sound as the ball was passing the edge. Just squared him up beautifully.
It's a little bit of movement back up the slope. Really good. From Ethan Bamber.
Might have been that back thigh pad, thus the noise that got the cordon excited. More excited than Bamber, to be fair, who pulled out of the appeal pretty quickly.
It's that deep gully in the background there, Max
Yeah.
Holden. That's clipped away on the other side. That'll be 4. Timed nicely by Salisbury. He's into double figures. The night watchman. 49th ball received. He's on to 13. 64 for 3. Durham trail by just 8 now.
Yeah, Salisbury getting in on the act. They've been scoring almost exclusively in boundaries this morning, Durham.
Back on the top of off from Bamber. So there's Simpson. Robson, his second slip, Hanscom slip. And in the background behind them, if we just pan out slightly, might be able to see the deep gully. Max Holden. It's a Pete Hanscom addition, I think. There's De Carey's, and there he is, just behind De Carey's is Max Holden. A long, long way back there.
Yeah, De Carey's was there before, so they've made that adjustment.
Oh, that's a nice one again to finish the over. Yeah, it's one that I've noticed in the last few weeks. It seems to be, I'm guessing it's a Hanscom position, because it's not one over the years that Middlesex have deployed often. 24 gone. You're on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, 64 for 3.
As ever, you can get your comments in on YouTube through the day. All you need to do is register there, and you'll be able to contribute to the conversation. As we said, across the 4 days, the bots and trolls are, well, mostly gone. There's still a couple of trolls floating around, but the bots are gone at the very least, which means that you can get in there and contribute throughout the course of the day, as a few people are at the moment. Harry Marshall wants us to know that it's not Hessian, that green strip out there. Okay, no dramas. Let us know what it is. I don't mind. Whatever it is, it's clearly there to protect the test pitch. Cham de Silva isn't thrilled with the lines and lengths from Middlesex in the last little while. Maybe that was submitted before that previous Bamber over, which was right on the money. But yes, they have given them a number of 4 balls this morning. A couple from Anderson in his first over, about to continue here. Just one slip again, round the wicket.
Right up there again from Anderson. Yeah, that first over went for 8 from Anderson. He didn't have his line and length right. I didn't think there was a problem prior to that from Mercer and Roland Jones. I think they did everything that they usually do. But Anderson, just that one over, it was a bit of a loosener. But yeah, around the wicket now with just one slip. So what he's done, he's gone very full to Borthwick so far. Deep square and long leg back. Still full and driven wide of mid-on. That's a glorious shot by Borthwick. He's on to 46. Just shy of what would be a magnificent half-century for the Durham skipper. 68 for 3. Anderson really attacking the stumps against him, but goodness me, it's a lovely on-drive.
Yeah, reminiscent of the innings that he played against Essex at Chelmsford last year, isn't it, where he took full responsibility as wickets fell around him. Well, when he walked out last night, they were in all sorts. And now they're just 4 runs away from parity, having an excellent first hour.
Still persisting on quite a full line and length, full and straight line and length here, Anderson. What do you think the theory is for Middlesex here with that one slip? Deep backward square, or deep square, sorry, in a long leg and around the wicket to the left-hander. It almost feels as though he's going to drop a few in short in a moment, and I guess he's holding it back as a surprise ball, but to have just the one slip at this point, there's a deep backward point as well, you just can't see out a shot to the right there. And deep backward point, has got to get around to a deep cover. They've taken 2 as Holden collects. Borthwick's on to 48.
Yeah, it looks like the field for toes and nose, doesn't it? Just one slip round the wicket, trying to make the most of that natural angle, and also down the slope from this end, down the slope into the pads of a left-hander, but it just hasn't quite worked. And yeah, possibly a short ball. A degree of risk with that too, with the short boundary. Even a top edge would comfortably carry over the rope. Only a 60-yard boundary on that side this week.
It's better from Anderson. They're quite square as well, those two, aren't they? The deep square, and he's a wide, long leg. So from around the wicket, anything fine is gone from Anderson. If he goes short, any top edge. So it's got to be a real skyer on a top edge from Borthwick to bring in either of those two. He hasn't put anything short at all this morning, which is very unlike Martin Anderson. Good line and length once more. Good single for Borthwick. He's on to 49, ended the over. 71 for 3. That's the man. It's well, not just frustrating Middlesex at the moment, because Salisbury will be an almighty frustration to them right now. But 53 partnership from 116 balls with the night watchman. 80 minutes. Those two have given Middlesex an awful lot to think about this morning. They've tried that ball change a couple of times, haven't they? They haven't got their wish yet and got the ball changed.
Got a message in here from the groundsman, Carl McDermott. So the position of the pitches isn't always the test pitch. The one immediately to the left that we were referring to that lines up with the gate. They'll use that for the South Africa test match later in the summer. It depends on the fixture schedule as to where the pitches are positioned. That varies, says Carl. And to answer your other question, the boxes that you referred to, Kev, that are sort of next to the pitch, they're for the stump cameras and cabling.
Ah, I thought they were going to be some sort of... that was why I wondered if they were strategically positioned as some sort of point in the middle of the square where they could get access to the middle of the square at that point. But yeah, that makes perfect sense then. So they're all along those main tracks of the middle of the square, aren't they? Looking at them now, I've just seen another one to the right as well. Now, that'll be the 50 for Borthwick. Moves to 51, and the Durham skipper from 79 balls reaches a half century. He batted for an hour this morning. Come in with his side in great trouble last night in a game that was looking dead. That's got to be the first thing, is securing it. 10 fours, 98 very tricky minutes. But Borthwick has responded beautifully for Durham.
Yeah, the 10 boundaries there too, which reinforces that when there is a poor delivery, he's looking to put it away. He's giving himself a chance to transfer serious pressure back onto the seamers and keeping them well and truly in the game.
It's a little too straight from Bamber, and Borthwick easily rocking back, turning to mid-wicket.
And as we've noted before, he's got a great record against Middlesex. A couple of big hundreds, albeit back in 2014, but ample experience to draw down on. And bidding great nick, 90 and 89 last 2 weeks. Passing 50 again here. Putting in a proper shift.
Plenty to think about there for Pete Hanscom, John Simpson, Sam Robson. Not a bad pair to have either side for Hanscom there, those two. Robson, it's fair to say, it's no slant that, much like Borthwick, he's a badger. Great man to lean on for Pete Hanscom, no doubt. It's better from Bamber. That's the spot that he'll want to probe around the wicket to Borthwick. So the lead is 1 for Durham. How far can they go today? 81 remaining in the day after this. How far ahead will they be? Will they be bowled out? I mean, it's going to be a mighty effort to bat, what, 26th over now, so they'll have to bat for 106 overs in total to see all the way through to stumps. Leading edge doesn't carry to cover. Max Holden coming in. It's the second time they've got a leading edge from Borthwick. Both of them have dropped safe this morning. End of the over, 73 for 3.
Yeah, up the slope there to finish. Using that angle. We mentioned last year that Bamber took a lot of wickets against left-handers bowling from the pavilion end, typically from over the wicket, but looking to change it up here, and he's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. He's looked alongside Roland Jones, the man most likely this morning actually, Bamber. Interesting to see how long it'll take before we see the spin of Holman. He removed Borthwick on afternoon 1. Also picked up Stokes, so I don't think it'll be long before we see spin, although still giving plenty to the seamers.
Good start from Anderson to Salisbury.
Wonder which end they'll use Holman from as well. I mean, I suppose the short boundary will play into that, especially with Borthwick hitting to the tavern side. I don't expect they'll use him from the nursery end, but maybe that'll be the little carrot they'll dangle.
This is Anderson's first bowl at Salisbury. Oh, now that's gone to backward point. Shorter ball from Anderson. Not particularly short. Jabbing down that bat on it. Salisbury got something on it that deflects away. He looks completely unhappy with life. Lots of ponder on that one for Salisbury.
That might have just been a bit of variable bounce as well.
We've seen a couple, as you'd expect, on a final day, mostly down the hill. We've just squirted through to Simpson.
Yeah, one from Roland Jones early on, wasn't there, that bounced a couple of times.
No ball called, 75 for 3. But that ball, it didn't strike to the naked eye at all as particularly misbehaved. He did go back and look to pull Salisbury. Just looked as though he got himself in an awkward angle against a pretty decent, well-directed short delivery from Anderson. It was far from a long hop. It was nicely there around abdominal height. Pretty much where that one was. Just turned, played better by Salisbury over the top of it. Turning to Stoneman. He's in a funny little position there. Standing on that test track that we've been mentioning, Stoneman. By the time he is walking in from there, so by the time he's in, he is quite close. And he just fielded that ball a moment. So it's part run saving, part catching. Short of a length again to the tail ender. Salisbury standing up tall to it. But yeah, he bowled very well to Luke Fletcher last week. Martin Anderson, he was one of the only ones who did. Court Simpson bowled Anderson for 50. Fletcher in that first innings. LBW Anderson for 51 in the second. So he was the only one who was able to trouble the prolific night watchman and the problematic tailender as Fletcher played those roles last week. Again, over the top of that one nicely, Salisbury. Just guides it away into the offside. Anderson with that extra little bit of pace. Just maybe that's what it is to unsettle the tailender. Either that or a spinner. It's one of two ways. Put your quickest on or put your spinner on if you want to get rid of a tailender, but he is playing a very different role to a normal tailender. A night watchman is there to hang around. So he shouldn't really be skying one off a spinner if Holman does come on anytime soon. End of the 27th. 75 for 3.
Just over an hour into the final day. Might be the right time to go around the grounds, Kev. Let's start in Division 2, where Derbyshire made 260 and 262 between times. Nottinghamshire 358, leaving themselves a target of 165. And Notts have started really well. They're 74 without loss, with Slater and Hasiba Mead 30 and 37 respectively. Just 91 runs away from victory there at Trent Bridge. That might see them end up top of the table by tonight. If this does end up a draw, possibly.
Here's Holman then. A fair chat from Hanscom, as he said, at the pavilion end. Here for Middlesex. In the first innings, Holden was 2 for 67 from 19. Picking up Borthwick bowled, and Stokes caught by Roland Jones.
Yeah, I like this. I think Middlesex right arm over heavy. They've got 1 point of difference, and it comes via the leg spin of Holman. As you say, 2 wickets in that spell where Middlesex did have a good stage on day one. They took 5 for 102. There was a big partnership at the start, a big one at the end. But in the middle, they were able to get busy, and that was in large part due to Holman.
Yep, lands that nicely around the wicket. A couple of footholds to look at there.
The other game in Division 2 wrapped up inside 3 days. Worcestershire made 577 for 6 when batting second at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Leicestershire were all out 148 on day one. Sorry, that was at New Road, not Grace Road. Big double ton, Azarali, 225. Jack Haynes made a century as well. Second time around, Leicester all out 170. Matthew Waite, 4 for 35. So a huge win there, an innings and 259 runs, Worcester. In Division 1, there was a game that wrapped up inside 3 days as well, with Hampshire winning by 10 wickets over Somerset. They were set 1 to make in the second innings, which was duly collected by Felix Organ from the 4th ball of that 4th innings. But earlier in the day, it was Keith Barker, 6 for 27, bowling at Somerset, 469.
First look at the night watchman, just strays down the leg side, Holman, single for Salisbury.
So Somerset, their batting woes continue. They've misfired consistently through the season. All out for 211 the first time, 69 the second. Hampshire, after making 280 in their first innings, do it easily. So 6 for Keith Barker, 2 each for Muhammad Abbas and Kyle Abbott. Big result there.
Short, pulled away and pulled perfectly, bisecting deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Borthwick on to 56, and no mistake, wrist spinner to wrist spinner there.
Yeah, change of bowler, but same approach. Anything short, and Borthwick's looking to climb into it, as he does here. No protection out there at deep mid-wicket. Help yourself.
Just been a fraction short, hasn't he, in this over so far? Hasn't been bad, because the first few we were pretty happy with, weren't we? We were like, yep, that looks all right. But if anything to Borthwick, just a fraction short. The one ball he had to Salisbury going to over the wicket, just knocked his line and pushed it down the leg side to the night watchman. Onto the back foot again, Borthwick. End of the 28th, 81 for 3.
At Wantage Road, Kent went big the first time around, making 519 for 9. Another century for Compton. He's up above 700 runs in this stretch. Ben Compton had a fabulous start to the season. Northants in response, their first innings, 377 for 9, and it continues. So they trail by 142. No real chance of a result there. No century makers for the home side. Top score, Luke Proctor, is 76, and the captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, made 71. 3 wickets for Grant Stewart, 3 wickets for Matt Quinn. So it'll almost certainly be a draw at Northampton.
Short and pulled away through deep square for 4. Salisbury moves to 18. The ploy pretty clear though from Middlesex here. They've got a silly point that you'll just see in shot to the left-hand side there. So they're going to try and rough him up.
Yeah, what an unusual position. It's almost too square to be a silly point. Very rarely see a fielder position there to a seamer. No more than 6 or 7 metres from the batter, I suppose. 2 pitches over.
Max Holden is the figure that just danced behind Salisbury there, so he's moving. Or in fact, is it Holden? Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. It's Holden who's just coming in. So where Stoneman was a little while ago. That goes up in the air. And, oh, goodness me, what an attempt that was at a catch by De Caires. That was extraordinary. If he'd have held on to that one. Diving to his right, had a lot of ground to cover. Got an outstretched hands, whether it got anywhere near it, but it was a valiant, valiant effort. As Anderson continues with the short stuff to the tail ender. Oh, wow. Had that had been taken, it would have been something.
Yeah, imagine he plucked that out of the sky. He's
That
an enthusiastic fielder, De Caires. He's pulled off a couple of run-outs this season. Excellent catch on day one. Good all-round package.
Just short of a length, punched away off the back foot. That's lovely from Salisbury. And that is going to be for a slide from Holman. I think his foot had touched the rope even before that ball rolled back down with him over the line. I think even the first contacts are gone. But that was nicely played by Salisbury, up on his toes. Just opening the face slightly and eases it down the slope. Lovely from him. That De Caires attempt, that was exactly like that Tim Mercer catch I was telling you about, but he covered much more ground. Mercer, he had really gone a long, long way, and then one-handed stretch him out in front of him as he ran. Punched again, but only to Holman at backward point.
Sounds like you're describing that Glenn McGrath catch at Adelaide 20 years ago or so against England, when you don't expect it from a fast bowler like McGrath or Mercer, but yeah, running full speed, full stretch, and coming up with the ball. Classic. Just to go through the rest of Division 1. Warwickshire made 244. Yorkshire applied with 449. Adam Lyth century. In their second innings, Warwickshire are 102 for 3. Sam Hain on 38. Will Rhodes on 35. They're still trailing by 103.
Short again, hooked fine to long leg for a single.
So only Yorkshire can win that game from here, but they'll need 7 wickets, and it's a frustrating partnership for the 4th wicket for them. That's over at Headingley. So I must be missing one game here. Ah, there it is. It's finished. Essex have beaten Lancashire by an innings and 56 runs, so they bowled them out for 103 in the first innings, enforced the follow-on. And they were all out for 232 this morning, Lancashire. Dane Villas top scored with 62, but it was Simon Harmer.
Short, cut away, just a single. End of the 29th. Borthwick's on for 57, keeps the strike, 95 for 3.
Isn't it always Simon Harmer? 41 overs, 19 maidens, 5 for 89 for Essex. After a couple for Cook, couple for Porter. So Essex take full points at Old Trafford.
There's a nice spot to watch some cricket. Tom Helm had the bib on yesterday. He's had a couple of the boys back from the club games. I'm thinking that's Cracknell. A little bit hard with the shades on and the caps on just to totally pick who it is. Always a little sunbathing spot for the 12th and 13th. That's there or thereabouts, really. He's better, Holman. Keep it up around there. Ask Borthwick to drive. Good again. Borthwick just turns around that front pad. He's getting far enough forward and across that he'd be outside the line of off. So it's not a bad ploy from Borthwick either. I think they'd be better. Holman's better probing on that length. Over the top of it, steered for just a single to the 2 in the deep. Oh, it's too hot for some. Sunbathing with a towel on the head. That's going to make you even hotter, isn't it, Collie?
You want the cold towel, don't you, in that situation?
Ah. Do you reckon it's a damp towel he's got on his head there? What's the theory on that, though? He's ready. He's poised, ready to go with those gloves. Maybe that's the end of the over. Bit of width, through it goes.
One of life's simple pleasures, isn't it? Cold towel out of the freezer, out of the fridge, or whatever it is they give you on the flight sometimes.
That's better. That's where he wants to stay, Holden. He gets a single Salisbury, but that was on a line and length where things can really start to happen for the spinner. If you can hold it on that length, it's just been a little bit short or a little bit full to Borthwick so far, but that was the perfect length for him to try persevere on. He'll be right arm over here to Borthwick, so a change of line for the first time to the left-hander. He's been around the wicket all the time to him. And again, this possibly might be a better move against the slope for Holden. Just a fraction short, allow Borthwick to rock back. 30 gone here in the Durham second innings at Lords on the final day. 97 for 3.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So we've got 45 minutes until lunch on day 3. It's been a very good hour and 15 so far. Adam Collins.
Hasn't it just? 72 runs Durham have added this morning, without further loss. At one stage they were 18 for 3 last night. And how much more challenging it is for the bowling team. Warm day at Lords, but yes, this pair have done everything right so far. No opportunities for Middlesex. That short point still in. Salisbury. So important to what Borthwick's been able to do. Playing himself in 67 deliveries. These two can be there at lunch. It really will be a job well done. But Middlesex have to remain patient. Much as it was in the first game here back in April, they were able to get the game moving with clumps of wickets. If they can have one burst here, game could change again rapidly. Still by far the team more likely to conjure a result from here. Overstepping there, Anderson, so signalled by umpire Saggers. Stay in touch with us on the comments all day on YouTube. See some familiar faces in there. Gareth Williams, Vince Bannon, Oren Smith, Jenna Sunny Boy. Welcome to you all. Jeff Collier, Doit W. On social media, Middlesex_CCC. Sockington 1. Anne, Luke Holman's biggest fan. Just one slip for Anderson. Deep point to the fat side of the ground. 2 out on the short boundary. Deep square leg in front of Father Time. Just in front of square. And a long leg in the tavern stand corner. Paul Morris here saying commentators spending hours yesterday talking up a win scenario. It's good to be positive, but the good pitch, fair sunny weather and time remaining always looked odds on. Comments dropped off. I think he says they're odds on to be a draw. Not sure that would have been the consensus at 18 for 3, but yeah, the game has settled down a bit in the last hour, absolutely, with these two batting really well, and they're entitled to bat well. You're allowed to have a good session. Track's been a good one. End of the over, 31 gone, 100 for 3 the score. Durham 28 in the black. I mean, if Middlesex take an early wicket, this game's completely opened up, isn't it? And it still might be the case. No issue with the surface. It seemed around, especially on days 2 and 3. Not so much on day 1, but gave plenty to the seamers. Even with the ball up at 30, 40, 50 overs old yesterday, Kev, it wasn't anything to do with a lack of movement or a lack of life. That Middlesex batted well, and Durham have done so again today.
There's a long way to go today. If Middlesex were offered yesterday morning that Durham would effectively be 28 for 3 in their second innings, Middlesex would have been absolutely cock-a-hoop about it. So there's a long, long way to go. Games have rhythms, they have tempos, don't they? They have highs and lows, and that's the beauty of it. And I think at the moment, had this first hour gone heavily to Middlesex, Durham fans would be up in arms. Where's the fight? Where's the digging? Where's the resolve? Durham have shown everything you would want them to show in this situation, because they've got an awful lot of work to do, and they still do. 1 or 2 wickets now, especially if one of those was Borthwick and the second was Stokes.
Can Holden get himself in the game here? Got to slip for it. Oh, there, straight past the edge. Harder spun. Nice delivery. Trying to get Hanscom in the game at first slip. Just looking to find his range and rhythm here, Ullman. Plenty of flight again.
Be good to have the whole over against him as well, wouldn't it? I'm not sure about deep mid-wicket being back at the moment. Do you really think Salisbury's going to tee off, send one down his throat? And you're not worried about runs either. So I'd really be trying to squeeze and keep him on strike.
I think because of that delivery, the over spinner that we've seen Holman bowl so well in short form cricket, I wouldn't mind a short leg, forward short leg as the other catching man. Bring both edges into the game. This is a much better over. Might have just slowed the pace down a bit too. You see there, 48 mile an hour.
And this is good for somebody like Holman. You want him to be challenged. You want the opportunity for Middlesex to be able to turn to Holman and say, go on then.
Yeah, fraction flatter there.
For a 21-year-old's wrist spinner to get this much of the game, he scored well with the bat once again in this one, didn't he? Which is helping keep him in this side at the moment.
Attempted a finish. 75 overs left in the day. That's Holman's first maiden. Better there. 100 for 3 remains the score.
Yeah, he hit a very crucial 41 yesterday, Holman. We talked about he and Anderson and the role that they could be playing at 6 and 7, 7 and 8 over the years. For Middlesex, they could be a real powerhouse middle order with Simpson there as well. But yeah, Holman, look, he's 21 years of age, so as a wrist spinner, he's a very, very young man, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's always the case that wrist spinners are judged on this really harsh curve because of Shane Warne. I suppose modern wrist spinners with their consistency, because he was just a generational freak and landed it on a hanky hour after hour. Most leg spinners, mortal leg spinners if you like, who are just run of the mill doing the job, they do drop short. They do give up 4 balls. It's kind of part of their charm. It's where they're different to tweakers who can wheel away on a line and length. Anderson starts a fresh over. An Australian writer once wrote that, let me get this right, off spinners are like sociologists. They're careful. They're in the tram tracks, whereas leg spinners are like historians. They take wild risks, and you need to have that risk-taking attitude with that tactile craft. It's all about being willing to throw it above the eye line and give it a rip, knowing full well you could get punched over Father Time and onto the road, but equally knowing that you can bowl a delivery like what Matt Parkinson's done a number of times in the last couple of years. That's a lovely shot from Salisbury, the night watchman. Looks better than that today so far. That's crunched away into the 30s on the up as well. Super stuff.
No bit off in place for Middlesex, just the cover and an extra cover. So through the V, there's a tempter for Salisbury there, and he's played it beautifully, rising to the challenge, as he has done throughout. 33 from 74. The night watchman is doing to Middlesex what Luke Fletcher did last week, frustrating greatly.
Back-to-back boundaries. That just sat up. He put it away. Seeing him well now, Salisbury. Moves to 37. That frame we set the day up with, noting that he had an innings of 41 last year, his highest score in first-class cricket, where he faced 101 balls in a big partnership for the 9th wicket. He's on a similar tempo here. This partnership now worth 91. Salisbury 4 away from that high score at this level.
This is where they're missing Shaheen Shah Afridi, isn't it? Get in there and send some real quick ones. Left arm over to a tail ender. So they've missed him the last 2 weeks in a circumstance like this, although most of Afridi's damage when he was with Middlesex was at the top, blasting out the top 3.
More runs off the hip. Not a good over this from Anderson. So Salisbury struck 7 boundaries out of his 38.
Let's go back to wrist spinners, if we may, ahead of Holman returning. Watching that wonderful Shane Warne documentary recently, one thing that I must admit I didn't realise was the kind of pre-ball of the century period for Warne, that it wasn't this this smooth curve or trajectory towards the Test side. It was an incredibly challenging period for he and Australian cricket.
Yeah, it does a good job of explaining how close he was to not making it. So his first Test match, everybody knows the 1 for 150 story, but it's his second Test match. Border doesn't trust him to bowl the important overs in the first Test in Sri Lanka. Goes wicketless again. It's his third Test match where deep into the final day, Australia had a 291 run first innings deficit. It's a crazy scorecard. And it's mostly Greg Matthews bowling the overs in the middle of that final day. And Warne gets thrown the ball after tea. Takes 3 for 1 in 11 deliveries. Wins the Test match, and the whole trajectory of his career changes from there. 110 for 3. The score, the lead is 38, Durham. But yeah, it was not foretold that Warne would go on to have that kind of career. There was a lot of doubt around whether he had the consistency and whether he had the resilience to make it at the top level. And then the following summer, 92-93, takes 7 for 52 against the West Indies in the Boxing Day Test, and then he was away. But yeah, you're spot on. It wasn't automatic. The ball of the century, of course, comes later in 1993, and so we all know what happens from there.
So he was 24 when he served up the ball of the century.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying about Luke Holman here. 21, he's a very young man. You know, he's been into the Middlesex side at 19. Played a bit last year as well. Got the 10 for last year, of course. Luke Holman, but he's still so young in cricketing terms, let alone in wrist spin terms.
New over starts here. Just setting it wide of the off stump, but again, that overspin, which I sense might be his biggest weapon, Holman. A tall leg spinner too.
So he needs some real peaks and troughs out there still to learn his own game.
Yeah, good outside part of the bat. Well played too by Salisbury. Soft hands.
There's a long road ahead, but he's already in this Middlesex side, and with the batting as well, that's a great thing for Holman, because that's going to take a little bit of pressure off his bowling as a young wrist spinner that he's contributing so heavily in another discipline with the bat.
Yeah, and the fact that he has been a match winner once already, as you say, that 10-wicket haul last year, the first wrist spinner to do so in the championship since Adil Rashid in 2009. I mean, there's been plenty of them, so he can do it. I need him today. Slightly more at the front of the hand there.
And with Warne as well, you know, there was disciplinary problems before the ball of the century, wasn't there? You know, through his young Australia career. He was dumped for disciplinary reasons, wasn't he? And banished away, but off he went and he worked really hard. I mean, he wanted to be an AFL again. That was what I didn't know prior to the documentary. He wasn't set on being a cricketer at all. He wanted to be Aussie rules, didn't he?
Like all of us growing up in Melbourne, Kev. Everyone wants to play footy first. Oh, there's the wrong one. It's well outside the line of the off stump when contact's made. It would have had to have done plenty. But shouldering arms are in the game. It'll make for an interesting replay. End of a very good over, 110 for 3.
I thought that was gone. That's got to be close. Oh,
Yeah,
down the slope as well.
My sense is it was missing off, but we might need to look a couple of times here. Salisbury survives. They're on 38. He's faced 82 balls.
It's just how much was it coming down, back down that slope from Luke Holden. Just comes. Oh, it was doing a bit, and with the slope. I mean, that's not a bad googly, is it?
It's an outstanding googly. Completely deceived Salisbury there, who was playing for the leg break. It might have been set up by the ball he bowled earlier in the over, out of the front of the hand, and then that obviously point of difference right at the back, but yeah, just showing Salisbury all of his tricks here. Ethan Bamber being spun around to the nursery end. Bowled one spell from the pavilion end this morning. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Looked good, went past the edge a number of times. We'll start around the wicket. 2 out on the leg side for the skipper. Also a deep point in front of the grandstand. Just one slip though. The consensus in the comments is that it was out. I think that might be
A Middlesex consensus.
yeah, Middlesex consensus. I'm not sure. I think it's probably missing the just. Great delivery though. I think a generation ago, pre-DRS, that's getting given. I reckon umpires now are a fraction more conservative with the shouldering arms, leg before wicket dismissals, because technology has shown that they're not hitting as often as we thought they were. I might be misreading that, but especially in the case of umpire Long, who does often officiate with DRS at his disposal when doing test cricket or limited overs cricket. I think there was a time when Ian Chappell, for example, was on commentary in the glory days of Channel 9, whenever a batter padded up, he would say, well, they deserve to be given out. If you're padding up and get hit, if near enough is good enough. I think that influenced the type of decisions that you'd see. You go back now, there were some dreadful decisions given for batters shouldering arms that weren't hitting or even coming close to hitting, but there was almost an acceptance. It was a bargain that if you padded up and it was close, you'd be given, but yeah, not so much now, I don't think. I think the other side of it is that spinners are in the game more, I think, with leg before wicket decisions than they were. The old-fashioned idea of getting a stride in counts for nothing now. Playing with your pad is more dangerous with DRS in the equation. Question here from Jack at London, come to in a moment, asking here, with DRS, wouldn't that get overturned? It only needs to hit. I don't know. He's right. When it comes to shouldering arms, end of the over, 110 for 3, it only needs to touch the stump. It doesn't need to be more than 50%, and of course it doesn't need to hit in line. So yeah, there is that small distinction. Looking at it one more time here before Holman starts his fresh over. Nicely at the back of the hand, and yeah, maybe that where Salisbury's thrusted his pad after contact is made makes it look a little bit less incriminating for him.
mean, at worst, it was just skimming. You'd fancy, wouldn't you? At very worst, it was missing by millimetres. So,
well, what's certain is he's in the game now. Took a couple of overs to get himself set. 2 good maidens thereafter. You know, I do wonder now, having had the pressure build with Salisbury, whether there might be a case for a short leg, or maybe to get rid of that deep mid wicket you referred to before, Kev. Just crowd him up a bit, change the dynamic with 25 minutes to lunch. FH125 says, surely it's only a matter of time before DRS comes into the county game. The issue there will be it's very expensive. So it's only just come into women's cricket full-time in the last few seasons internationally. It's seldom used in domestic comps around the world. Nicely driven by Salisbury. Picks out mid-off. Yes, I don't expect there'll be a big push for that. You don't see it. I mean, Big Bash has had it. I know it's not in the blast, is it?
no.
On the televised games. Good. This is becoming a far more dangerous spell from Holden, asking good questions.
Yeah, that deep mid wicket that you were mentioning there, Colo, it is catching. That's not a run saving position out there. They've already got deep backward square leg.
Deep point goes back 15 metres here too. They want to give him the single. Not here, they won't. Deflected away at cover.
And they're desperate now, aren't they, to get Salisbury. He's using up so much time against a ball that's getting ever softer. We know about this batch of balls. We've talked about it enough already this year. Plenty written about them.
3 maidens on the bounce for Holman. Into his work. 110 for 3 is the score. The lead is 38 for the visitors. We've got 23 minutes till lunch, so 6 overs, 7 if they really want it.
That is a pretty picture, isn't it? Did a great job with the Warner stand, the rebuilt Warner stand, that restaurant at the back, complementing the pavilion beautifully, I think. The big old grandstand. Which arches over one side, but again, they all just fit so nicely here. At Lords, the additions of the stands and how well they've done with the Compton and Edrich.
Yeah, a lot of thought goes into it, how they complement each other, and the fact that they want to keep space between each stand. So at our end, the broadcast stand, there are distinct gaps between the new Edrich and the media centre and the Compton, and then over to the grandstand, to the west of the ground. There is a gap between the two, and you'd think most stadiums would just join them up. They want to have that line of sight through to the nursery end. Bamber's fresh over around the wicket. Borthwick's been stuck on 59 for a time now. They've really tied up this Durham pair over the last quarter of an hour or so. 3 maidens on the bounce. Four of the last 5. Did it carry? Don't think it did. Instinct is it didn't quite get to Hanscom, but let's take a second look.
I don't think it did. I don't think second would have got across him were he in place either.
Not sure whether this angle's going to help us. We'll see. Yeah, we'll need another front on to be sure. But yes, pushing away from his body there. Yeah, just in front of Hanscom. Moving to his left. Probably the first false stroke we've seen from Borthwick this morning as he moves into the 60s.
There's 2 in for Salisbury, and the way they're staggered, sometimes second would have a chance to go across in front of first. I don't think that would have been the case with that one.
Bamber's first delivery to Salisbury in this spell. I'm looking forward to seeing what the MCC present for the Tavern and Allen stands. They're the next two to go. The third part of this renovation. Oh, lovely stuff. There's a reverse angle. Back in time there. You know what? I found it fascinating when making that Calling the Shots project with Daniel Norcross a couple of years ago that the reverse angle prevailed. It was the only angle you had on BBC television until 1989. Until then, it was... I mean, that's why you only saw the 81 Bob Willis spell at Leeds. You only saw the front-on bits on replay, on action replay it was called. The actual live coverage was from behind the batter. And there was quite an uproar when they decided to change it. Indeed, Christopher Martin Jenkins wrote at the time that this was a bad decision, that if you were watching at home, you should feel like you're sitting in the same seat all day and watching the cricket from the same vantage point. And they'd gone to both ends in Australia after World Series cricket for test matches. Before that, it was the same. In Australia, the Centenary Test, you only get to watch from one side, the MCG, from the members' end. That's since 1977. Ooh, looking to play, looking to leave in the end. Does neither. 111 for 3. Good over there from Bamber. He's in the game as well, you fancy. Now back to Luke Holman to pick up from where he's left off. 3 maidens.
Just touching back on DRS that we were talking about as well, actually. There was a little bit of a rumour a year or two back that the ECB were going to try and have a look at DRS for the county championship, mainly to help protect the umpires because of all the streams now and all the replays and how it all goes viral on Twitter. And, you know, there's been some howlers. Of course there has been plenty of howlers over the years for cricket at international level. You've seen it on TV, and all right, poor old umps, they got that wrong. But at domestic level, of course, where they're not international standard umpires all the time, there are howlers, but they now go viral, don't they? So for the protection of umpires, there was a whisper that the ECB were going to try to bring in, but as I say, that was a whisper, because the truth of it is, it would be an extraordinary cost.
Yeah, in a cash-strapped game, or so we're told. I doubt they could justify that expense. Toby Rowland-Jones back for a second spell. Bowled 9 overs from the pavilion end. 5 last night, 4 this morning. 3 for 17, all the wickets to fall in the innings. Jones and Lees bookended his first over last night, both caught behind by John Simpson. The second was a beauty. And then Keegan Peterson blew his front pad off, leg before wicket for 5. At that stage, they were 18 for 3. They've put on 93 cents, and they need Rowland-Jones here to find something. He'll get a couple of overs before lunch. Slip in a gully. He's bowled in first ball. Chopping onto the stumps. Middle pole out of the ground. Just as it was when Rowland-Jones started yesterday. First ball into the book again he goes. Borthwick batted so well for 60. And the frustration for the Durham captain, that didn't quite get up. Certainly not to the extent he expected. Inside edge, back onto the middle stump. Durham, 111 for 4.
4 for 17. Toby Rowland-Jones, just brilliant. Just brilliant to go with his 4 for 72 in the first innings. And, well, Rowland-Jones at the moment is just bowling on another level. He really is. He generally does. There was a slight little spell when he came back from one of the injuries where it seemed to take a little while for him to get going again. But then he had a burst of something like 29 wickets in 3 games and just didn't look back. If he's on the field, he's in the game, isn't he, Toby Rowland-Jones, and taking wickets. Any of those spells you look through this season for Toby, you look at an innings where he's maybe only got 1 or none in that, he has bowled beautifully. He has not failed his skipper or his side once this year with the ball. He's been absolutely brilliant. And just thinking of the match, second innings, first innings against Leicestershire, 1 for 30. Second innings against Notts, 1 for 39. Against Derbyshire, 1 for 57 second innings. But all of the spells, without fail, have been brilliant.
Yeah, 28 wickets in the season at what must be around 17 a piece or thereabouts. He had 20 at 20 coming into this game. And 8 here at Lords, and plenty still left on the shelf. He's got all 4 here. And just as it was last night, first ball of the spell, gets himself a wicket. And Ben Stokes prepares to take guard. The England captain. Quarter of an hour until lunch. Roland Jones. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Stokes well forward to start.
This is some matchup now. Stokes facing Roland Jones, the England captain, against the man who would have taken so many wickets for England but for injury. He's got his tail up. And well, we saw a quick spell from him last night and again this morning. You fancy this will be a quick one now to Stokes. I don't think he'll be bowling within himself at all now, Roland Jones. 8 for in the match. Second time this season that he's registered 8 wickets in a game.
Edged and taken! Robson at second slip, moving to his left. Stokes is gone for a duck. Roland Jones has 5, and Middlesex are now well on their way to victory. Durham 111 for 5.
Oh, Toby Roland Jones. Well, you know, he's had such a hard time with injuries in his career. After that, well, even before that England call-up and the wonderful job that he did at Test level. But to see him back this year, bowling as he is and getting the reward that he is, and Middlesex getting the reward, I don't think there's any coincidence whatsoever. Middlesex's start to the season in Division 2 and the form of Toby Roland Jones. When he's not there, Middlesex feel it, and they feel it hard. He's an incredibly good cricketer, and again, had he been there all those years for England as well, you fancy England's Test fortunes might have been a little bit different. He's got the England Test captain, and he's got a huge wicket on this final day.
Well, they've blown this game open. A timely bowling change by Pete Hanscom, getting Roland Jones back at the perfect time. He has all 5. 5 for 17 from 9.3 overs. And Middlesex had to stay patient. Credit to Luke Holman and Ethan Bamber for tying up the visitors. And at the perfect moment, Roland Jones has been deployed again, and he is on fire. And a word for Robson too. That is a big moment in this game. Stokes' second ball. Would you believe it? Gives the chance, and Robson did not miss. Eckersley walking out, made a half century the first time around. Most important partnership with Travascus. He made 58. Occupied the crease for a few hours, and well, he'll need to do at least that from here. Has the night watchman Salisbury with him. And Roland Jones has all 5. Dare to dream.
Oh.
He keeps going down here. Could be all 6, all 7, all 8. Then who knows? We could have something very special.
You wouldn't put it past him at the moment. I mean, the start of the spell, 2 wickets in his first 2 balls. How long until lunch? Still 12 minutes. So this could be a spell either side of the interval now for Roland Jones as well. So a couple of overs, and look, orchestrating this field now for Ned Eckersley. Sunbury boy to a former Ealing lad out in the middle now, and he's being meticulous about this field.
Yeah, from 1 slip in a gully when Roland Jones came back. It'll be a packed cordon now. So 2 wickets in an over to start last night. 2 in 3 balls to start here. Still 11 minutes till lunch. Anything's possible here. Hanscom, Robson, Holman, the 3 catches in the slips. A short leg as well. Into Eckersley. Outside part of the bat. Quick single. Salisbury takes on Holden. And we said all morning, Kev, that from Middlesex's perspective, they just couldn't snatch it. They needed to remain patient, mindful that there are so many overs on the board, still 69.2 remaining. And as it was against Derbyshire in the opening round of the season, wickets fall in clumps. You see it time and time again, as they have last night and again today, just before lunch. runs. Past third slip, played with soft enough hands. De Carey's wonderful diving effort to save just one run, but commitment to the cause beneath our commentary position. Excellent work from the 20-year-old. May not have made a contribution with the bat in the first innings, but giving it his absolute all right there. Had almost no room to work with. And it gets Eckersley, the new man, back on strike for the last ball of Roland Jones' over. So it makes a contribution. Oh, nearly sneaking through. Sharp reflexes from Stoneman at short leg to flick it back. 2 wickets in the over for Toby Roland Jones. Just where Middlesex needed it. The big man intervenes. Yes, 5 for 21.
7 for 52 is his career best against Gloucestershire at Merchant Taylor's School. He will very much be eyeing that career best now, won't he? 5 for 21. He's taken 10 fors. Richard Johnson is the only 10 for post-war. 10 for 45 at Derby, Richard Johnson took.
Bamber. Night watchman has a fend.
They're the best post-war figures by a Middlesex bowler, 10 for 45, followed by James Harris's 9 for. They're the second best post-war figures.
I'll tell you what, if he gets to 6 or 7, there'll be a lot of people jumping on the stream. I'm pretty sure of that. He's a chance of all 10.
Harris's 9 for is the second best bowling figures at Lords as well, so that's one to keep an eye out.
It was Ben Stokes who deprived Chris Rushworth of a 10 for all those years ago as a younger man. Rushworth took 15 in a day, including a 9 for. But yeah, Stokes took the 10th. I don't think it was the 10th. It was maybe the 7th or 8th. But either way, it was a near miss, rare as it is. Oh, Bamber. He's bowled so well since returning to the attack from the nursery end, threatening both edges. How about Ben Stokes, the 2-ball duck? We said before playing our preview, Kev, that so much of today would be dictated by the fortunes of Ben Stokes in the end. In and out in a couple of minutes.
Well, yeah, if they were to pick up 2 quick wickets on this, if the first 2 wickets to fall on this final day were Borthwick and Stokes, then it's almost the stuff of dreams for Middlesex, isn't it? However, it's a slightly different story in that Salisbury's still there on 41 and it's taken them the best part of the session. However, Middlesex are in such a strong position. I mean, 43 for 5 and both of them gone, Borthwick and Stokes.
So despite the fact that Salisbury's the night watchman, a fair bit of responsibility on his shoulders now. His equal highest first-class score, 41. He's got to get to lunch at least.
Roland Jones has taken 10 for in a match on 4 occasions for Middlesex. So there was that little stint that he had was it during the Stuart Law time.
Maiden from Bamber, which means it'll be Eckersley up against Roland Jones. 115 for 5, a lead of just 43.
Yeah, a burst after a spell, out injured. A long spell out. Or it just took him a little while to get going, and all of a sudden did he start to let rip. Remember at Derbyshire, he wasn't quite firing, then it was off down to Cardiff after that. Look it up, that little run that he went on then. Cause, yeah, he's had some highs since the Test debut. The problem has been just the injuries that have constantly knocked him back.
Got some news coming through from the club as we work our way to lunch. Roland Jones, it'll be his last over before the long break. Eckersley leaving a ball that comes down the slope over the top of the off stump. Jason Behrendorff and Chris Green are joining Middlesex. Coming in for the Vitality Blast campaign that starts later this week. Jason Behrendorff, 32 years of age, West Australian and Australian left armour. He's going to join after he's finished with RCB in the IPL. He'll play throughout the Blast season. Clipping a single there, so giving the strike back to Salisbury. So Behrendorff's a replacement for Shaheen Sharafridi, who won't be returning to Middlesex this season, with his availability in the Blast limited by his international commitments with Pakistan, per the statement. Behrendorff has 21 caps for Australia. Of course, took a fifer out here against England at the World Cup in 2019. He's won the Big Bash a couple of times with the Perth Scorchers. And there's Chris Green to return as well. Played here last year. On the up. Not far away from cover. So Green arrives in early June. He's going to replace Mujib Ur-Rahman. The club confirming that Mujib will start Middlesex Blast campaign at the end of May, but will leave on international duty, with Afghanistan playing Zimbabwe in a 3-game one-day series. And then after the one-days, Mujib will return. So effectively they'll do-si-do through the group games. Green, 28 years of age, off spinner. Had success in the Big Bash with the Thunder in 2017. Took a hat-trick last year, of course, Kev, when he was playing for Middlesex. So news aplenty there. Jason Behrendorff and Chris Green to join the club for the Blast.
Yeah, an awful lot to digest there, isn't there? A shame, first of all, for Shaheen Sharafridi. Obviously missing this game.
Oh, Roland Jones again, ever so close to going through the gate. Salisbury on 41 from 102 balls. That was the mark that he reached last year against Essex.
But that seems to make an awful lot of sense for Middlesex, that not only missing this game, Shaheen, he was to play the next 3 in the Blast. So that was what he was going to miss, outside of what he would have missed for the original contract, which he wasn't to be back until June 12th from the Pakistan series. So with the amount of T20 that he was going to miss.
Roland Jones, last ball of the session for him. And past the edge he goes. An eventful 2 overs. He's got 5 for 22. He'll get to put his feet up for 40 minutes at lunch and start again, I'm sure. So 1 over until the interval from the nursery, and watching back this last delivery, Salisbury might have just pulled inside the line at the last moment, but yep, up the slope, hitting the seam. Roland Jones on fire.
So yeah, a blow to lose Shaheen Sharafridi, but it looks like they've worked pretty quickly, Middlesex, to get Behrendorff in. That's a fine signing for them. So pretty decisive from Middlesex. It's, I guess, part and parcel of modern cricket now, isn't it, with the amount of tournaments and the way they work around the world and the amount of series here, there and everywhere. That chopping and changing is pretty difficult, and you have to react quite quickly, and Middlesex have done that.
High on the thigh pad, but again, that movement that Bamber's been getting back towards the right-handers since starting this spell from the nursery end. So up against the slope, but doing it so well.
And Chris Green, yeah, as you mentioned, he got that hat-trick down at Canterbury, didn't he, at the end of the innings against Kent, which was wonderful to watch, wonderful to see. And he was a very, very popular figure in his time here at Middlesex. Played an awful lot of club cricket in Middlesex thereafter as well.
Edged and second slip. Sam Robson, you beauty. What a catch. Eckersley falls for 2. That'll be lunch with Durham 116 for 6. But take a look at this.
Well, he enjoyed that one, didn't he? Sam Robson. He stood up knowing that that was up there. That was just as good as Simpson's yesterday, wasn't it? If not a little bit better. And Simpson's the man that finds him first. Superb from Sam Robson. We saw one just fall short of Hanscom a little while ago and wondered, didn't we, if there was a second slip in place, would they have been able to get across in front of slip to take it? Probably not. It was too much to ask. But look at that. Wow.
2 clutch catches from Robson. Stokes, then Eckersley out in the last 15 minutes of the session. The captain, Borthwick 2. Roland Jones has 5 of the 6 wickets to fall. Bamber's in the book, deservedly so, on the basis of how he bowled from the nursery end in the lead up to lunch. And suddenly, what a session for Middlesex. Durham bossed it for the first 100 minutes, but it's the last 20 that matter most in the context of this game, and Roland Jones leads them off. 5 for 22 from 11. Still 4 to get, and we'll see him again after the break. They resumed at 25 for 3, and that partnership of 97 between Borthwick and the night watchman Salisbury, who's still there on 42, got them up to 111 for 4. But in the space of 3 Toby Roland Jones deliveries, Borthwick chopping on a ball that didn't quite get up, lost his middle stump, gone for 60. Stokes, the England captain, caught it second slip. 2 balls later, 111 for 5, and 5 runs on from that. Ethan Bamber joins the party, finds the edge of Eckersley and Robson, a screamer. We saw one from John Simpson last night with the 1 mitt, left-handed, going full stretch. Well, Robson does the same. Durham leading by 44 runs. They're in the black, but they've only got 4 wickets in hand, and that should mean Middlesex are in a strong position to press home the advantage and win this game comfortably, Kevin Hand.
They should do. They certainly should. I wouldn't rule out a twist still. There was an almighty twist this morning, and he's still there, Salisbury, on 41. Borthwick batted really well, but Roland Jones, I mean, goodness me, we've heralded, and rightly so, the Durham attack in this match and the Notts match last week, the bowling attacks that have rocked up here at Lord's, but it's that formidable force of Roland Jones and Tim Murtagh in the first inning, 7 between them, as you see at the top of the card there, and 5 for 22 from 11 from Roland Jones. Great for Bamber as well, 1 for 8 from 7.2. You know, he's battled for wickets in this one, he battled for form last week, but Bamber has truly played his part as well. And Anderson, as you said, they kept it quiet. They did a little job that they were asked to do. Anderson in particular banging in short, trying to get something going. Holden as well persevered well. But Roland Jones coming back and doing what he's done, well, it should be Middlesex's game from here. It's going to take something quite remarkable from Durham for it not to be Middlesex's game one way or the other, and that may well be a tricky little trace at some point for Middlesex. And if they can get Middlesex a couple down quickly, then who knows, maybe 2012 is back on for Durham. But yeah, that was a stunning performance yet again from Roland Jones, and capped by that catch by Robson at the end.
So the game opens up for the home side. 3 late wickets to end the first session on day 4. We'll take a break here at Lord's on the Middlesex Live and Heart stream. Back in about 35 minutes, and when we come back, Durham will be resuming on 116 for 6. 4 runs.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Seeing
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, where play just about to get underway in the afternoon session on the final day. 116 for 6. Durham, an extraordinary morning session once again for Toby Rowland-Jones, and made to work for it by Durham, though. A fine fight back with the bat this morning from Borthwick, and the night watchman Salisbury almost doing the Luke Fletcher to Middlesex. He might still. He's on 41. Maybe he'll even go better than 50 that Fletcher managed. 100 aggregate runs in the match last week for Nottinghamshire. And of his 41, Durham lead by 44 now, so quite useful. But those wickets this morning, well, 2 in particular, balls 1 and 3 of his opening, or his second spell back, Rowland-Jones, to pick up Borthwick, the skipper, and the Test captain, Stokes. Eckersley the last to go before lunch to Ethan Bamber, caught by Robson at second slip. That was an extraordinary catch by Sam Robson, it really was. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Adam Collins. And, well, there still could be a twist here. The lead is 44. 4 wickets standing. Can Durham hold on? Or can they get far enough that they at least have something to bowl at? So often when you're coming into a third day, when there's lots of, or into a fourth day, when there's plenty of time left and you're in this situation right at the start, teams will just say, just get something to bowl at. Just have something on the board that you can at least maybe get them 0 for 2 and there's something to bowl at. Anything over 100 would do that for them. So Middlesex won't want anything tricky here. It's Ethan Bamber to start up after lunch from the nursery end because he's finishing the over that picked up Eckersley. 1 for 8 he has his right arm over. And Travaskis sways inside his first ball. I'm Kevin Hunt, and alongside me on the call for this, Adam Collins.
G'day, Kev. Yeah, it was the North Middlesex Massive, wasn't it, in the lead up to lunch? It was the squeeze put on by Bamber and Holden, which was the catalyst for the bowling change. Rowland-Jones comes on, gets 2 overs in, gets 2 wickets, back to Bamber, gets his first wicket of the game. But don't underestimate the importance of the overs that came before the wicket, and the credit that clearly has to go to Pete Hanscom. You saw the way when they were celebrating that wicket, they all went up to Hanscom first along with Rowland-Jones. Perfect timing. Sometimes it just works as the captain. And not to mention Sam Robson. I mean, the catch to remove Stokes, yes, he should be taking that, but still the pressure of it being Ben Stokes and how vital that moment, how decisive that moment may well be. Moving away to his left, and the second's an absolute screamer. Was only able to reach it with one hand. Plucked it low. It was one of the best. A great pair of hands. And I do wonder, Kev, I mean, that sort of backing over a conversation that we've had a couple of times already in the match about Robson's prospects as a Test cricketer into the future. It shouldn't be forgotten that England are near enough to the worst catching team in the world right now in the cordon, by all the data that's kept by CricViz especially. I think they might be 8th or 9th in terms of slip catching over the last 3 years, something like that. I mean, Robson straight into that cordon. He'll improve that cordon immediately by his presence. It's not everything, but it's not nothing either.
It's better to end the over from Bamber. 41 bowled, so Eckersley falling before lunch. Second ball of the over. Caught Robson, bowled Bamber for 2. Travaskis seeing out those 4 balls to finish, and here comes Rowland-Jones again at the pavilion. No, I think you're absolutely right, and also the man. You know, he's a great guy, Sam Robson.
Yep.
So dedicated, so committed, so determined. And England would get all of that. They'd get a Sam Robson that they had before, who, let's not forget, he was the best record alongside Cook since Strauss retired. And that they've exhausted options since then, haven't they? So they had a 24-year-old Robson who did okay, didn't do well enough, but he did okay. They've now got a 32-year-old Robson. It's almost crazy that they've left it this long. Rowland-Jones then. 5 for 22. He's got 3 slips, a deep gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And it's Rowland-Jones running down the hill in the sunshine at Lords. Full and straight to Salisbury and push back. That'll never get old. Rowland-Jones running down the hill in the sunshine at Lords. It will always make you feel of one particular afternoon here against Yorkshire in 2016.
One thing I will say about Bamber, before lunch is that he's ruined the 10-for. We were permitting ourselves the chance to just sift through the archives and ponder what might be. But Bamber's stopped that now. Best he can do is a 9.
Oh, that's nice. Just leaving the tail ender. Yeah, he's done the Stephen Finn, hasn't he? Finn was the man that denied Harris. Quite a different day that was when the Gales were battering England. Harris ran up the hill into the winds to take 9 for. Interesting to see what his pace is like after lunch. 75. That was towards the top end of what he's been producing so far. But again, he's cranked it up in this game to really put pressure on in this last innings of a match, which seemed destined to a draw. Right up there, comfortably across and behind it, Salisbury. Yeah, it looked a little bit more floaty, that one, from Roland Jones. 73 miles an hour.
So credit to Salisbury, batting all the way through that first session, having arrived as night watchman. And they were reeling on evening 3. His equal highest first class score at the moment.
In the air, but safe. No backwards square in place. So Travaskis, Salisbury, sorry, moves to 45. His high score.
Yeah, a bit uppish, but gap there. No concerns. Into the Charles Tyrrell advertising boards, who've been dressing Kevin Mee through the week. Always wanted to say that.
They finally made us look smart, Collar.
Oh, they're quite welcome to keep dressing me into the future if they so wish. Nice clothes. 42 overs gone, 120 for 6.
Yeah, it was in the air, wasn't it, that one? They've got the fielder just in front of the square leg umpire. Max Holden it was, rather than backward of. Had you been there, it would have been a chance for him. But Salisbury's been absolutely brilliant. And for a night watchman, for a second week in a row to hit 50 against Middlesex, that will be a frustration. The lead's 48 now.
Oren Smith in the comments on YouTube. What would your win viz be at the moment? We did a lot of this on the final day against Derbyshire. And we flirted with it yesterday, and then the game changed quite quickly with Martin Anderson. I think at that stage, after tea yesterday, and it says a bit about how quickly the game sped up, but we both thought, yeah, you know, low 20s, mid 20s possibly for Middlesex at that particular juncture. We thought Durham were more likely of the two teams, and then Anderson changed the game with the bat. Roland Jones pushed it home in the final 11 overs, and obviously before lunch today there have been 3 further wickets, so it's slanted heavily in favour of the home side to win from here. But yeah, what number would you put on it? We've all seen enough international cricket now with WinViz on the screen and how it oscillates. I mean, I think from here you'd suggest that Durham, well, effectively 0. Let's call it 1. I think they don't like putting 0, do they? So let's call it 1. The draw you might see from here, what, 1 in 5 times, 1 in 6 times you might get a draw from this position if you're Durham. 2 sessions to go, 4 wickets in hand. It's going to take a lot.
The fact that night watchman's set is a problem still for Middlesex, isn't it? That Salisbury, I mean, it's so far to that second new ball, still 40 overs away, which should only leave, what, just over 20 left in the day.
Yeah, they won't need to chase for long, right, given where it's at the moment. They're not going to score at any particular tempo. That seems unlikely. So, yeah, let's say 1 in 5 times, to be generous to Durham, the batting team would be able to save a game from this position. So I'll go, 79.9 Middlesex, 20 for the draw, and 0.1 Durham.
That's well bowled. Around the wicket, getting it to go back up the slope to the left-handed Travaskis.
But even that, maybe I'm being too conservative on Durham, because if they did get 120 ahead, maybe that would be a 1 in 10 chance of them claiming victory from there. So, yeah, maybe give them 5, 4 or 5. Middlesex 75, and the rest of the draw. Have I got that right? 20.
I'm just going to say yes. That's a nice shot. It'll just be a single though, Murta coming around. Oh, Bamber has to roll to one side while laying Dorman on the track to get out of the way of it.
Yeah, I suppose you could say, would Durham win 1 in 20 from here? Probably not 1 in 20, maybe 1 in 30 or 1 in 40. So that would be, 2 or 3%. And then would Middlesex win 3/4 of games from here? I think yes. And maybe the draw 1 in 5. So there's a convoluted answer to your question, Oren Smith. We'll try and do a better job if and when this innings ends.
No, you've done a great job there. End of the over, 121 for 6, 43 gone. So yeah, Salisbury, the reason why I was talking about that second new ball was, if these balls are going soft, and I don't think they did get the replacement yet. They have had a look, haven't they? I don't think they got the change. They might have done. I do remember them putting it through the handcuffs, but then to be honest, it all happened such a blur for Roland Jones that overtook everything. But nonetheless, a ball 43 overs old, an attack which will just be starting to feel it towards the end of a fourth day, towards the end of a couple of months of back-to-back first-class games, as it's been for all the counties up and down the country. So in 40 overs time, let's say they did manage to see out to the second new ball, just for argument's sake, at 3 and over, 120 more. They leave by 160. That leaves Middlesex 160 to chase off the last 20. Well, that would be fun, because they'd undoubtedly come out and go for it. But Durham would have everybody back on the boundary, open bowl towards the grandstand from whichever end they were bowling, keeping it well away from the short boundary in Old Father Time.
Yeah, Travaskis is a player in form. 80 in the first innings. Unbeaten in that effort. His highest score in first-class cricket came just a few weeks ago against Sussex when he made 88 down at Hove. His highest score before this season was 77 not out, so going well. The left-arm orthodox all-rounder.
Oh, wow, that didn't get up. That really kept low outside off. Down the slope. A chuckle from Roland Jones. Saw one of those this morning through to Simpson, didn't we? Borthwick on strike at the time. I think it's been left-handers both occasions.
Oh yeah, that's genuinely kept low. That's fine, you want that on the final day. Not every over, but occasionally.
A little inside tickle on that. Across the front of the pads though. Pick up a single out to deep square. There comes Salisbury onto strike. He deserves a 50 at least here, doesn't he, Salisbury? Middlesex wouldn't begrudge him 5 more, but not many more than that. But yeah, what Durham have done this morning, we had one of the correspondents asking about it, and you responded to them, Colin. They've done exactly what you'd expect of them and put up a lot of fight. But for 2 brilliant balls in 3 deliveries from Roland Jones, it would still be in doubt this game. Heavily in doubt, should I say. Of course, it's still in doubt now, but heavily in doubt.
Yeah, it was the perfectly timed intervention. I mentioned the Hanscom decision to bring him back. You could have forgiven him for keeping Holman on. I mean, Holman and Bamber were doing the spade work there. They dried up Durham to nothing really by way of runs. So it's a big call to change up at that point. But and Holman was threatening. Yeah, excellent captaincy. And of course, Roland Jones is the attack leader. It's not as though it's an unusual thing to bring him back, but it was the timing of it. Just changing the energy with about 20 minutes until the lunch break. And as it was yesterday, wicket, first ball of the spell. After Borthwick looked practically flawless to that point. He fended at a delivery in the previous over, found an outside edge from Bamber. And that was his only false stroke until he chopped on for 60.
Oh, right in behind. Salisbury could have been forward, kept a tad low, came back in, but he got back down on it. 1-2-2 for 6. Just looking up the 2019 season that I was talking about for Roland Jones, when he got that 10 for. He got 10 against Gloucestershire in that innings of the 7 for 52, his best in an innings, and picked up 10 for the match. And then went down to Glamorgan and picked up 9. Just short of it. Against Sussex the following week at Hove, he got 5 for 70 in the first innings, and in the Sussex second innings, he ended up wicketless as Sussex won by 7 wickets. Oh, that keeps low again. Travaskis this time looking to go back and pull, and well, perhaps his final position tells you everything you need to know about that. He was spun off his feet as he realised he wasn't in the right park at all for that delivery.
Nearly exactly the same outcome as the Borthwick dismissal. Under edge there, and more than likely ends up back on the woodwork. In the end, finds himself on his backside.
Forward to this one. Yeah, it was 2 beautiful shots there, weren't they? 1-2-2 for 6, and on a final day you'd expect that. You know, there's going to be the odd ball every now and again, and across this match it's been a brilliant pitch. There's just been 2, maybe 3 deliveries today that we thought, oh, that one's not quite done as expected, but it's been another belting surface. And that's why on the final day as well, you know, all right, there was a fair bit that still needed to happen overnight, wasn't there? Or coming into the fight, the third innings, I should say. Good defence on that one, Travaskis. Good line, played it nicely. Yeah, there was a lot to happen coming into the third innings of the match. But, you know, funny things do happen in the third innings, and funny things do happen on the final day as pressure builds. Yeah, that little run that I was talking about, there was a match June 30th to July 3rd at Derbyshire, where Roland Jones ended up 1 from 107 off 30. That's well played. Just steered fine of De Carey's. They'll get a single. And number 22 off 11 in the second innings. But that second innings, I remember feeling, wow, Roland Jones is back. It just took him a little while to ease back into it. They went from there at Derbyshire to Northwood, Merchant Taylor's School. Skiddled Gloucestershire for 201. Roland Jones 7 for 52, being Hammond, Dent, Bracey, Charlesworth, Benny Howell, Graham Van Buren. Hit 51 with the bat as well in that game. And in the second innings, 3 wickets for him as he claimed as he claimed Hal Higgins and Chad Sayers. So yeah, that was the last 10 for Roland Jones, and then off to Cardiff the following week, and he nearly made it back to back. 5 for 50. 4 for 45 in the first innings. 5 for 68 in the second. It was at that point you definitely knew that Roland Jones was back. Like I say, it was at Derbyshire where he really got it going again. That was Stuart Law's first season in charge. He was just easing into his comeback, Roland Jones. Didn't need to ease into it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Who are the big football fans in the Middlesex team, Kev? Who are the ones who'd love to have this wrapped up by 4 o'clock to watch the final day of the Prem?
Max Holden, definitely. Although, as an Arsenal fan, he'll be a little worried. This afternoon. It's Kerry's, I'm not sure. I'd have to check that one. But Holden's Arsenal. Simpson, I don't think, is too bothered. Roland Jones is Manchester United, Mercer's Liverpool, so yeah, he's got a fair eye on it this afternoon.
It's a massive weekend of sport, isn't it? We were going through it yesterday. F1's about to start in Barcelona too.
Oh, thought about it, Travaskis leaves alone. So, I can confidently tell you, far right, Ram Prakash's Arsenal, in the middle of the screen there, Richard Johnson is Tottenham. So they've got an awful lot this afternoon to be thinking of. The battle for fourth.
I wonder what they're looking at the moment. They're looking at have they got the iPad out or something like that?
No, Jono, it's probably a mirror. A little inside tickle. It's a couple now for Travaskis off Roland Jones after lunch. Lands safely though. Could be the Grand Prix that Richard Johnson's having a look at.
Wouldn't you love like an iconic phrase that you say on commentary? Like, lights out. Quite the same as the go, go, go.
That was great, that, wasn't it? Which adorned all the computer games back in the 90s, didn't it, as well? Actually, I think of all the computer games, it was probably F1 that the commentary nailed it perfectly. Because it was just drop in certain points, wasn't it? I think the golf commentary was quite good as well on computer games. They struggled a bit with the football commentary for a while, didn't they? End of the over, 1, 2, 3 for 6. Another maiden for Roland Jones. 5 for 27 from 14, a second maiden.
I reckon there might be a little bit of second screening going on through the afternoon, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think part of the charm of county cricket, isn't it, that you can kind of have it on in the background through the course of 4 days. YouTube, of course, has helped with that, with most smart TVs being able to be rigged up in that way. Couldn't be more different, really, following the championship to what it was even 5 years ago, Kev, when, of course, you were dutifully narrating the games on radio, but as far as actually watching them, when did the static cameras become able to be streamed, do you think? Like, I feel like it wasn't the case until about maybe 4 years ago. Would that be about right? 5 or 6 maybe? I mean, of course they existed, but there's a distinction between them having them and actually being able to tune in and watch live.
Stream them. I'm just trying to think who went first. Funnily enough, it was all the way back in 2005. BBC London first put it forward to to say, why not just fix a couple of cameras at either ends and put it alongside the commentary in 2000? So they were thinking as far back then, but it wasn't until the ECB put the fixed cameras on, because they then became standard at all grounds, the fixed cameras.
And they're for the analytics, aren't they? They're there for not just for our enjoyment and our broadcasting, but the fixed cameras, which we don't use so much here anymore, but some counties still have them as a big part of their broadcast. That's for all the input, all the data rather, that's input for the various analysts who work with each club and work with England too.
So what happens then? It depended upon which ground you went to, whether there was a live stream with it or not. Oh, that's a nice ball. It's a punch off the back foot. Through it goes to the keeper. I've got a feeling that one of the counties went a lot earlier, or a couple of them, you know, but then it took a while. Maybe it was 5 or 6 years ago when everybody did.
So your radio commentary, when did that first get synced up to the stream, do you think? I'm asking the wrong guy. I'm asking the wrong guy. You remember none of the dates.
I know. It's bad. So yeah, 2017. It was definitely happening. Looking back on some of the dates here, yeah, dates for me are a bad thing. I'm trying to get specifics pinned down. Yeah, so it's definitely live streaming back in 2017. I suppose the title year. Like I say, it was funny. I think Surrey got it up quite early, didn't they, to do the live stream from either end?
Yeah, I think 2017 they had at the very least, I know they had their commentary synced at that year. I think they had one moving camera that year, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Then it became a case of somebody also have a moving camera as well as the two fixed. But yeah, 2017 definitely. I guess 2016 when they won the title, that's probably a very good question. How many of those games were streamed live?
That's where it got a bang. Who was that?
Yeah, so the live streams back in 2016 here I can see as well. So the thing is, even with the county commentaries, they obviously all just started slowly. BBC London first with Middlesex and Surrey, but then it wasn't until somewhere around 2012, 2013 when everybody did it. So it took a while before everybody finally was on board and all the counties were covered. A fine job here, Durham, after lunch, of just quietening Middlesex down. But perhaps we all expected that Middlesex would come out and be all over them once again. 23 balls for Traskis so far.
It really has changed the way that county cricket's consumed, isn't it? I mean, we've got a community of people chatting away in the comments there, and I'm sure when the radio commentary was the defining medium to take it in, it had a similar energy on social media and all the rest. But with the moving cameras we've got here, it's been compared to watching cricket on the TV in the 70s or the 80s. I mean, I wasn't alive then myself, but having watched a lot of Test cricket, so the archive Test cricket, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Cameras at both ends, the camera at mid-wicket. Compared to the static cameras, it does change the experience entirely. I don't think I could sit through watching two static cameras. I tried to watch the Butler 11 against the Root 11, I think it was, in the bubble a couple of years ago at Southampton. That was just static cams, and I found that unwatchable, because now we're conditioned to what we've got.
That didn't even have a commentary on it, did it?
No, it didn't. I pitched up after
yeah,
one day. After one day, I said, "You don't need a commentator, do you? We can come down." But no, that wasn't viable with the bubble as it was.
I think Dan Norcross next door and Mark Church as well were pitching for it also.
Yeah,
They just turned everybody down.
We were kind of part of the same cabal that said to the ECB, you know what, we could do this out of Daniel's living room. Things have been done out of Daniel's living room before. And no, they weren't keen on advancing that idea, sadly.
Sharp. Trebaskis finds the boundary for the first time, 127 for 6, 55 the lead. If they can double that lead, then they'll at least feel when they come out to bowl that if they can put 2 on the board early, there might be something to be had for them.
Yeah, they needed a good hour after lunch, to state the bleedingly obvious. And that's what they're getting. Much as it was when they started this morning with, again, Salisbury, part of that partnership with Borthwick, worth 93. Well, Trevaskis, we mentioned already, the man in form, yet to be dismissed in this match. They've been out there for half an hour. Well, yes, in a situation like this, a small bite-sized pieces, and get through to tea and see where they're at. Because what that will mean is that more overs in the legs of Roland Jones and Murtagh, presumably. Likewise Bamber, who's now bowled 3 spells. So yeah, it's marginal gains from here for Trevaskis and Salisbury, and if they can get deep enough in, then if they were to be bowled out, they might even have a little bit of a buffer with runs. But we're a long way from that with 60 overs left today. They'll have to bat for, you'd think, 35 to 40 of those, probably 40 of those, to be at safety.
Goes again, cut off by Holden in the covers there. Scrambling stop from him, well done. End of the over. 2015, I can find Worcestershire had a live stream against Middlesex.
The old Worcestershire website.
Yes.
They would have put that on Twitter by saying, to find the stream, go to worcestershire.ccc.cricket.com, whatever it was, then click commentary, then click stream, then click live. They had a lovely way of communicating on social media at the time.
I remember.
Iconic.
I remember being extremely frustrated. I think it was at Derbyshire. So this would have been about 2018 or so. I remember being extremely frustrated with that, where honestly the live stream for that match at the ground, commentating on it, I just couldn't find it. Sat there commentating on the game, trying to get the live. It was so deep within the website, I couldn't find it anywhere. They had the next pop concert that was going to be on at Derby. That was first thing you saw. Comes back in, but doing too much surely. Height would have been an issue for Salisbury as well, standing up tall to that.
Yeah, it feels like Middlesex are almost reaching a similar place to where they did in the first session, in that they've just got to keep their nerve here too. Remember, the way they were able to prize out Borthwick was through patience, drying up the scoreboard. If Bamber and Roland Jones and Murtagh, and probably Holman, can play a role in that here, they have got quite a long time to take these 4 wickets.
Edged and taken. Bamber has another. Salisbury's gone. He doesn't get to the half century. The night watchman. Fabulous catch yet again behind the stumps. Absolutely amazing work behind the stumps for Middlesex in this game. 127 for 7. Salisbury gone for 45. Bamber with the last 2 to go, probing away, persistence, and a nick which John Simpson swallows up quite happily, but tidily done again from the keeper, who has been brilliant in this game, as Middlesex have been pretty much all day today, and a fair bit of the day yesterday too.
Credit to Bamber. I mean, he's bowled really well today. Bowled without luck in the first innings and didn't take a wicket. And he was hard on himself last week against Notts about the way he bowled. Hasn't had the same returns as last season. An average with a 4 in front of it. Last year he was averaging 20. Lesser characters can lose their bundle in a situation like that. Didn't get a wicket in his first spell today, but swung around to the nursery end, which isn't his preferred end. Was such an important part of that squeeze before lunch. Comes back after the interval. Bowls extremely tidily. Beats Salisbury on the inside edge. Next ball goes the other way, beats him on the outside edge, gets the edge, or gets the nick, I should say, and then through to Simpson, who does the rest so competently as he so often does. So yeah, I think that bigger picture, Ethan Bamber, I mean, you can't ask much more, can you? 2 for 10 from 11.2 overs, and it's the way he's done it and the way he's stuck to the task. He's an impressive young cricketer.
Yeah, he is. Great character. He was so hard on himself last week, it was ridiculous that he was that hard on himself, really. Been so consistent since breaking into the side. Time after time, turning up and performing. More than 100 first-class wickets at an average of 23 at the age of 23. He's been a real find for Middlesex. This man, his second coming at Durham, Rain. I was going to say he was a real find for Leicestershire. Back up to Durham, and a good bat as well.
Yeah, big Sunderland fan, so he would have enjoyed what happened yesterday, albeit I don't know how they would have found out about that, maybe over the boundary line when they were finally able to bowl Middlesex out. Made a half-century this year. He's been pretty consistent with the bat.
And the wicket to him, just tickled to mid-wicket.
A number of starts. Got 31 against Glamorgan, 23 against Sussex, 36 against Notts, and then the 51 not out against his old club, Leicestershire, who he played with between 2013 and 2018. We mentioned when he came in first time around, he's got a 41 ball century in the Blast some years ago for Leicestershire at Edgbaston. Principally there for his bowling, but yes, averaging 26 through the season. But he is on a pair. In the first innings, he was out to Tim Murtagh, caught by Toby Rowland-Jones. Trying to remember that dismissal. Was that caught at mid-on, if I recall correctly? Rowland-Jones, Murtagh.
Yes, dollied it up to mid-on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Caught Rowland-Jones, yeah?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. That's very good from Bamber. Just coming back up the slope, straightening on the left-hander. Solid defence from Rain.
It might be the case that Rain's best option here is actually to play quite aggressively. He'll be the man most likely of this lower order to make quickish runs. Sure, he's got to get a start first and get off the pair and all the rest of it, but if he can build a bit of a buffer there, it might just provide pause for thought for Middlesex. They might start snatching at it.
Off the pair. Off the mark. Down to long leg, but the feeling was that was taken from quite a straight line. End of the over, 128 for 7, as you can see. 58 in the bottom corner. That still remains quite an important number, which will be on all of the fielders' mind. We can see it at the bottom of the screen on the live stream, but the fielders out there, they'll look up every now and again. That will still be on their mind. Lead of 56.
Yeah, and Salisbury up there too, the last out for 45. What a fantastic contribution coming in when he did yesterday, when they looked every chance to be 4 or 5 or 6 even down at stumps, even though he was only walking out with 3 or 4 overs until the close of play. It felt like there was a wicket possible every ball that Rowland-Jones sent down, and as it was for Murtagh too, he was nearly bowled first ball, inside edge onto the pad, but came out this morning, positive mindset, looked to put away the bad ball, played the perfect supporting role to Borthwick, and they put on 93. His highest score in first-class cricket.
Feels like Ben Rain's a better bowler than an average of 22. I was scrambling as a comparison, Toby Rowland-Jones. It looks like it's almost a military operation down there for those, doesn't it? Where are they? At the bottom of where the Compton, the Edrich and the Mound stand meet. Snipers in the long grass. Yeah, I was thinking probably a good comparison then, just in terms of you have an impression of a player, don't you? Your impression of a batter. Ben Rain average 22. Toby Rowland-Jones is perhaps a good comparison. Also has an average of 22, 12 50s, 1 century from 175 innings. Toby Rowland-Jones. And Ben Rain, an average of 22 with 13 50s in 158 innings. Right in there behind the man. It wasn't because he was bowling to him at that point, but just it felt like they'd be a good comparison of the pair. Because Rain's seen very much as an all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder, but an all-rounder. Whereas Rowland-Jones is perhaps seen as a bowler who offers an awful lot with the bat.
He's got a highest first-class score of 82. Gets Northants back in 2019, so he can bat.
He's squirted away to cover. Kept a little low on him. I think he went better than that in the universities match this summer, did he? But obviously that's not first class anymore. What was it against? For Leicestershire against who? Oh, sorry, was it? I thought it was in front of you. Sorry, Colin. It was at 82, I think you said, wasn't it? 87. He got against Durham Uni in March, but no longer carrying first class status. Off the legs, or is it off the legs? It's just pad. Goes square of the wicket, leg by signals.
Yeah, taken as a whole last season, made 308 runs at 26 in county cricket, or in championship cricket, I should say. So, yeah. He's capable enough if he can go with Travascus here.
That was part of the ground staff, should I add, not one of the Durham players snoozing. Watching on the sidelines. That's a great little spot. Now that was the chap. We should have all the questions we asked this morning of the head groundsman, Carl. We should have asked what was it all about with the crowd yesterday. And one of the members of the ground staff, who we just saw in shot.
Yeah, he's on his hands and knees at one stage, wasn't he? Crawling around or something like that.
End of the over. 129 for 7.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
"13 runs since lunch, but losing the wicket. The night watchman, Salisbury, Ethan Bamber's second victim, caught behind by Simpson for 45. 127 for 7. Now it's Travascus and Rain, with a big job ahead with 57 overs left in this match. They'll have to bat for most of those. Bamber's got 2 slips. This is the 51st over of their innings. And so long as Middlesex get a decent hour of chasing, they'll be able to have a real pop at whatever they're set, unless something out of the ordinary happens and Ben Rain unleashes. But no sign of that at this stage, nor should there be. About consolidation and survival here at the moment. Get as many overs in the legs of these Middlesex bowlers as they can. See if they start to tire, and it might get easier after tea. But so much work to do here. Bamber's conceded just 4 runs in his last 8.5 overs. So this spell, 2 for 4 from 8.3 either side of lunch. He came on to replace Martin Anderson, who was expensive. They were effectively trying to bounce out Salisbury, the night watchman, who was in from yesterday, and it didn't work out. But plan A with these dependable seamers has worked so far. Don't expect it'll be long before we see Tim Murtagh again to replace Bamber. Maybe the spin of Holman after Roland Jones. Holman. A tidy spell before lunch. Yes, Tim Murtagh is warming up alongside Bamber at mid-on. A few comments coming through here. One from Doit W saying he's about to head off and watch the football, and he's thanking us for our coverage, expecting that the game will be wrapped up by the time that he returns. Well, who knows, Doit? It might be the case that you're tuning back into the stream after the football, and we've got a thrilling final hour finish. Don't assume anything when watching the county championship, but appreciate the sentiment all the same. Enjoy the football. Slapping through the offside is Rain. Out to the long boundary, gets there comfortably. His first 4.
Nice shot. As you say, more aggressive from Rain, perhaps the better option. We talked about perhaps there was 80 or so overs left, wasn't there? If we just split that in half and said if they batted for another 40 overs and then Middlesex were left 40 overs either to be bowled out or chase whatever runs. At this stage for Durham, is it better just to try and get on with it and get something to bowl at? Get 120, get 130 to bowl at if things go really well.
Yeah, that did cross my mind that it might be. I mean, it's all about balancing the risk here, isn't it, for Durham? But if Rain comes off and bats the way that he can in a higher gear, and he can get 30 or 40, it'll give them some interest when bowling at the very start, at least. As I noted before, I'm sure that even if Middlesex have 15 overs to chase and they've got to go at 8 sets, they'll go for it. And we're a long, long way from that, by the way. There's still 56 overs left in the match. There is going to be that change we foreshadowed a moment ago with Luke Holman coming on from the nursery end, and the pavilion end. Tim Murtagh's been warming up to come on from the nursery end. So in all probability, a double change, the first we've seen since lunch. They returned from that about 45 minutes ago. So the wicket for Bamber. And now Holman's turn. Can he get back in that groove that he found to Salisbury before lunch? He's going to have a short leg for Travaskis, a slip as well for Captain Hanscom. Good start.
And the flip side is we go back to what we discussed this morning when they lost their 5th wicket in the first innings. Keegan Peterson, 183 for 5. That was the 70th over of the Durham first innings. The final 5 batted for another 50.
Short and wide. Doesn't quite put it away. Bamber sweeping.
They batted another 52 overs for the final 5. Now that did include Ned Eckersley, we should add, who is still going. Travaskis was unbeaten on 80 at the end, but it also includes Salisbury, who's the night watchman. He's been gone of the 7 that are here, for example. So where Rain produced nothing in the first innings, if he can get something here, there is batting. Cast got 28, 54 in the first knock.
It's Robson at short leg, not Stoneman, I should say. He's been in the game twice today, 2 excellent catches. Screamer before lunch. Just wide of him there.
To a reel at the end of this match of the catches alone. You think of that Simpson one in the first innings where he was on the move to catch it.
Yeah, a few beauties for Simpson. Robson. Some world-class fielding. That's a probing line. Trying to angle it into about the 4th stump or thereabouts and then spin it back towards middle and leg to try and get Robson in the game or through the gate. Watch for the googly, the tempter. That's flat. We saw Holman bowl a wonderful wrong-un to Salisbury in his first spell today. It was given not out, but it was well disguised. He got plenty on it. If he can do so here on that same angle, he might entice the drive and get the slip Hanscom in game. Inside edge. Good over there from Holman. 2 runs from it. Picking up from where he left off. 135 for 7, the lead 63. 55 overs left.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier. This is a great opportunity for Holman to just bowl here for a bit. Try and bowl himself in. They do have time, 55 overs, Middlesex, to still knock over these 3 wickets and hit whatever runs required. But a great opportunity for Holman to get some real overs under his belt. Again, at a very, very young age. And against batters in Trevaskis, who batted for an unbeaten 80 in the first innings, against Rain, who, as you've mentioned, his best option might be to play his natural game, which is a little bit more attacking, a little bit more aggressive.
No one out on the offside, 2 slips. It'll be Bamber to continue for the time being. 2 out on the leg side. Square leg, long leg. Staying around the wicket. Inside part of the bat, out to the first of those 2 sweepers on the leg side. So a chance here at Trevaskis, the less aggressive of the 2.
That's
so good from Bamber. Just on that angle, just trending up the slope, well earned. 3 wickets in this long spell from Ethan Bamber. Barely conceding a run. Get a look at the reverse angle. Had to play on that line. Couldn't get the bat out of the way when he tried to. Trevaskis dismissed for the first time in the match for 8. And Durham, a 136 for 8. Just Carson Rushworth to come. Middlesex should now be able to wrap this up.
That was the angle I liked. Sorry, Con, I couldn't help myself with that one. That felt nice. Right arm around to the left-hander, going back up the slope. That was a beautiful ball from Bamber. And again, so good for him, as we've touched on. Hasn't he worked hard in this innings?
We talked about it a bit through the game, the way that Bamber's able to move the ball both ways here at Lord's. Not everyone can do that, and his weapon usually is going up the slope more often than not, and so it was there to the left-hander. His first 4 overs, 7 runs were taken from him, Bamber, and from there, he's been just about unhittable. Conceding just a further 9 runs across 9.5 overs. 3 wickets along the way. Salisbury, well, Eckersley initially, then Salisbury, now Trevaskis. So, Bamber in the hunt for a fifer. Roland Jones took the first 5. It may very well be the case that Bamber takes the next, as Bryden Cass prepares to face the music. Made an important 28. Cass in the first innings to help get Durham up towards the batting point for 350. Put on 42 with Trevaskis, but he's now back in the hutch. Hanscom tweaking, wants cover in a fraction closer. 2 slips, 2 wickets to get.
I think a cast with those 2 sixes to get him to the 300, that 3rd batting point in the first innings. At 28, something of a cameo, but it was with a strike rate of 51. He was there for a while, an hour and 8 minutes, 54 balls. If it can hang around for an hour here, take another 16 overs out of this match. Because again, even if they're chasing something around 120, 130 or 40 overs, Middlesex, 0 for 2, slows them down slightly at the very beginning. Just got to bank on this, you know, another over like Rushworth at the start of the Middlesex first innings, which is a beaut. Might still be a little twist in this game, but it'll all depend on this partnership now. Bryden Cass and Ben Raim.
You can still see those scars on you from 10 years ago, Kev. Can sense the anxiety. Oh, Bamber, brilliant. Just conventional outswing in the 53rd over. Murtagh was warming up a couple of overs ago to replace Bamber, but why replace him? He's the Energizer Bunny. He can go all day. This spell of 10 overs either side of the lunch break, and they'll be very happy with his work up on the balcony. Bamber, who didn't take a wicket in the first innings. It's the first time in the season that he's taken more than 2 in an innings here as well. Recapturing some of that magic from 2021 on the final day of this fixture. Now Holman's turn. Yet to get a wicket, but certainly played his role. No coincidence that there was one up the other end as soon as he was reintroduced. The leg spinner goes again. It's nicely carved away though by Rain into double figures. His second boundary. Enough width to work with there.
Do they gamble against Holman, young 21-year-old spinner? Do they think with a short boundary, Rain there, if he gets anything short, then surely he's going to try and give himself room and access that boundary. Anything wide's going to go. But Cass as well. It was Holman that was hit for the 2 sixes.
Yeah, it might have reached that tipping point. It's full, misses out. Straight to backward square where De Carey's is in patrol. It might have reached that tipping point, losing Travascus, that they would know the probability of the bowlers holding on for 40 plus overs is so limited that it becomes more a question about the lead, less about the overs. On the dance, a bit more intent. And by that I mean their best way of saving the game, or at least being able to create some pressure in the final session, might be to get the lead more in line with what you're saying, above 100, 120. And to do that, I'd have to bat with some serious purpose. The deep square leg goes out here, 20 metres in front of the grandstand. So Hanscom playing along here, giving them 1. Bit short, more runs behind point. Could be a second boundary in the over, and it will be. Nicely placed. So Rain up to 15, 3 of those are 4s.
We've often reached a point in the match where we say it's at the point where something's going to happen one way or the other now. It's going to be wickets or it's going to be runs. You can't imagine that these two are just going to be sitting in for a long while and the runs won't tick if they're there.
Yeah, I think this is the right attitude. With Travascus there, I mean, it might maybe slightly different story. We've seen he can bat for a long stretch of time. That'll be less clear with Cass. And Rain has that experience, so of trying to score quickly, that is. So, yeah, maybe this little passage of play, they might arrive at the conclusion they are best placed going for it and seeing what happens. Eight runs from the over, 2 boundaries, leads up to 72, 144 for 8.
How much do you enjoy watching Bamber from the nursery end there? His figures are 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 16 in this innings. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But from the nursery end, and forgive me again, that ball that I jumped in, we were part distracted.
No, not at all.
We were part distracted looking at something else as well, weren't we? And then he produced a ball like that. It was lovely up the slope, and then he saw the one down the slope as well to Cass at the end of the over. And this was where, when he first came through, Ethan Bamber, you thought, this guy's nailed on for the nursery end. He's the perfect nursery end bowler when Mercer decides he's done down there. But with Helm and Roland Jones at one end, or Shaheen and Helm, or Shaheen and Roland Jones as they had the choice at one end, Mercer and Bamber at the other, it felt as though they found something quite nice. Because I've really enjoyed his bowling from the nursery end this year, Ethan Bamber.
11th over of this spell. Still got 2 slips. Straight past Cass. That could have clipped an edge. Could have found the off stump. Didn't quite get up either. He's in the game every ball now, Bamber. It's getting better and better the deeper he moves into this spell.
So from the nursery end, he's Mercer but quicker, isn't he? Which is, and I genuinely don't say that as a slant on Mercer, because Mercer is brilliant. He is a genius, and not just at the nursery end, because his record stands up everywhere. It's not just a Mercer, it's not as though he's done this with an extraordinary average here at Lords.
Yeah, interesting. You'd see him as the long-term nursery end bowler. By necessity, that might be what he has to be. Because last year he looked so good bowling from the pavilion end. They complemented each other, Mercer and Bamber, but they'll reach a point when they're not bowling together, when they need a long-term option from this end. And he does seem the logical one with Roland Jones and Helm. I suppose Helm bowls more from the nursery end than the pavilion end as well, but Helm's got that extra yard and a half. So all things being equal, Helm from the pavilion end, you would think, is where he's going to naturally end up bowling more overs when he's kind of leading the attack in a couple of years, as you think he might. In the post-Roland Jones era, might we call it? Yeah, I can see that. Bamber at one end, Helm at the other. Set and forget.
And Blake Cullen at the pavilion end as well. He's another one, isn't he?
Yep.
Down the hill at the pavilion end.
Yeah, that's spot on, isn't it? So, seeing Tim Murtagh doing his calisthenics again, giving the impression to Peter Hanscom that he's ready to roll the minute that they want to replace Bamber, but why would you at this point?
And all the way in the background there, Martin Anderson behind that slip cordon. He's bowled nicely from the nursery end as well. So if it were to be Helm and Cullen from one end and Bamber and Anderson the other, it's not a bad quartet.
Yeah. Skewed away. Thick edge towards deep third. They get at least 2. They'll probably be happy with that, and they are. Blick Holman does the fielding. Again, committed chase. We saw one of those from the Careys before lunch. These young Middlesex players, they're most diligent in the field.
But don't write off the old dogs just yet. Mercer and Roland Jones. And a bit like Anderson actually at the other end of his career with the bat, and Holman in particular, as we said, his batting is going to take the pressure off his spin. Roland Jones's capability with the bat, it's something that with age it could get better. You think of someone like Sean Udall, who kept on going up and up and up the order, didn't he, from number 11?
Over complete, 146 for 8, lead 74. Yeah, I don't think we're sort of talking in the short term, although I have no sense of when Murtagh might play till. But Roland Jones, yeah, number of years left in him. But as far as who they've got coming through, and players who aren't in the championship team right now, Harris being the obvious
absolutely
in that frame.
And Cowshall, who was in the squad down at Glamorgan, I think it was. Cowshall was in the squad for that one. Hove as well, and Toby Greatwood, who played in a one-list day game and really impressed last year.
Yep. Yeah, they're stacked for options. When you consider that this time last year, Finn and Harris were part of the rotation as well. And they had Shaheen Sharafredi until a fortnight ago, so...
Can they convince him to come back every year? For
Shaheen?
Yeah, for half a year each year.
Won't take much convincing, I don't think. Did you see the entourage he was walking around with the other week? Clearly loves it here. The challenge with Shaheen getting him back will be the 3 format commitments for Pakistan. The schedule's just a nightmare for every international team. Now, if you're 3 formats, that is. He's just about the first name on the team sheet in all of those sides for Pakistan. So there might be a brief window each year, roughly when he played this year, sort of just after the Pakistan season ends, which is March. Well, the last month of it's March before it gets too hot to play. So you might see him in April, but I don't think he'd get much more than that in all reality. Yep. That's the right approach from Rain. Lead up to 78. There's not a lot lost here for him, just to go, I think. Measured aggression. Picking the right moments, picking his spots. Doesn't need to slog, but if he can come off for 30 or 40, it'll feel like a different game, maybe 40 or 50. So beyond 150 they go. Better matchup this here for Holman, getting an opportunity to bowl to Cast for the first time. They'll have a slip and a short leg. Hanscom and Robson. Sending out a deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square. So protection, deep point on the other side of the ground. Oh, there's the wrong one. But far enough outside the off stump that Cast never considered playing at it. There's the tempter. End of the 56th over, 151 for 8, 79 in the black, the visitors. Will this be where we see the change with Murtagh trying to get a signal from beneath us here? I think it might be. Yes, it is. So Ethan Bamber's marathon spell comes to an end. He sent down 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 11. Fabulous work. Eckersley, then Salisbury and Travascus. 1 before the break, 2 after. So picking up from where Roland Jones left off. Five for 1, 3 for the other. And now Tim Murtagh will be thinking, can I have 2 myself, please? Bowled 11 unchanged overs last night and this morning. 3 maidens done for 34. Borthwick went after him a little bit this morning. Shot. Ben Rain moves the lead into the 80s. He's found the rope 5 times. That's exactly what he needs to do. Don't let Murtagh get into a rhythm. And from just 29 deliveries, counter-attacking cricket.
Dare I say Keith Barker last year? That's virtually the same track, same angle of attack.
Yeah, potentially. That would take some guts to try and pop him into the mound stand 7 times. Well, time will tell. There is a gap there at cow corner. Shout, inside edge and down leg. They sneak through.
Not in an identical circumstance, but similarly, it did change the course of the match, that innings. From
most certainly. Yeah, that was the first innings, wasn't it, when Middlesex have been knocked over pretty cheaply on days 1 and 2 with some rain about. Then, yeah, later on the second day, it would have been the third day actually, where Middlesex got on top with the ball through Blake Cullen especially, and yeah, Barker got on one 70 odd in a low scoring game. That proved the difference, and Middlesex lost inside 3. Oh, that gets big on him. Better matchup. Can they keep Cast down the danger end? Seeing this back here. Yeah, genuine lift from Murtagh. Look at that. Simpson takes it above his head.
Chasing 120 on this, Colo. Sorry, that was for you, Carl, downstairs.
Well, less about the surface and more about the pressure that Middlesex would then find themselves under if it were to be 120. It'll feel different. 4 more. What a response from Cast. There to be hit. Got into position early. Nice big gap to the short boundary. Partnership worth 24 in no time at all. They've only been together for 4 overs, so going at roughly a run a ball together. What are we there? British Airways flight towards the airport, away from the airport? Not quite sure. Oh, we're back there again. Must be. Oh, there it is, heading west. Maybe it's coming in. I wonder where from. So over the top of the pavilion. Oh, I see. There's 2 planes going simultaneously. The one we're seeing is above us. There's another I can see out our window over the pavilion. So 9 runs coming from that Murta over. As soon as he was brought back into the attack, the lead up to 88. This is still alive, this game. I mean, if we were doing our little WinViz thing we were doing before when they were 6 down, the only difference might be is that you would have the draw down a notch or 2. I don't expect we're trending towards a draw from this point, so that might come down to maybe 10, and Durham might make up the rest of it. They might be up at sort of 15 and Middlesex the rest, still very much in a commanding position. But Durham not completely out of it, especially if they get the lead into 3 figures. Happy with the single. Now this will be interesting. Cass, who we know can hit a long ball, hit a massive 6 in the first innings, didn't he? Will Cass look to go at the short boundary against the spin? In terms of the field, they'll have a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket, but mid on is up, as it were. So cow corner is there if he wants it. And he does want it. Over the top of mid off. He's hammered that. Cass into double figures, 2 boundaries. The lead's 93. Not a lot wrong with the delivery, but he was committed to the stroke. Nice positive footwork, putting himself in a position to swing through the line. Got to keep going, I think. Full. Thrash through the offside, back-to-back boundaries. So 4 boundaries in the last 9 deliveries in this game. Leads up to 97.
That Hampshire match. So first innings, as you said, they were 73 for 6. Middlesex have been scheduled for 172. They were 73 for 6. Hampshire in reply.
Flatter in response.
So you and Dave Fulton were doing that game, and I remember speaking to Fultz on that second morning there when they were 73 for 6, and I said, look, even if they get 30 behind Middlesex, if they're 140 all out, then I'm telling you the third innings pressure is going to tell on Middlesex. They're in trouble at the moment.
Slaps to cover. Ooh, overthrow. Not quite sure what Stoneman was doing there. Ball just stuck in his hand. I didn't fancy it.
So as it was, from 73 for 6, and he's saying to Fultz, even if they get 30 behind, trust me, it'll be good. They went to 208 in that first innings, thanks to Keith Barker's 84 from 116 balls.
I reckon this might be Holman's last ball. Will he go at it? Happy to watch it by. So a leader 97, 169 for 8. I wouldn't be surprised if it's back to Roland Jones or Martin Anderson from the pavilion end next up, because they don't mind going at the spin, these two, as so often is the case with fast bowlers with bat in hand.
So yeah, Barker, 116 deliveries for his 84. That gave them a first innings advantage of what, just 36, but Middlesex were then bowled out for 101. Now obviously different pitch, different overheads. It was Middlesex batted, I think, throughout under lights in that game, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
And different ball as well. The balls last year were doing an awful lot more. But not an identical one, but a similarity. If they could just put something together here.
Well, yeah, the similarity, well, not the similarity, but what they were able to do that day was completely change the energy of the match through that Barker cameo, and it was more than a cameo. And Middlesex were shell-shocked by the time they walked out the bat the second time around, and yeah, they were all out 103, as you say, but I wouldn't be surprised if at one point they were about 20 for 5. They were in all sorts early on. We're going to have a change in ball here by the looks of things. So umpire Long has had the handcuffs this time, and ball goes into the pocket.
Yeah,
which won't be a concern for Tim Murtagh. This happened twice in the first innings, just after lunch and just after tea, and on both occasions a wicket came within a couple of overs, and I think Murtagh was at the bowling crease on both occasions.
So this is the older Duke's ball. This is last year's batch, or recent years' batches that they're calling upon, and that, you know, again plays to the fact that the newer batch goes out of shape, goes soft, goes out of shape. They didn't like the seam on them anyway, and they get the older batch to bowl with once again as umpire Long. He's in good form the last couple of evenings, and I saw him. But yeah, they absolutely battered Middlesex that day. Barker in particular. Vince started the return from 70. Well, 76 for 6, 73 for 6. Vince got him up to 127 for 7. But then that onslaught came.
Yeah, that was, I think, did Vince make 49 or 50, something like that?
62.
62.
Oh, that innings was a horror show, other than Vince and Barker.
Yeah, Vince batted so well under lights, in those conditions, moving ball. So Murtagh, change of ball. Rain gets off strike, first ball. I suspect via the pad. We'll wait for the signal. There it comes, leg by.
Actually, Hanscom came out and made 24. He was the only one to go past 16, was the next high score from Harris. And he batted really well for his 24. For only 12 deliveries, 4 fours, but he was just driving beautifully before being trapped LBW. But Kyle Abbott, yeah, they were 26 for 3.
That was the Kyle Abbott celebra appeal, where he just started running straight to the wicketkeeper. I'm pretty sure it was that one. Didn't appeal, wasn't out. Don't get me started on celebra appeals. Murtagh. I used to find them quite amusing. You know, how can you not? But I've realised over time that they're a problem, especially the lower you get down the cricket pyramid, because you're putting undue pressure on the umpire, and yeah, you saw. I think there was one yesterday as well with Stuart Broad, as he does, running off to gully before the finger's gone up, not even turning around, and the replay showed that it was at best 50-50, probably unlucky for the batter in question. There's an easy solution, by the way, down the leg side. In the laws of the game, you need to appeal. Someone needs to appeal. And the way you interpret it at the moment is, the way it is interpreted, rather, is that by virtue of the fact that the wicketkeeper is asking the question, that constitutes an appeal. Thus, whatever the bowler does is irrelevant. The way to fix it is to simply amend the law that the bowler needs to turn around to ask the question themselves and be part of the appeal. Then all set. It's not that big a tweak, really. Talking to Fraser Stewart, who's the laws boss here at Lords last year for the MCC, he's got a similar view to me on this, that this is getting a bit out of control. There's I think it's Law 42, which deals with over appealing and putting undue pressure on an umpire, which Monty Panesar, who worked with us a couple of days ago, he got into trouble with that once or twice in his Test career. But yeah, there's nothing in there about kind of not appealing and assuming the decision's going your way. And I get it. If you're Kyle Abbott and you've got that presence about you, and you can get a decision or two to go your way that are at best marginal, likewise Stuart Broad. Shaheen Afridi prone to the celebra appeal himself. So is Naseem Shah, his Pakistani teammate. who was playing with Gloucestershire until recently when he got injured.
Broad did do it last week, I should add.
Oh, I'm
the
sure.
Celeb repeal was out last week.
I'm not surprised, yeah. But if you can eke out a wicket occasionally with one that isn't quite there, fair play to you. But I think it's a problem the lower you go down, because when you've got DRS, you can bring that back somewhat as a batter. When you don't, put it this way, I wouldn't want to see kids doing it, and I'm tipping, like with all things, if the professionals are doing it, the kids will follow. Wouldn't be surprised if it starts becoming a problem in the recreational game as a result. Rant over, 59 overs gone, 171 for 8 rather. The lead is up to 99.
Roland Jones. That replacement ball is in hands. They're giving it back to the main man to see what he can do with the replacement ball. How long has he had to warm up for this? Well, a little stretch there from him.
Keep those comments coming through. We've got one here from Gareth Williams. Now listening to the stream whilst cleaning up yesterday's strip and preparing next week's. Perfect Sunday afternoon. Hello, Gareth. Glad you're enjoying it. That sounds nice.
Do we know which strip?
Yeah, where are you working, Gareth? Let us know in the comments. On YouTube, anyone can get involved on there, so long as you register. As foreshadowed, Holman is out of the attack, and it is Roland Jones returning. 5 for 31, his figures. Took the first 5. Can he finish it off? Picked up Jones and Lees in his first over last night, then Peterson just before the close. Borthwick and Stokes in the space of 3 deliveries after coming back into the attack just before lunch today. On that basis, we could have expected a wicket first ball there. Not to be.
It's crucial this now, isn't it? I mean, it's a replacement ball, so who knows what they'll get out of this one. It's picked by the umpire as close as possible to the one that he's putting back in the box. Or throwing in the bin, indeed. But it's the 60th over of the innings, and generally this is when batters look to score runs. The ball's softening, the bowlers are tiring. Over 60 to 80 before that second new ball comes around, it's time to score runs. So really important spell this from Roland Jones and Murtagh. There's still a job to be finished here by Middlesex. 99 the lead, 2 wickets standing, but this pairing, bearing in mind the night watchman has been in, this pairing have both come in 1 lower than they would. Usually say 7 down on the board at the moment when these two are together.
Gareth says that it's Little Hallingbury Cricket Club. Come back after this ball. Yes, Little Hallingbury Cricket Club, hard to pronounce that one, on the Hertfordshire-Essex border. Great to have your company.
There we go, I've got it. Bishop Stortford. We'll be watching the planes going overhead there as well into Stansted.
That's a boundary. Nicely played. Bryden Cast playing his role here. The lead goes beyond 100. This partnership is getting problematic for the home side. They've added 39 runs in the space of about 7 overs. And we've said throughout the day, if they can have one partnership go at a decent clip, it might just change the energy of the final day. Still a long way to go though. 47 overs left in this game. 175 for 8. What seems certain is it will be going into the final session one way or the other.
We've got 40 minutes to tea fixed at 3 on day 3. Day 4 even.
Got a note in here from Ken Saberi responding to the conversation around celeb appeals. He does a bit of age group umpiring. I find the best way is to ignore the bad behaviour and give them a stern talking to. Don't take any rubbish. Couldn't agree with more with that if you can. I just don't know whether everyone's equipped with that. Especially if you were sort of umpiring recreational cricket or... Yes, I think in kids cricket you might be able to give them that stern talking to, and should do. The better way might just be if the MCC just give the laws a little tweak, and then that'll quickly change the behaviour, because they won't be able to do it anymore without running the risk of getting in trouble with the match referee. Two slips, Murtagh. Wicketless in this innings.
Yeah, we should factor that in. T. So the lead's 103. We talk about teams. All teams can chase 200 after T nowadays. If these two are still there at T, which is what did we say? Just under 40 minutes away now. So there'd be 38 overs left in the game.
Yep. Well placed. Back for an easy 2.
If these two are still there at T, Middlesex, almost at best, are facing a stiff T20 chase with no fielding restrictions. If these two are still there in 40 minutes...
Yeah, 40 overs to go, though. Not 20.
Well, I'm assuming that they go on after T for, let's say, another little while. So they take another 10 overs out of it, let's say.
Okay. First one to go past the edge in a while. What bowled?
Even let's say they go for 10 overs after T. So these two make it to T. Another 10 overs after T. It's a long way, you know, talking about another 20 overs or so. Take it down to a 30 over match. Middlesex are looking at potentially chasing 160, 170 off 30.
Well, let's play it a different way. Let's say they go really well. A best case scenario that I'll paint for you. They go a runner ball from here for another 20 overs. Just to make it an even number, let's go a bit less than that. Let's go, they lead by 200 and Middlesex have 27 overs to get it in. They're going to go at it. So my point, I think my point's been all day, is that with 10 wickets in hand, granted no fielding restrictions and all the rest of it, they are duty bound, I think, to have a serious dart at it. They bat deep. They've got a number of fine T20 players off the back of an excellent chase in the last month, where they hauled down 370 on the final day. So I think that, and they'll be mindful of that, especially Hanscom, an aggressive captain, end of the over, leads 105, 177 for 8. 46 overs left in the match. So with that in mind, I still sense that the most important thing for Middlesex now, as it was when Borthwick was batting with Salisbury, and they'd seen out more than an hour and a half this morning without a wicket, is remembering that the worst thing they can do is snatch at it. The best thing they can do is stay patient. Loads of time. Can Roland Jones do it again? 2 wickets to get. You see their car shuffling around in his crease before the ball's bowled. Across his stumps to open up the offside. There's no sweeper on that side of the ground. So you can see there, backward point, a cover a mid-off, but no one out on the offside rope, and it looks as though that's what Cass is trying to do, thread the needle, get it out to the fat side of the ground. Does so again here, but leaves alone.
And that Middlesex side, or this Middlesex side, barring Robson at 1 and probably Bamber and Murtagh at 10 and 11, it's pretty much the T20 side, isn't it? Put Eskenazi in for Robson. push everybody down one, put Cracknell in. There'll be a couple of others that, forgive me, I'm obviously missing, but you know, let's say the next bowler then is Helm. Helm replaces Mercer.
Cuts him in half, inside edge. Roland Jones says yes, and so does umpire Long. There's the 9th wicket. Roland Jones has 6 of them. Gave him the chance to walk, and so he did. Eventually, the finger did go up. Watching it back here, prodigious movement. Bending that big back. Oh, yes. And Simpson, another dismissal. 9 for the match. Roland Jones loves it. He has 6 and 1 to go for the home side. The hard work's nearly done.
Happy balcony as well. The head of men's performance cricket on the right, Alan Coleman. Head coach Richard Johnson. There you go. That was their little applause as the wicket fell. So John Simpson now has a 9 for again. 9 catches in the innings. It's the 4th time John Simpson has taken a 9 for Middlesex.
In the match, you mean, not in the innings?
Yep.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And it's the 7th occasion in the history of Middlesex that 9 for has been claimed. Nobody's ever claimed a 10 for behind the stumps in the match for Middlesex.
Just to be clear, if Simpson takes the next catch, it'll be the first time ever 10 dismissals for a Middlesex wicketkeeper.
Yep.
That's a serious piece of history.
So of the 7,
game on.
The 7 times that 9 have been claimed by a Middlesex keeper, Simpson's done it 4 times.
Okay.
What was it Jack Russell said this morning? World class. Possibly the best in the world.
So the 41-run partnership comes to an end. Important, or so it looked, but it'll count for nothing if they can't keep going here, leading by 105. Cass out for 19 from 30 balls, 4 boundaries. Batted well. Like the way that he drove the ball through the covers, looking to score from the moment he walked out there alongside Rain. Of course, speaking of milestones, he said 6 for the innings, but 10 for the match. 5th time in first-class cricket, 10 wickets in a match. Can he make it 11 to finish? Bowling to Rushworth. Not far away, and if it is a feather, and it can give Simpson 10, well, as you say, that'll be significant as well.
Somehow got to get Simpson involved in the final wicket here. Stumping, catch.
Well, the first time around, Rushworth was caught behind from the bowling of Roland Jones, caught by Simpson. So if they have that again, everyone's a winner. 2 left in the over. A waft, so close again. Rushworth hasn't been required too often with the bat this season. Only once out of single figures, 14 not out in the first innings last week against Glamorgan.
Simpson took 6 catches in the the first innings last week.
An important breakthrough for Toby Roland Jones. Yes, 6 for 35 and 10 for the match. The lead stays at 105, a wicket maiden complete. 177 for 9. Roland Jones, career best figures in terms of bowling in a match is 12 for 105, so he won't pass that. His best bowling in an innings is 7 for 52. That's on the shelf for him. He takes another wicket here. He's got 17 runs to play with. He'll have a new best bowling in a pretty big sample size. He's bowled in 214 innings. But Tim Murtup, he'll want to get his name in the book. Big swing from Rain out through mid-wicket. Into the mound stand on the bounce. Clouted.
It's Keith Barker watching. They finished up yesterday, didn't they?
Well, this is right from Rain. He's going to have an opportunity here against Murtagh, hitting to the short boundary. There's absolutely nothing lost with him trying to make this a massive over. If he loses it off stump, so be it. The probability of them being able to take this deep with Rushworth down the other end is so limited that he should be viewing every ball as a chance to find the boundary. And so the field goes back. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, deep point, deep cover. They're going to drop long on back. No, Roland Jones stays about 3/4 of the way to the rope. So the field well and truly spread. 2 slips as well. Rain doesn't take the single on offer to Max Holden at deep cover. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's got to farm the strike, hasn't he? He's got to take another 2 balls here and then try and turn it around, face Roland Jones.
Big. Huge. Sure, it's the short boundary, but you've got to pick it up. And pick it up he did.
Mert's got to put it outside off here, hasn't he? Otherwise, it's in danger of being the Barker affair again. He came around the wicket to Barker last year as well, which made it... oh dear, what happened there?
Drop catch. It's helped it on its way from about the off-stump line. 3 balls left in the over. Has to keep going. Takes the single. So 2 balls for Rushworth to see out. Lead 116.
So what, 2 balls left? Yeah, I guess that's okay. Take the single off the 4th ball and tell him to block.
Got Usman Chowdhury in the comments following the coverage from La Mata Beach in Spain. Best wishes to the commentary team. Best wishes to you, Usman. Glad you're enjoying it. As Ginger Sunny Boy replies, very jealous, Usman. Very jealous.
Did he say which beach in Spain?
La Mata Beach. Rushworth, can he get through these 2 balls from Murtagh? 3 slips. First one dealt with. Unnecessary. Not good cricket from Rushworth. Murtagh gets the last wicket. They're all out for 188. Rain's left stranded on 39. He only had 1 more ball to see out in the over. Tried to go up and over the top for reasons best explained by the veteran. And Middlesex have done the job. They've taken all 10 wickets they required. At the end of the 63rd over, Roland Jones the star, 6 for 35 from 18 overs. Took the first 5. Ethan Bamber took the next 3. 3 for 18 from 15. That brilliant long spell either side of lunch from the nursery end. And Murtagh chipping in with 1 at the finish. 1 for 57 from his 15. Anderson none for 44 and Holman none for 32, but played his role, the leg spinner, especially before lunch, building pressure with Bamber to help open up Durham before the long break. Top scoring for the visitors, Borthwick with 60. The night watchman Salisbury made 45. They combined for 93 for the 4th wicket, and then Ben Rain, 39 not out from 46 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. Unfortunate that he couldn't go on with it in another over, but it wasn't to be with Rushworth gone for a duck. But Middlesex They've done so well to open up this game since tea yesterday. Roland Jones leading them off. Took 2 wickets in his first over last night. 2 wickets in and over before lunch today. Another Bryden cast, just when their partnership, Carson Rain, was getting problematic after lunch, putting on 41. Every time the captain asked for Roland Jones to stand up, he did. And as a result, Middlesex will be chasing 117 runs to win.
Incredible from Roland Jones, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible. Yeah, shame from Durham's point of view there, because another 20 runs just could have been crucial. They might have enough, let's see. But another 20 runs could have made it more interesting. And again, take it up to tea, squeeze a little bit of time at the end, and you never know, Middlesex throw away a few wickets chasing after the interval, and it opens things up for the visitors. 116 in the league. It was 118 that Middlesex failed to chase down 10 years ago. Up at Chesley Street. Very different skies, very different pitch as well, we should add for that one. So 117 for them to chase here, which shouldn't be a problem. But who knows? We will find out in just under 20 minutes. The tea interval's being taken now. So we'll be back and just wait and see how many overs we've got left in the day. It's gone off the big screen.
Yeah,
so at the moment.
it was minimum 44. Minimum overs remaining 44, but because they take tea, they don't lose the 2. So that should mean they've got 44 overs to make 117 runs. And that might be the right place for us to leave it, Kev, for the time being. We'll take 15 minutes off. We'll be back with the Middlesex chase. Can they take full points? We'll find out in the final session of this match.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. The last session of the match about to get underway. 117 the target to win. But there'll be a few there that were in that game 10 years ago. Middlesex bowled out for 102, set 118 to win. And that man on the right, Mark Stoneman, was playing for Durham that day. Sam Robson was playing for Middlesex. The overs aren't a problem, 44, there's plenty of time there, although it took, I think, 43 overs that day to bowl Middlesex for 102. Stoneman's having a little look back. Did he get a word from behind from somebody? Remember 2012's Rocky? We shall see. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Adam Collins. And, well, it could be a fun finish here. Middlesex will hope it's a very boring finish and a 10-wicket win. We shall see. Welcome back, Colin.
Hi, Kev. Yeah, we've still got technically 3 minutes till the resumption, but they're going to get moving a fraction earlier than that. That's okay. Yeah,
they want to watch the football, don't they?
Quite possibly, yes. Well, if it's a quick finish, then they might, I suppose, get in for the last half an hour or so of the season. But no, where we've sort of arrived at here is that Middlesex should be able to knock this off pretty easily. In the end, 117. If you had said to Middlesex this morning, you'll be after 117 in 44 overs, they would have been thrilled with that result. And so it is. Could have been better, sure. They had an opportunity to roll through the visitors just before, or just after lunch rather. It didn't quite play out that way. Some useful partnerships in that middle session. But yeah, this is no dramas at all. It should be very straightforward, and they need to bat accordingly.
Just two slips in place. There's a deep square, deep backward point. And drive to mid-on to start up for Stoneman, and no run. So just the two slips for rain around the wicket.
And also remember, this is part of the reason why Stoneman was bought last year, why he was signed last year. They wanted an experienced combination for situations just like this. A cool, calm head, and someone to bat with Sam Robson. So much experience between this pair.
Ooh, that one goes away up the slope. So you'd imagine, not based on that last delivery, but you'd imagine that he's going to be bowling out the stumps here with just two slips. The fact that it's a 5-4 field, try and keep that onside tight, try and dry up the runs there, not put it on a full length that can be easily clipped away through mid-wicket. But deep square and deep backward square leg in position. Just keep trying to hit the top of off for Ben Rain. Middlesex off the mark. Single through the vacant backward point. They're obviously feeling they can happily concede that one, but they can't have point up and allow those runs to squirt through. Try and protect that good ball.
Have you got a theory as to why Rushworth isn't taking the first over pavilion end? Am I missing something here?
Single down to long leg for Robson. The right-handed, left-handed won't help.
Yeah, it just seems odd to me that they wouldn't start new ball, pavilion end, Rushworth. He bowled the perfect first over in the first innings. Just doesn't, I mean, it's only one over, right? I'm sure he'll bowl over number 2, but maybe they think Rain can swing it more. But it just seems as if they're odd to me that they wouldn't play to their strengths in going to, unless he's injured or unless there's something amiss. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm surprised to see him not take over one, pavilion end, down the slope. Doesn't quite tally.
I wonder if that's what the conversation was when Stoneman turned back over his shoulder and the fielders behind him. Maybe that was. Yeah. I'm surprised to see which end they were going.
Well, yeah, I'd say so.
Oh. Back and across to that one. Just kept a fraction low on him. Leg by, shoots away towards points. 2-3 without loss. The end of the opening over.
And it's such a short burst here, right? Yeah, in all probability, this will be knocked off in sort of 30-odd overs. It tends to be the way with a small target that, once it's a foregone conclusion that the team chasing is going to win, they tend to knock the last 30 or 40 off at roughly a run a ball. So on that assumption, really what Durham need to do is take 5 or 6 wickets in the first 20 overs. So how do they construct that? Who bowls those 20 overs? Well, it's not going to be the veteran. Bryden Carter's going to open from the pavilion end, so no Rushworth. I might get the binoculars out and make sure he's fielding. Otherwise, it doesn't quite align with what we expected and what we saw in the first innings when Durham were bowling.
Short, pulled hard by Stoneman for 4. First boundary. That was pretty dismissive from Stoneman. Quality stuff. That was really good from him. Pulled away from wide outside off. Shot again, just a single on this occasion. Deep points back. That's Ben Rain.
Yeah, Rushworth is down beneath us at fine leg. I was looking everywhere for him, and he's right beneath where we are. But I don't expect a matter of fitness. If he weren't well, I don't think he'd be fielding. And remember that Salisbury actually took the new ball in the first innings with him, so it's unusual that you would see one combination in innings 1 and another in innings 2. I'm perplexed by that. Remembering they've got 5 seamers, that's a no ball, that helps. So already up to 9 runs in the first 8 legal deliveries, make that 10. Leaving just 107, so yeah, framed up around what we said before. If they need to get 5 or 6 wickets to really get in the hunt in the first 20 overs, not using Rushworth off the top. And Salisbury overlooked as well, given he took the new ball from the nursery end the first time around.
It's Rushworth there doing the fielding down in front of the mound.
I'd actually throw the ball to Stokes. I mean, if they're not going to bowl Rushworth, I'd be getting it to Stokes pretty soon. On the basis that, I mean, he's just a better bowler than the other bowlers out there. With the exception of Rushworth, he's just a better bowler. All-round package. If he's going to intervene in this game late, if he's going to do something extraordinary, he's going to have to be given a chance to do that early on.
It's a beautiful finish. That was a real lifting ball to Stoneman. Goodness me, that really did take off, didn't it?
Yeah, Cass had his moments yesterday, don't get me wrong. That spell he bowled, it was before lunch, at pace from the pavilion end. But he finished with none for 89 from 16. He took some tap from Anderson, from Holden especially.
Cut away and into the gap. 4 ball. Stoneman moves to 10, 15 without loss. 1 to come of the over.
Yeah, this is an ordinary start, a dreadful start from Durham. There's basics, isn't it? Cass overstepping, then that's a help yourself delivery for a player of Stoneman's capacity. Short boundary. I mean, 2 out on the... I mean, there are 4 out. What's going on here? There are 4 out. They've got 102 runs to play with. Am I missing something?
Oh, it's a nicer ball to finish the over. 15 without loss. No, you're absolutely not. The bowling from the other end, I kind of understood. The 2 back, protecting the short boundary, and the deep points, I kind of accepted. Just the 2 slips, and they're going to bowl at the stumps, but...
It's just bizarre.
And it is going to be Rushworth now to bowl. Is it? No,
really?
It's not. No, it's not.
No,
it is going to be Rain.
It's going to be... Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and none of it makes much sense to me. So they're not bowling their battle-hardened, experienced brilliant opening bowler in Rushworth. There, even now, well, I take your point. I get the deep point when bowling from the nursery end. It's such an easy boundary to steer away for Robson, so fair enough. But in the previous over for Cass, we had a deep point, a deep backward point, a deep square leg, and a long leg.
It all seems odd, it must be said. I mean, the fact that Rushworth was part of that team that did skittle them for 102 10 years ago.
And even the chat, I mean, there is none. Well, minimal. This is probably the one window. They've given themselves, they've earned the chance for one last big crack in this game. They've earned the chance to try and engineer a twist, getting to that lead of 116, setting a target of 117. I mean, principally due to what Rain did with the bat towards the end, 39 not out. Maybe that's the logic. He's in the game, he's just made 39 not out, he's feeling good, he's warm. Let him unleash. See, that might be why they've gone to him first. Having a really good year with the ball. I mean, it's not a reflection on Rain and what he can do. Don't get me wrong. It's more just that Rushworth is in the team to do this bit.
Yeah, well, so he's warmed up. Maybe Rushworth's shot left the dressing room feeling cold. It was an odd shot to finish, wasn't it? Dollying it up to mid-off when Rain was going so well at the other end as well. So, a real oddity at the end of the innings with the bat from Rushworth, and the fact that he's not starting here.
Yeah, we shouldn't brush over that point. We reflected on it when he got out, but Rushworth had 2 balls to defend. They didn't take the single earlier in the over. Rain, milking the field as he should in a situation like that, batting as well as he was. Takes one, gives Rushworth the responsibility of seeing out 2 balls, gets through the first, and then tries to lift the ball up and over the top of cover to finish. And he's caught it mid-off, but and that was just beyond me. Of course you want Rain back on strike for the next over. It just makes no sense whatsoever how that innings ended. And it makes little sense what's going on here right now. I mean, they can't have thrown in the towel. They didn't throw in the towel. That's kind of the point. The whole thrust of the first session was that they got stuck in with Salisbury and with Borthwick. And after lunch with Rain and the support he received from Cass with the bat, I mean, they did stick it out. They didn't fold. I mean, yeah, they were all out for 188, but from where they were, they didn't throw in the towel. And now, that I'm not sure. Have they accepted their fate? They didn't need to. Maybe in 40 or 50 runs' time, but not off the top.
Oh, now, has he got him? Yes, he has. Robson's gone for 2, 15 for 1. Rain strikes from the nursery end. 1 for 2 from his 2 overs. He's bowled very well. Running up the hill. Still 102 to win. Could there be a twist in this game?
Well, they've got 1 of the 5 or 6 they need. Just no footwork to speak of there. Batter error. Tried to steer it through that gap. Deep point there on the rope. So it may not have been plan A, but they've got Robson out early on, which is ever so important after making 84 in the first innings. So that door does remain ajar for Durham. I just hope they have the wherewithal to step through it from here and turn this into a final session thriller.
The only thing that I could possibly imagine, but it doesn't make that much sense to be honest, is that they had some sort of theory against Stoneman and Robson that maybe the pace and height of Cass, whatever theory it was, whatever discussion they had, right, this is our best bet, but it's hard to overlook at whatever theory it is against those two, that first over that Rushworth bowled, everybody was talking about it, even the umpires that night. What an over that was. And in this situation, well, they've been given 13 runs here, really, haven't they, already? Middlesex. But here comes Josh De Carey's the young number 3, and then the captain under a bit of pressure, Pete Hanscom.
Yep, De Carey's out in single figures in his most recent 4 innings, if you tack on the second innings against Derbyshire. In need of runs. Played at a wide one in the first innings, early on day 2. Sorry, make that early on day 3. They're all moulding into one another at this stage. They caught behind to Rushworth. Cass's turn first, though.
Short again, pulled up to mid-on. There's Stokes, who will surely be throwing the ball at some point as well. If they could get Stoneman now, then Pete Hanscom is a wonderful, wonderful batter, but he's under pressure, isn't he, for runs still. 48 last week, 70 down at Hove. Better start to the summer than he had last year. And again, Middlesex do have a firing middle order. Gentle single out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, they have a firing middle order, but even still, pressure does funny things. So, Josh de Carey's. He managed just the 4 in the first innings from 19 deliveries. Caught Exley bowled Stokes.
What a great opportunity for the young man here, de Carey's. 4th innings chase, 101 runs left on the board. If he can bat for an hour, he'll be part of the win. Doesn't need to overcomplicate it here. Oodles of time. Run rate required. Not really an issue.
Still just 2 slips for de Carey's. Deep square, long leg, deep third. Oh, sharp. Yeah. Agreed.
We're spending too much time together, Kev.
That's going to make a clip, isn't it?
I know we're not going to get a chance to do much more commentary together this year, Kev, and that saddens me, but at least we'll have that moment.
Yeah, we'll always have that. Oh, that lifts, doesn't take the edge, a nod of the head from de Carey's. That one got big.
Yeah, good bowling. So Cass does have that extra yard. That's that test match length you often hear bowlers talk about when they've got a bit of extra pace about them. Making batters play at balls a fraction short of a length and bringing the Holden into play. Now a 3rd slip. Travascus in.
Looking to tickle the ribs. Have a single.
That's well played. Rode the bounce. Saw the gap there. So I said before, it's not complicated here, is it? I mean, it's not trying to set the game up or thinking about really needing to go for it or anything like that. They're in a privileged position here, Middlesex, where they can just bat sensibly and still comfortably make the finish line in time. And that does present a really great opportunity for this pair. Try and kill the game in the next 45 minutes or so.
Just a single down to 3rd. He'll keep the strike head of the over. Stoneman moves to 12. 18 for 1 after 4. If they could get Stoneman, then de Carey's there and Hanscom in at 4. He still hasn't passed 50 at Lord's, Pete Hanscom. But if they could get a 4 opener, Mark Stoneman, with Robson and Stoneman gone early, even with that leg up they got in the first cast over where they got 13, gifted isn't the right word, is it? But it was a little bit too soft, especially from the tempo you'd have expected from Rushworth. Still a 5-4 fields, which rain around the wicket to Stoneman is, I think, okay with the deep square and the deep backward square leg. He's only conceded 2 runs off 13 deliveries. Rain. Oh, that is the other thing. If these two can have a reasonable start, this isn't a reason for doing so or a defence of why Rushworth isn't bowling. But if these two can have a reasonable start, take that first cast over out of the equation, they can get off to a decent start. Then first change bowlers of Rushworth and Stokes will really come firing for Middlesex. Firing for that middle order if they can get a couple out in the opening spell. Changing to a 6-3 field now with Gully in place. Good leave from Stoneman. 99 to win. They're not going to allow Stoneman to flay at it. Right arm over to him. Looking to tuck him up around the wicket.
Get Stokes on. Stokes was the man that got the Careys first time around.
Yeah.
Get him on.
That's a good ball. That's a good run. Or is it? Oh, he'd have gone. Wow. One-handed pick up and throw, and he was gone. Stoneman ran out to Careys last week, and the pair of them will come together and have a chat about it. Careys was a little slow off the mark last week. Look at that. Oh, yeah, gone. Yeah, last week he was just slightly stuttering to start. Josh de Careys, and he was run out by Luke Fletcher, which was the picture that did the rounds. Let's see de Careys here. Does he set off straight away? You just lose him. Maybe we'll see it on the reverse angle if he was off first time. But I gave Mark Stoneman a little bit of a defence last week, saying if de Careys ran without the stutter, then he was in. But it wasn't that big a stutter, so there was a bit of criticism on Stoneman last week. First ball de Careys is faced from Rain. He picks up a single. Let's have a look at de Careys at the non-striker's end on this one. Here's the call, yes. Yeah, he's gone first time there, so absolutely no doubt the call was wrong. Oh, inside of the bat. He'll get a single just wide of mid-on. One's come at the fifth, 21 for 1. Yeah, the only thing that I can... Well, no, it's not the only thing I can think, but for... Oh, wait, Borthwick, is he warming up at... Maybe he's just keeping himself warm out there, Borthwick. But I've just seen him rolling arms around.
Was he giving a signal to another bowler to warm up, perhaps?
No, it was definitely his own. He was giving it... Well, it was definitely a ferocious roll of the arms, which is why I was thinking, is it for himself?
Well, they're giving the Careys one here if he wants it into the onside. They push back deep square, so 3 out on the rope.
That's the end of the fifth, and well, as you were saying about Stokes, picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, 2 of them with the 2 batters in shots, de Careys and that man Stoneman on the right. 21 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, my sense, if Stokes is going to bowl at some point, if the plan is for him to have a tilt here, and why wouldn't it be? He bowled 21.2 overs the first time around, so he hasn't been managed as such. As you often hear about England players coming back and being managed by the ECB and so on. Clearly that's not the case. So if he's going to bowl, and we expect he will, then I think that the sooner they give him the chance to influence this game, the better. Just reputation alone. It's the England captain running in it, yeah? And he's going to bend his back. He's going to get it up in the low to mid 80s because that's just the way Ben Stokes is built. We see even on the first evening the fact that he bowled 2 deliveries to Stoneman that are put away, and then he wafted at one and got caught in the slips rather.
No ball. 94 to win.
His second overstep already. If you want him to have the chance to insert himself in the contest, I think it's now. And if it doesn't work out, by the way, if he bowls 2 overs, none for 10, and it doesn't, if it drifts, then okay, fair enough, then you accept it hasn't worked and go to the next plan. But if you Scott Borthwick here, you don't want to miss the chance for Ben Stokes to come in and thrust himself right into the middle of this. We know what he can do.
Oh, a little late cut at that. Didn't get up on him at all, really, did it? Just died on it, and he followed it a little.
And again, that's no reflection on who Durham have got at their disposal. I mean, Carr said his best. We've seen world-class deliveries from him over the last couple of days, and Rain's got a role to play from the nursery end, as will Salisbury presumably, and Rushworth, not quite sure what's going on there, why he's been overlooked for the new ball. But yeah, Stokes, excuse the hackneyed cliche, but he is the X factor in all of this.
Steered down to the man in question, or one of the men in question, Rushworth, down at deep third. The thing with, and yes, I know Robson's gone now, and he's got him both in his bye rein, but he was dropped off Rushworth at that brilliant start that he had.
Yeah, it couldn't have been on the basis that Rain picked up Robson after lunch yesterday that Rain got the first over. I mean, yeah, sure, he gets him again, but that couldn't have been the reason why. It effectively boils down to they've gone for him ahead of Salisbury, who took the new ball from the nursery in the first time around. And that's fair enough. It's more that very first over of the innings when you have the chance to make a statement through your experienced, athletic, elegant, right arm quick in Rushworth from the pavilion end with that natural advantage owing to the slope and the very hard new ball and all of that. Well, they've given up that comparative advantage, haven't they, by not using him at the very start.
Low full toss, looking for the Yorker. Gets away with it. It's just a single, but it's not quite happening for Cars here. Perhaps the time for a change is imminent. He's had 3 overs. One of them went for 13, one for just 2, but so far 5 off this over with 1 ball left. There's a couple of no balls looking extremely costly. You just can't afford it when you're defending 116. End of the over, 26 for 1, 6 gone. So 91 to win, 38 overs remain. Plenty of time. Plenty of time for anything to happen, really. This bowling change will be interesting when it comes. Whether they just gamble before they turn to Rushworth and Stokes, can they get 2 or 3 and then really get into them with the long spell from the other 2? But again, you go with your best from the top, don't you?
Yeah, and the other point here is that with the exception of when they found that edge, I mean, it's just not loud out there. You just can't hear the volume of a team that's got the chance to run through a batting lineup chasing a small score. It doesn't have that energy right now. A wicket could change it. Indeed, a wicket probably would change it. But right now, it's just... This could be the 67th over. It could be, you know, Middlesex 227 for 3. You know, it feels like that out there. It doesn't feel like 27 for 1, 90 to go, final session, push and pull. That tension isn't visible or audible, which is unexpected given the way that Durham did hang in there pretty well today through the first 2 sessions, notwithstanding that burst of wickets just before lunch.
It's got another club announcement from Middlesex today, the one that you read out earlier, Collo. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Through to the keeper it goes. Middlesex can today confirm that Pete Hanscom will leave the club following the completion of this match. Hanscom, who has skippered Middlesex to an unbeaten start in the championship season this term, will be joining up with Australia A for their series against Sri Lanka before then returning home to Australia for family reasons. Joined Middlesex in 2021, taking on the captaincy of the championship and one-day cup sides. Following his departure, Tim Myrtle will resume the captaincy of the club in both the 4-day and 50-over formats. Comment from the head of men's performance cricket, Alan Coleman. We'd like to thank Pete for all he's contributed. He is a fabulous bloke to have around the dressing room and has led us with distinction this year on the field. This ball steered away down to third by De Carey's. Nobody down there, 4 more. 31 for 1. 86 to win. Coleman continues, he's a natural leader and inspires those around him to perform, and many of the younger players within our squad have learned an enormous amount from him during the time he's been at the club. We're in the process of securing a replacement top order batter for Hanscom, who can join the squad for the remainder of the season, and will be hopeful of making an announcement on this in the near future. So the search underway already. Dug out and away into the offside. Oh, news elsewhere as well, Carlo. There's a comment at the end where Pete Hanscom does also heap the praise on Middlesex. A great bunch of blokes, he describes them as. So started this season in the manner we have is testament to the amount of hard work and the playing group and coaches have put in. Wish Middlesex every success for the remainder of the season. Moving forward, it's been an honour to have been able to call Lords my home, and my thanks go to everyone at the club for their support in allowing me to head home and spend time with my family after my international commitments for Australia A. Here's a full one to Stoneman, pushed back up the track, so Hanscom is done. Well, we wish him the best, because obviously that line right at the beginning, for family reasons, we hope all is well.
Yeah, that's right. He's made it pretty clear that in that series of comments that the club have provided him with the opportunity to return home and do as he needs to do in Sri Lanka over the next month or so, which is great. Wonderful opportunity for him, which was well earned through the last couple of Sheffield Shield seasons, and he's back in the frame for Australian selection. Back on a national tour for the first time since 2019, I think it'll be. And at that stage, he'll go home to be with his family.
Yeah, he was hugely popular in the dressing room. Stuart Law primarily brought him in, didn't he, the former coach, for his leadership qualities and his qualities as a human being. Said he was the kind of person he wanted around the dressing room. I think that's Hanscom. We could just see in the background there, is it, padded up. So there might be one last hurrah still for Hanscom. 84 required for victory, but these two just settled things again after the fall of Robson. Cut away. That was a bit of a gift from Cars. Short, wide, down the slope. Stoneman makes no mistake. Stoneman moves to 22, 37 for 1. And this surely is going to be Cars' last over unless he comes up with something good here.
Well, I'm perplexed by this.
There's no pressure, is there?
No, it's just nothing doing. This isn't sort of some broad, wide sweeping statement about Cars as a cricketer. Not at all. As I said, he's bowled some world-class overs in the last 2 days.
Short and pulled away for 4 more. And, well, he needs to get out of this overcast, and then they need to get Rushworth or Stokes, or both, into the attack.
What did we say about 10 minutes ago? They could kill the game in 40, 45 minutes. They're going to kill it in 20. And Ben Stokes hasn't touched the cricket ball yet. And he's the best all-rounder in the world. And the best player in England. One of the best players I've ever seen. And he may not even bowl.
And you know Stoneman's capable. Stoneman and Robson did it against Leicestershire, didn't they? Just went out and crashed off. A very, very low chase. It's away once more. Carson nearly lost his footing on that one. He'll only get a single for it though. It gets Stoneman off strike onto 27.
And down to Rushworth, who hasn't had a touch either, apart from a couple down at deep third. I mean, Stoneman's playing this splendidly, by the way, on the other side of the ledger here. He's come out there looking to score from the get-go. Boundary in the first over, a couple here, a couple between times. I mean, that's the experience, right? Especially after losing Robson, doubly so after losing Robson, that he knows his role at that juncture is to ice the game. And he's been better counter-attacking this year, Stoneman.
That's nice from De Carey's. Up on his toes, the youngster. This is a test for him, so we should credit him, 10 off 11, that he's doing well here against Cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And De Carey's, we saw on opening day, he plays, well, he punches the ball so hard through point, doesn't he? So that's his best shot. That's where he likes it. And as we said when he walked out, a great opportunity. If he can get in and out of this with Reading next to his name, what an important building block it'll be for his career.
No run. Well, June 12th is the next championship game, so no Hanscom for that one. Whether they'll be able to have another overseas in by then. It's away to Derbyshire and then away to Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I wonder whether the dates will line up in such a way. When's the next championship game?
June 12th.
June 12th. Just bear with me a moment. I'll check something for you.
So Shaheen Shah Afridi wouldn't have been back for that one anyway, but announced today that he won't be returning this season. End of the over. Carries on 10. Looking the part out there, as he's done all the time since he first stepped out into the middle. He's always looked the part. Carries doesn't look particularly bothered by any of it. Good defence. Likes bad on ball, as we said at the start of an innings. Just 73 more to win for Middlesex. 36 overs left. All of that is in good order. So is the wickets column. 44 for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say that Australia A tour might end in time for Middlesex to go shopping there, but probably not. Well, definitely not before June 12. And how many games are in that stretch from June 12?
Clips out to mid wicket by Stoneman. No run. They've got 1 run. Sorry. They've got Derbyshire at Chesterfield June 12. Then I think it's a 2-week or a 1-week break until Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So call it something like the 20.
Yeah, that won't quite work. So Australia A.
Then they got 3 in July, haven't they?
Yeah, Australia A finished their tour on the 24th of June. The only reason I raise that is that means there's a group of cricketers who are halfway here, if you like, who will be otherwise going home, and they include some pretty good players if they want to stay down that path. Nick Maddinson has had an extraordinary few seasons, Maddo, in the Sheffield Shield. Henry Hunt, who had a breakout season last year for South Australia. Yeah, they'd be two I'd be interested in if I were Middlesex, in terms of players who are going to be in Sri Lanka and thus might be able to commit to the club from July onwards or thereabouts.
So they were expecting to have, for the start of the T20, Afridi and Mujeeb. They've now got Green in.
And of course, it's not just Australian players they could turn to, but if they were trying to find players who will be available, I suppose is the better point, not having other commitments around the world or anything like that, that might be a place they can go shopping. In terms of short term, just those few games in June, the South Africans will be coming out for a test series that starts in August. They might be able to win the services of one of those test players for a couple of weeks.
Oh, it just dies. Oh, actually does well to stop it. So Behrendorff's in for the start, isn't he?
Yep.
When that Royal Challengers Bangalore game finishes.
Well, the statement today talked about Behrendorff being available for the Blast, but and it also noted in the Hanscom statement they're looking for a batter. So I mean, whilst Behrendorff would be a great addition to the Middlesex team as a left arm option in 4-day cricket too, I'm just not sure. I suppose they could play Behrendorff. You're right that they have the scope to have a second overseas, but the statement speaks about the white ball stuff, doesn't it? So, yeah, I think it's more likely they'll end up going down the path of who's available around the world as a batter. South Africa, maybe there's a South African test player coming out for that series, who could play from June. I don't believe they have any international commitments through that stretch.
So at the moment for June 12th, they haven't got an overseas for the Chesterfield match.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have anyway. Hanscom was named a few weeks ago for Australia A. This isn't new news that he's not be able to play that game. They've known that for a while. It's more the news is that he won't be returning from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I was thinking of Afridi's replacement, Behrendorff, but he, as you say, this statement says is white ball, so whether they do look for somebody to play both Blast and Championship.
So 9 overs gone, and this chase looks as good as iced, which is just ridiculous. But 47 for 1's the score. They're going to go with Travascus ahead of Stokes, ahead of Rushworth, ahead of Salisbury.
It's really odd that Rushworth hasn't had a go.
There must be a niggle. I mean,
But why is he on the field?
I'd go as far to declare it has to be a niggle, because otherwise, why wouldn't he have bowled at the top? Why isn't he bowling now? And then, he's warming up. He's warming up.
Or is that a message to Borthwick? I should have bowled. I can't imagine. I mean, it surely can't be for the shot he played that the dressing room have said, you're paying the price for that one. I mean, that wasn't exactly warming up enthusiastically there from him.
Yeah, I mean, let's divorce the two things. Yes, it was a dreadful shot. It was poor cricket, but I don't think that'd be enough for them to.
You're not going to hold it against him.
Yeah, you're not going to cut off your nose to spite your face, as it were, as a fielding captain there. Remembering that Travascus took, was it 77 overs to get in the attack the first time around? So he only came on for a few overs before the second new ball, and then bowled a little bit later on. Bowled well, by the way, no reflection on him.
Oh, huge swing, and he has a wicket. Stoneman's gone for 29. Eckersley takes the catch, and Middlesex are 47 for 2. Still 70 to win.
Top catch. Harder than it looks. When he's got no time to react. Little edge. And Travascus gets the wicket. Second ball, and per what we said when the first wicket fell with Robson, the door just remains just slightly ajar. Stoneman was the man that made the running there. 29 from 34 balls, did his job. Tried to keep the foot down against Travascus. Probably thought, I've got a chance here to end this game here and now in the space of 6 deliveries, and put Middlesex so far ahead that it would completely fall away. But still 70 to win. It'll be the captain Hanscom batting for Middlesex for the final time with a job to do.
With a chance to hit the winning runs, which I guess would be a nice way to sign off for him. He should be signing off with a win still. 8 wickets, 70 runs. At some point, they've got to say to Stokes and Rushworth, just see if you can blast through a couple and put some pressure on the last 40 or 50 runs of the innings. We know what pressure does. We saw what it did last night.
Yeah, Stokes next over. How many? I think I've said that 4 or 5 times now. Stokes next over, surely, from the nursery end.
So here comes Pete Hanscom. Again, wishing him the best, returning home for family reasons that he won't complete his contract with Middlesex this year. Takes the 48, an important 48 it was last week in the match against Nottinghamshire, just to stabilise things a little. A wonderful 70 down at Hove in a record chase against Sussex, 8th highest in Middlesex's history, and well, would have been a match-winning performance, a match-winning 50, and probably a century as well at the Oval with Nick Gubbins. But for the intervention of rain, can he sign off with runs and a victory as skipper here? 47 for 2. Here's Travascus with a slip and a short leg. Puts it away first ball, low full toss, clipped nicely. Seems he saw it early enough. I was worried he was going to york himself with that.
He's always been a really good player of spin, Pete Hanscom. Saw him make 88 at Chittagong back in 2017 when he was in the test team against Bangladesh, an innings where he lost 7 kilos, which gives a sense of how oppressive the heat was, and never let his guard down.
Straight away nicely, just a single. Goodness me, I need to go and bat in Chittagong.
Oh, it was ridiculous. I can't remember how they measured this, but they worked out it was the worst conditions they'd ever played in for Australia. Well, certainly since they'd measured all the various different inputs that they have through what the players wear, effectively the sports bras the players wear with all the data they collect. And yeah, Hanscom batted all the way through the worst day of that with David Warner. He was absolutely exhausted, but yeah, As I say, never wilted.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. End of the 10th to Carey's 11, Hanscom 5, and 52 for 2.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So nearly halfway there, 52 for 2 Middlesex in pursuit of 117. 65 left on the board, and you're going to stick with Rain. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 15. Found the edge of Sam Robson, playing well away from his body. Hanscom, the captain. Down to it here. Yeah, this will be the window for the visitors if they can knock the captain over and open up the middle order, lower middle order. Deep as it is, with Anderson Carter at 8, Roland Jones at 9. So it's a strong and deep batting lineup, but nevertheless that scoreboard pressure could become a factor. But this partnership, if they can get in, especially Hanscom, they should make light work of this. Yet to see Stokes warm up. No run there. I considered it momentarily. Rain picked up 2 for 54 from 23 overs in the first innings. He actually bowled Hanscom round his legs. Difficult dismissal to describe, really. I think best we could tell from our angle, it came off thigh pad, then maybe glove, then maybe boot, before deflecting back onto the leg stump. Also got Robson in both innings. So Rain up to 18 wickets in the season, just under 30. Picked up 4 for 61 in the first innings last week in their win over Glamorgan. Another 4 here and they'll be right in it. But surely it'll be Stokes soon from the nursery end, or he's away from here. Bowled out Middlesex to win a low-scoring game here in 2019 when he took 5 for 26. Dismissed Middlesex for 151 in the 4th innings that day. Hanscom takes the quick single to mid-on. Well played. Retains the strike. Hanscom 653 for 2. He's 64 runs away. Yes, on that occasion, the last time these teams played at Lords, Middlesex all out for 151 in 48 overs. And they were chasing 186 for victory. Yes, Rain took 5 for 26 in the first innings and Cast took 6 for 26 in the second, so they do have some form on that front. Nice, using his feet, Hanscom, to start the fresh over. While you were downstairs getting a drink, Kev, I was running through the card from 2019 when Durham visited Lords and Middlesex were chasing 186 in the 4th innings, and it was Cass with 6 wickets, following Rain's 5 in the 1st innings. And yes, Rushworth was part of that. Took 3 in the 1st and 2 in the 2nd, with taking the new ball. Ooh, past the edge here, Travascus. Going on with the arm to De Carey's. Carey's just playing himself in. Absolutely no rush. Under 2 and over needed from here.
De Carey's probably could just sit back and enjoy himself now. Just sit back, pressure's off, block, let Hanscom do the work at the other end. Because I'm sure Hanscom would love to go out with something of a flourish here, especially with spin, Travascus at one end.
I suppose I don't think he'd feel like it's pressure off. I see your point, but yes, if crease occupation so important for a young player, yeah, better. So we've seen him watch a ball all the way into the gloves, then get all the way down to defender next. Well played, Josh De Carey's. 54 for 2, 1 run coming from that, so the strike goes back to Hanscom. I suspect you're right. It'll be the captain who'll look to score more briskly. He's already struck 1 boundary.
Well, against the spin as well, as you say. There's that lovely spell, Leach to Hanscom down at Somerset, where it looked as though that was going to be the one, and he got run out. Ran himself out. Super sub, Roller van der Merwe at mid-on for that one. Spin at both ends. Borthwick was warming up to bring himself on. So Hanscom will have the chance against spin to do it here. And I'm sure he'd dearly, dearly love to sign off with a nice cameo and see them over the line.
Borthwick hasn't taken a wicket this season. He's bowled 7 times. Didn't bowl in the 1st innings here. Yet to get in the book. So Borthwick bowling himself before Rushworth and Stokes. You'll want to get it right.
Why would Rushworth be out there if he's got a niggle?
It'll make for an interesting post-play interview, I suspect. Just placing that to deep point to Carey's. Good batting. Not needing to overhit it. Short and wide.
De Carey's must have faced a fair bit of leg spin in the nets from Athers over the years, mustn't he?
I'm not sure about that with Athers back, whether he still bowled leg breaks, to be perfectly honest. Maybe he does. Not sure. He's probably watching. Hi, Ath.
As a child, though, rolled the arm over in the back garden.
Got the slip. Bit too short there. So field's still fairly spread. Deep point. Long leg. Deep mid wicket on the fat side of the ground. Just one catching man. No real pressure. No catches in front of the wicket. Barely any chat.
It's almost a shame in the end, really, isn't it? Because it feels like, you know, there could be a bit of pressure bubbling up if they really got on top of them.
I mean, he's not exaggerating the point to say 2 wickets here and it's game on.
Exactly.
It's not like we're not artificially talking it up. 2 wickets here and there's scoreboard pressure, and you're looking at players like potentially Martin Anderson and Max Holden, who've played well this season, don't get me wrong, but they haven't had to play the match-winning hand quite like this in a low-scoring run chase, right? Yeah, John Simpson to come, loads of experience if needed, Roland Jones, but it's not as though it's no sure thing at that stage. We've seen teams, it's part of the beauty of red ball cricket, isn't it? We've seen teams get bowled out chasing tallies like this fairly routinely in the final session of a match when it gets big on them. Travascus, fresh over. And Hanscom, you'll see a lot of that. The longer he gets into the innings, you'll see him dance and defend spinners, much like it is with a player like Cheteshwar Pujara. He doesn't dance in order to slap, he dances in order to defend or kick away. He's very good at it. I mean, famous last words, but I don't think I've ever seen Hanscom get stumped to spin. I've seen him bat a lot over the years.
Yeah, it was lovely to see down at Hove, Pujara batting, and it was tough for Holden. Bowling to him, but again, a great experience. You'd hope he's got some of that experience in the nets against Hanscom as well.
Hanscom played a marvellous innings against India at Ranchi back in 2017 when he batted for 80 overs to save a test match with Sean Marsh, and that was ragging. Ashwin, Jadeja, wild spin, and that day, the defining part of his game was just his confidence to get a long way down the track into the footmarks and kick it away. Back to De Carey's here. Yeah, good. I get the sense from the comments, Kev, that as much as this could turn into a thrilling finish, potentially, that attention might be elsewhere a little bit with football final day. That's better from Travascus, giving it a chance to get up and down. Extra flight, in turn, extra bounce, shoulder of the bat. In comes a silly point, belatedly. Jumping over from one side of the wicket to the other. Well played. That's a good over from Travascus. 14 gone, 58 for 2. They're one short of halfway, Middlesex.
Yeah, that's the oddity, isn't it? As you say, just put 2 wickets on that board now. They're only just halfway, and there hasn't been a great deal of pressure mounted upon the Middlesex batters so far. I mean, if they were to put 2 on that board now, surely they would immediately turn to Rushworth and Stokes and say, right, go on then, see if you can blast away the middle order.
I mean, if they get to the... look, I'm going to sound repetitive and I'm going to get chipped for it, so I'll keep my counsel to an extent, but that's a great shot. Hanscom launching into a cover drive, over pitch from Borthwick, put away to the short boundary. Just a basic weight transfer here. Didn't need to do much to get to the pitch. Opening up the offside, seeing the big gap, threading the needle. That's good batting. Hanscom overtakes De Carey's. And they're beyond halfway. 55 to go. The point I was going to make was if they throw the ball to Stokes with 30 runs left, I mean, it would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Or if Rushworth gets brought on with 30 runs to go and the game's, if it's these two batting, that is, and the game's drifted away. I just can't understand why they would think that Borthwick is that he would think that this is the right configuration with so few runs to play with.
You'd like to have seen Middlesex made to work harder for this than they have been to this point. They haven't thrown the towel in, but it doesn't feel like they've given it everything, and that's the point.
Well, as I said before, there's barely any chat. Oh, what's happened there? It's a dead ball. Pulling away Hanscom there. I'm not quite sure when he... was he just not ready? Was Borthwick... Yeah, I guess so. Unusual.
The onus is on the batter, sir.
He's ready this time. Waits the call.
Much as the onus is on the summarisers to be quiet when the bowler's bowling, the onus is on the batter to be ready when the bowler turns to bowl.
Short. Put away. Can't be there to Pete Hanscom. Has a great eye against spin. 2 boundaries through the offside in the over. Down to 51 to win.
.32 of 51 to sign off with a first half century at home for Pete Hanscom.
Change in field, extra man on the offside, just 3 on the leg side. Hanscom wants 2. But they'll be happy with the single. Retains the strike, 9 runs from it. They've gone beyond the halfway mark. Only 50 left now for Middlesex to get full points. They're 67 for 2 after 15 overs.
don't get the impression that Hanscom ever particularly feels a great deal of pressure. I think he trusts in the process, doesn't he? But here it is full pressure off for him.
Yeah, there's a great story about his first-class debut as a teenager. He was batting in the heat. I think it was at the Gabba, if memory serves me correctly. Batting with Chris Rogers. And Rogers tells the story, but Hanscom subsequently told it himself, I think when interviewing him a couple of years ago with a feature we did, where he sat down at the tea break and just meditated for 20 minutes. Didn't sort of seek whatever it is you do, a piece of cake or a sandwich. He just went down and calmed himself and went through the meditative process and picked up his innings and went on to make a substantial contribution at the first time of asking for Victoria. So yeah, he's a sensible guy. He's got his head screwed on right. He'd love the chance to be there at the end here in his final game for the club in this stretch. Moves here into the 20s. And of course, there'll be no one more disappointed than Peter Hanscom that he hasn't been able to make thousands of runs for the club whilst here. He was in so many difficult situations last year, especially walking in routinely at 2 for nothing, really, on tracks that were doing so much. It's not an excuse. I'm not saying it's just, it is what it is. It's just what happened.
No, I've made that point many times. What would Hanscom have given for Stoneman and Robson to have been the opening pair last April? Even with those pitches and balls. Cap's fallen out of the back pocket of the short silly mid off.
The Careys wanted it. Hanscom sent him back. Correct to do so. Good fielding from Salisbury. Full toss there. Couldn't quite place it wide of mid-wicket. Salisbury in the game again. Plays it out. End of the over. 68 for 2.
I think it's worth saying on Hanscom that he leaves the Middlesex dressing room and the Middlesex squad in a far better state than he found it, which again is the whole reason he was brought in. The team this year look settled, don't they? They look happy. They look confident. They look as though they're at ease with what they're doing. You think back, we were together that Derbyshire game, the reverse sweep of Max Holden. No piling in on the youngster. There was a point made, I understand, look, Max, you don't play it at that time of the day.
Inside edge.
But that was it. Move on. You know, the point was made and that was it. And it seems as though they're all pretty happy. And I guess that phrase that I use, trust in the process. Richard Johnson, Pete Hanscom. They all seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet. And as Hanscom leaves, that's why Stuart Law brought him in. Gone are the days of bats being thrown around that dressing room over there as they were a few years back. And a chat that I don't think the coach was particularly impressed with in the dressing room in his first year, and that was why Hanscom arrived in his second. So a good feeling left.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that's your impression, that Hanscom would have helped improve the culture of any dressing room he's in, really. He's that kind of character. All wrong and beautifully bowled. The top of off stump. Borthwick gets a third wicket for Durham. They don't have many runs to play with. Only 48 runs left for Middlesex to win. But yeah, nothing wrong with that delivery from the captain. That's done loads. Turning the clock back from when he was a first choice spinner. The Careys bowled for 12, 69 for 3.
Up the slope, the googly. Penny for the thoughts of Luke Holman. That one that he was sending down the slope, which we thought was going to be pretty close. Just clipped the tops, didn't it? Shame for the Careys. Lovely ball.
Yeah, gets a good one there. So, as it was when it was 1 down and 2 down, at 3 down, Durham once again are presented with an opportunity. A small one, but an opportunity.
As you said just a couple of overs ago, they're 2 wickets away from something being on here. They've got one of them. If they could get another now, be it Holden or be it Hanscom, they'd have to go quickly, surely, to Stokes and to Rushworth. And perhaps even now, Holden, he plays spin pretty well, doesn't he? So, you know, we saw those reverse sweeps, which are a positive. They are a huge credit to him. It was only the timing of that reverse sweep on that evening against Derbyshire. That was the only criticism of it. But here, 69 for 3. If Hanscom plays spin well, Holden gets away a couple of those reverse sweeps. There's not many runs to play with, just 48.
So 71 for Holden yesterday. Batted well. Formed a couple of important partnerships through the middle portion of the day as Middlesex systematically worked their way into a lead of 72 runs, which gave them the chance to apply pressure in the 3rd innings and have this modest chase in the 4th. Slip and a leg slip. Borthwick round the wicket.
Just one more right now. Throw the ball to the big 2.
Successful over. Borthwick in the book for the first time this season. And could it just give Durham one last chance for a twist? How will they play the next couple of overs? Will this be the moment they turn to the England captain? It will not. Travaskis to continue. Spin from both ends. 69 for 3 the score, 48 to get.
It goes back to the Rushworth dismissal as well. Another couple of overs of rain swinging. 20 more runs right now. How useful would they be? And perhaps Middlesex wouldn't have been quite so positive at the off as they were with Stoneman, and indeed to this point with Hanscom.
So suddenly Hanscom's very important in this equation. 21 from 25 so far, 26 make that. Captain needs to be at the end. Dancing and defending. As I said before, get used to that. If he plays a long innings, which you won't hear, but that's the type of thing you see all day long.
But you're still, having said,
Yeah.
I don't remember ever seeing him stumped. Your heart had to be in your mouth at that point, didn't it?
Short leg, don't mind that. Ooh, on with the arm. Well bowled. Travaskis didn't get much of an opportunity in the first innings. Well, he's got 1 wicket, Stoneman. And he looks the man most likely here so far in this 2nd innings. That arm ball there.
He's only gone for 8. One of those was a full bunger, wasn't it?
Yeah. And again. More dangerous trying to beat the inside edge than the outside edge so far. Bowled 5 overs yesterday, none for 25. Hanscom there smothering the spin.
From what you said of Hanscom against spin, and in the last 2 years we've only really had brief glimpses of it. Mentioned that Leach coming together down at Taunton. It was a fine matchup.
Excellent over from Travaskis. 69 for 3, still 48 to go.
Yeah, given what you've said and what we've seen, are they better trying to get Hanscom with Rushworth and Stokes, who will really test the top of the off stump? Still Borthwick for now. And Borthwick around the wicket now, bowling with the slope to a left-hander. So he's turning it in towards the left-handed Holden with that short boundary to the leg side. Deep square set back if he goes for the orthodox sweep.
Chance to pull. Great stop. Ben Rain out there. Had to keep his cool. That was thumped towards him at deep mid wicket. Only man in that direction. He kept it down. Just. Put his body on the line. Probably a missed opportunity from Holden there. That was a half tracker. Hanscom gives the strike straight back. Good cricket.
I don't know how many times we've said it, but if there isn't a wicket in this over for Borthwick, surely it's got to be Stokes next up from the nursery end. 46 to play with at the moment.
Just past mid-wicket. Travascus does well to keep it to just one, though. And a no ball, that helps. No ball from a spinner. Milked.
He's got to get himself out of there, Borthwick.
I mean, what a lovely piece of bowling to get to Careys, and fair enough, but yeah, this is over number 4 now. He's conceded 19 runs. Only had 117 to play with, and yet to see Rushworth or Stokes. End of the over. A busy one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs coming from it. 75 for 3, so 42 away now.
No sign of any signal from Borthwick to anyone.
I mean, it's going to make a really interesting interview after play when you're down pitch side, Kev, just to kind of go through the thinking with Scott Borthwick. I mean, he might come out and explain it in a fashion that's satisfactory. It's hard to preempt what he might say when it was put to him, but sweeping away, premeditated, does it well, just for one. Borthwick again in the game, running around. Yeah, they might have it might be that one of them has a niggle, or there was something else going on that we can't pick up from 100 metres away.
You can't imagine either of them be on the fields if there was any sort of problem whatsoever.
So just one on the short boundary, deep backward point for Holden, where he's very good off that back foot. And a deep square leg, 15 metres inside the rope. Out to the grandstand side. That's the direction he goes, and he picks out deep square. So the second time in 2 overs he's found the sweeper when looking to take the aggressive option. Short leg becomes leg slip, presumably in response to that little lap sweep that Hanscom played earlier in the over. Good fielding. Salisbury again. Won't necessarily look like it when you go back through the stats of this game. He picked up 1 for 98 from 23 with the ball yesterday, bowling Anderson. At a pretty important time, it must be said, with Anderson hammering Durham at that point. Like gets big on Hanscom. And then, 45 as night watchman, batting for 3 hours. Not getting a bowl in the second innings, but I think credit to Salisbury. Bowled some important spells at tough times yesterday. Couldn't have done a better job with the bat today. Hanscom through mid-wicket. Another boundary for the captain. He's up to 28. And just 36 runs to go. Middlesex 81 for 3.
Yep, lovely clip. Travaski's bowling really well here. The problem is they've got to take wickets, and Hanscom doesn't look like getting out to the spinner.
He's seen as one of the best players to spin in Australia. At different times he's been called the best player of spin in Australia when he was in the Test team a number of years ago now. But yes, spin at both ends. And yet, Borthwick to continue. 36 runs left. They might have reached a point now where they've just conceded that this is going in one direction. Who knows? Maybe they'll get to watch the second half. No chirp at all.
It's very odd.
So Hanscom just controlling the game here at this point. Just that experience. He's been in situations like this so many times.
Playing into his hands though, aren't they? Spin at both ends.
34 left. Hanscom 21 away from a half century. Hasn't made a half century at Lords before, which we talked about earlier in the match. I don't expect he'll get the chance to do so here with Holden, his batting partner, who's a feisty type. I can't see Hanscom getting 21 of the 34. I don't know, might be wrong. Still the short leg there. Can we see another googly? Attacking the stumps. Holden equal to it. The one big googly he's sent down was a beauty. The one that got rid of De Carey's. Let's give that another go, Scott. Last ball here. Well handled. 33 to win, Middlesex. The captain 29, Holden 5. They've got 23 overs to get there, which won't be a factor at this stage. And stepping back from it, this is about the time yesterday when the game started to move for Middlesex. Around 5 o'clock was when Anderson came in. Maybe about 4:30. When Anderson came in and made 62 from 64 balls against the flow of play. At that point, Middlesex's run rate was down to 3.1 and over. And it didn't look like they'd get to 350 before the 110th over in terms of batting points. In the end, they got to 400. Reverse. And here's the execution. Spot on. And after laying the foundation, Anderson put them in a position where they'd have that healthy lead. They'd still have time to bowl last night. Big, long, extended final session was enough to get them far enough ahead in the game. But when Anderson walked out to bat, down there at number 9, it looked like Durham were ahead in the game and more likely to have a window to win. How that's changed. Smacking it into the turf there, Holden. Might have been a bit of a crowd catch. Don't think he hit it back on the full, did he? Yeah, straight to the turf. Oh, edged and taken. So 29 to get and Holden falls for 9. Travascus gets a second. 88 for 4.
Extras a 7. 13 off the second over of the innings. I think it's fair to say, let's say at least 10 light with the bat, given the way the last wicket went when you had rain still at the other end.
Yeah.
And no sign of Stokes or Rushworth. Yet you still just fancy. Put another one on the board now. Simpson comes out. He's in great form though, and they've got Holman and Anderson who are all rounders as well. So there's lots of batting, but just sometimes pressure does come to play.
Absolutely, seen wilder things. I think if this fourth wicket had fallen, I mean, we said if they can take 5 wickets in the first 20 overs, well, it's the 22nd over and they've taken their 4th, and they are running out of time because Middlesex have gone at 4 and over, and that means that the scoreboard pressure has always been offset by a number of boundaries in this innings. This brief innings. Well, they've already found the rope on 10 occasions. So, yeah, John Simpson walking out. Loads of experience. So the little lower middle order of Simpson, Holman, Anderson, Roland, Jones. So loads of batting before you get to the genuine bowlers in Bamber and Murtagh. I mean, surely the discussion being had between the captain and the wicketkeeper Eckersley is along the lines of, well, what about that Stokes fella? You might have heard of him. He's pretty good at cricket. I mean, maybe it's not. Still no chat to speak of. Travascus to Simpson, first ball.
4 down without any real pressure built.
Yeah, without any real presence either, right? You know, they had 4 out in the second over.
And if you think it took 43 overs to bowl them for 102 at Chesley Street 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And that was with Rushworth off the top, who's frugal as ever.
They're 4 wickets down, 22 in. So trajectory-wise, 43 overs, you may well have bowled Middlesex. But the pressure hasn't been there in that the runs column at the beginning. The runs column's been too easy. And the 4 wickets, again, has come without mounting any real pressure.
So as it was when Holden arrived, all eyes on Hanscom. He's got a new partner in Simpson. He's looked completely at ease so far, defends the final ball, so the strike goes back to the wicketkeeper. 89 for 4, 28 left.
And I think it's fair to say that we've both explored every option we can as to why it's played out this way and why such and such is happening and why such and such isn't happening. And I think we've both seen enough cricket to be able to trust that it's odd, to say the least, how straightforward this is. Borthwick continues doing kick-ups at the non-strikers end with the ball.
Just trying to get any body language signals from Rushworth, who's fielding it mid-off, not far from our commentary position, out our window, and yeah, he's not warming up really at all. He was briefly before, but yeah, they've clearly made the call that he's not going to be called upon. Stokes at mid-on, much the same. No calisthenics. Well picked initially there, Simpson. Might have been the top spinner, and he watched it all the way into the gloves, didn't consider playing. Misfield. They get 1.
No matter how straightforward this has been, it can't take away from the fact that Middlesex have done to Durham what Nottinghamshire did to Middlesex last week, and that was be the better side throughout. I think bowling Durham for 350. There was criticism over that decision to put them in.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago, doesn't it? Just the way the game ebbs and flowed. I mean, remember, we lost a session too. This has all been dealt with inside 3 sessions, and we haven't seen declarations. .350, 422, 188, the 3 innings completed so far. So we've had 34 wickets in the match.
Yeah, Middlesex go and rack up 422 in their first innings and skittle Durham for 188. That was brilliant, and Roland Jones again takes so much of the credit.
Pulling hard and high and all the way for 6. 20 to go. Simpson, his eyes lit up when he saw Borthwick drop short. Picked his moment in that over. Waited to the end, and when it came, he didn't miss out. Short boundary, up into the second deck. 8 runs from the over, 91 for 4. Make that 97 for 4.
.95 the required run rate. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, you step back from it a bit. I mean, this has been a pretty good game of cricket on the basis that we lost that session. Durham didn't back quickly. Middlesex didn't back quickly for much of the time. They accelerated rather towards the end. Was that a lost ball?
I think we have.
Has he
ball.
popped that? Did he pop that out of the ground? I mean, my sense, just judging by the crowd, was that it might have gone into the second deck, but not over the top of the tavern.
Unless it's got through that staircase in between the second deck of the tavern and the scorer's box. Unless I don't know, or it's gone through.
We'll have another look. Our director Ollie will bung up a replay and see whether we can track it. Maybe after this ball. So a slip and not quite leg slip, not quite short leg, kind of a leg gully, I suppose. Yeah, here's the last delivery of the previous over. Launched. Hanscom. Easy single to deep square leg. No risks required from the captain. He's committed to red ink.
Trajectory didn't feel to any of us, I don't think, and including the crowd reaction, and that of the trajectory that the cameramans followed there. It felt flat, didn't it? So they've lost it somewhere in the ground.
Yeah, easy from Simpson. Had a good game. Made 41 yesterday, Simpson, through that middle stage when they were building, systematically getting themselves to parity. They're in no hurry until the end. Ooh. Short, steered. Just for one with Cass on the job there. That brings up the Middlesex 100. 100 for 4. They lost wickets with the score on 15, 47, 69 and 88. But never really a wobble. Never any real sting in it. They never were able to go bang, bang. Should be a couple more there. No, happy with one. Yeah, the partnerships are 15, 32, 22 and 19 so far. So nothing outrageous there, but just enough to make sure that Durham never went wicket in the space of a couple of overs, which is what Roland Jones and Bamber were able to do so effectively. A couple of times for Roland Jones. And that just sets a cat amongst the pigeons, and they didn't have that experience in this chase. Hanscom retains the strike. 5 easy singles there. 102 for 4. Captain up to 33. 15 runs left.
First red inker for the skipper, I think, in his final innings.
Could be, and he'll know that. It'll mean a lot to him to sign off unbeaten in a winning team. It'll ensure they stay top of the table, undefeated. So yes, he won't leave for Australia having made centuries, but he'll leave, as you say, the dressing room in good nick, and the team well placed to push for promotion and victory in this second division, as they did a decade ago, 11 years ago.
He's made an impression, if not a weight of runs. Similarly, actually, to Adam Gilchrist, who came in for a stint and left a huge impression on the club, let alone the dressing room. Actually really struggled for runs in his T20 stint.
Cut hard and beat steep point. Again, Hanscom, he's done this so well through the innings of 37. At his 5th boundary. But he's not tried to overhit it, he's just picked his spots, hasn't he? See here with Borthwick, just enough time, not overly short, but short enough that one fielder on the offside patrolling that short boundary.
Just wondering if he was fancying Hanscom. If he could have got that one, that would have been, what, 7 to win? He'd been on 41. Another 4, and then he'd be left needing a 6 for a 50 and a win.
Yeah, it could happen. It's still viable notionally. I don't think he would run the risk of falling short for an entry in the 50s column. I don't think a player of his experience with 20-something first-class tons, he's going to worry too much about a 50 necessarily. But yeah, I suppose it's possible.
Just for Middlesex, though, to say at least got the 50 for at home for Middlesex.
And not wrong. We'll see. Simpson will need to play along. Takes 1 here. So we've got 10 runs left, 9 runs left, sorry. So if Hanscom went 4-6, that's not going to work. He'll need to go 6-6. Fat side of the ground. He might be better served going 4-1. Nothing there. Well, maybe just 1. Gets a single here and keeps the strike, then yeah, it could happen.
2 singles in this over price, that hurt it, didn't they? Which means it's got to be 2 big ones if he wants to do it.
No, knocks it on the head. So he loses 1 further run with the strike going back to Simpson at 9 to win. Hanscom 38. Yes, he would need. He could have done it with a single there, 8 to win. And then a 4 and then a 6. But now with 9 runs left, I suppose that still works. If Simpson gives him the strike back, 8 to win, he could go. No, 4-6. That option's gone. It has to be 6-6. Sorry, my apologies. I beg your pardon. So Travascus has picked up 2 wickets. Stoneman, Holden. Maybe Simpson will knock 6 on the head here. How would that work? He probably would want to face this over though. Travascus, short boundary, leg side, if he was going to go that way. There we go. There's 1. No, make it 4. My apologies. I thought he eased it out to deep point, but deep point's gone. And with that, the chance of Hanscom reaching 50 is gone as well, but he won't mind. Simpson to 15. There are 5 runs left.
Does Simpson try and do it in style now?
Yeah, or maybe it could be just letting Hanscom hit the winning run. Something like that. Unless Simpson goes big. No single there.
It would be nice for Hanscom to hit the winning runs, wouldn't it? Take it away. Now this Middlesex will hope is the start of an upturn in fortunes on the field. The start of this season.
So Middlesex are going to end the stretch with 4 wins in 6 games. That's very good going. A couple of draws here at home, either side of the 3 wins in the middle. End of the over, 5 to win, 112 for 4. Draw against Derbyshire to start, Notts last week, where they were helped a bit by rain, but had to put some spade work in via that Robson ton. And then wins against Glamorgan, Leicestershire and Sussex. Impressive performances, all 3 of those. And this might have been the toughest of the wins in terms of how they've had to construct it from where they were about a day ago.
I mean, you'd have to fancy moving top with the win here. That, you know, that they've still got to play Worcestershire twice, haven't they? So that's going to be tough. Worcestershire currently 3rd. 2 wins, 3 draws and 1 defeat, but Nottinghamshire and Middlesex.
Shot from Hanscom, taking 1.
Yeah, they've played Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Durham, Sussex and Leicestershire, and Nottinghamshire, and only once have they looked short, and that was against Nottinghamshire. But looked short by their standards, as opposed to look short on paper. So they find themselves in a very, very good position as the championship takes its first little break.
So Borthwick into his 8th over. Trevaskis bowled 9. Stokes bowled 0. Rushworth bowled 0. It's not as though they gave up. That wouldn't be the right frame around it. It's just that... Oh, Simpson. There's the win. John Simpson goes bang. Pops the Durham captain into the mound stand. Middlesex with their 4th victory of the season. They stay top of the table, defeating Durham by 6 wickets with about an hour to spare. Simpson not out 21, and the captain, Peter Hanscom, finishes his stretch with Middlesex unbeaten on 39. Kevin Hand, they were a fair way away from this 24 hours ago, but they were able to get the game to speed up at the right time with the bat, build on that momentum with the ball last night, were patient through the first session today where they went through 100 minutes without a wicket. And when they had their opportunity, they struck and they stuck the landing in a chase of 117.
They've been on a downward spiral for a long time, Middlesex, since 2016, since winning the title, since Roland Jones knocked over Ryan Sidebottom out there. It has been a downward spiral since then. This is the first genuine, I think, upturn this run of matches. What they've done is in this match is a little similar to what they were able to do in 2016, and that was find ways to win matches. Find sessions, find days where they could just turn a match. They did come from behind a few times on that season as well, but in whatever way they had to do it, they came up with ways to do it, Middlesex. And that's what they've done here against Durham, because yes, yesterday evening, there's no doubt about it, all they were doing was giving themselves a chance. But Roland Jones then battered that door open with his spell yesterday evening. It was an incredible spell, a 10-wicket match from him. And I guess it's hard to look too far beyond that. If a bowler takes 10 wickets and the side doesn't win, then there's something pretty extraordinary going on, isn't there? So Roland Jones, a 10-fer, but that Martin Anderson little cameo with the bat as well, to just pump some life into that run rate for Middlesex yesterday and bring this game to life as they did. And again this morning, you know, when Durham had settled it down with the night watchman, Salisbury, and with the skipper, Borthwick, even at that point, you're thinking, oh, is there going to be time? Will this pitch be too flat to try to get anything? No, it's been a great cricket wicket again from the ground staff here at Lord's, and it's been a great performance again from Middlesex. It really has. Durham will walk away this week feeling as Middlesex did against Nottinghamshire last week. You know, they've come out pretty much second best in everything in the match.
Roland Jones, match figures of 10 for 107, 6 for 35 in the second dig, 3 last night, 2 before lunch, then an important wicket in the middle session to ensure that Middlesex would get the chance to chase after tea. Durham all out 188, leaving 117, and they seal it with a Simpson 6 into the mound stand. One of 2 big ones for the wicketkeeper batsman, who had 9 dismissals with the gloves after making 41 in the first innings. Middlesex 422. Their first innings gave them a 72-run lead thanks to Robson's 84 and Anderson's 62 from 64 balls. And then Roland Jones went to work last night, 3 wickets before the close to really open the game up. And they were patient through that morning session today, took their opportunity, and they stay top of the table. 6 games into their season, 4 wins, 2 draws, and Peter Hanscom, Kev, leaves the club with it in good nick, top of the table and unbeaten in 2022 as they move into the blast.
Yeah, we were looking to see if for Simpson, for Hanscom, he could hit the winning runs and perhaps even go out with a 50 as well. But indeed, it was almost fitting that it was Simpson to hit those winning runs because of the 9 wickets that he managed to help with, and those catches, that spectacular instinct catch when he went across in front of Slip to take the catch, and also the one alertness and sharpness from him just to go down the leg side and take a loopy one as well. 2 stupendous catches in the 9.
Yeah, the fielding was outstanding. Sam Robson, the snaffle to get Ben Stokes, that 2 in 3 balls when Roland Jones got brought back into the attack. And the second catch just before lunch to secure the wicket of Eckersley, who was very good in the first innings, making 58. Robson at second slip after making 84. Yes, he missed out in the chase, but just reinforcing what an all-round offering he provides at the moment. And look, he must be very close to England selection, but it doesn't hurt when he can take catches like that at crucial times, getting rid of Ben Stokes for a duck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Robson just seems to keep doing the right things. There's still those question marks, isn't there, over the judgment on the off stump? But it seems as though they've got to give him another chance. He was 24 the last time he got a chance. He's done an awful lot since then. He's learnt an awful lot. To not give him another go would be crazy, and that catch was brilliant as well. So there were moments there, weren't there? To turn the match, it wasn't just Roland Jones' effort. That helped a lot, but it helped the catching as well. And everybody played their part in this match. I think even when things weren't quite going their way, Middlesex, they still managed to get the basics right. And that actually was something Richard Johnson said the day before in the interview with the club website before the day before the game started. Just get the basics right. Stick to those basics. And that's what they did. That's perhaps what they didn't do against Nottinghamshire. And they found themselves playing catch-up the whole way through. And, well, they fancied they would have batted out that final day without the weather for the draw. Whether they would have, whether they wouldn't, who knows. But they very quickly put it right against a very, very good Durham side.
Yeah, I think you're right. You go down the card, and everyone did make a contribution. A couple of starts for Stoneman, 41 on that second day. Ethan Bamber, 3 wickets today, and an outstanding spell from the nursery end, just when they needed to tighten things up. Peter Hanscom, 39 not out in the chase. Sam Robson, the aforementioned 84. Max Holden, 71 yesterday. Simpson, 41 in the first innings, 9 dismissals. Martin Anderson, 62 from 64. Probably Josh DeCary is the only one not to make a substantial contribution, but beaten by a good one in the second innings, bowled for 12. And then the bowlers, Tim Murtagh, 3 wickets in Durham's first innings after a slow start, got better and better. Roland Jones, 10 for the match. Bamber, we've already touched on, and Holman. 41 with the blade yesterday, but 2 wickets on that first day after Durham got off to a bit of a flyer. So, yeah, that team effort descriptor, I think you're spot on.
I guess probably when times were bad for Middlesex, all those collapses that they've had in recent years, what they always said is somebody's got to put their hands up. And nobody was doing that. At the moment, it seems everybody's putting their hands up. All around the park, whenever it's required, somebody's coming up with something. Because Bamber, as you touched on there, it was actually this afternoon, it was Bamber that got those couple of wickets to get things going again just after another little quiet patch. So things look good. And, there's players to come back into this side. Eskenazi, Helm, Cullen. There's a lot of players who are really chomping at the bit to get a go. A couple of spinners at Souter and Wallaluita as well. And young batters who really want their chance. Robbie White's obviously out injured as well at the moment as well. And he's been a big part of the revival, hasn't he? So things look pretty rosy as we take the break for the T20. Middlesex probably would like to continue at the moment, wouldn't they, the way it's going? But it'll be interesting to see what they do with the replacement for, 2 overseas that they've had in these few games, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Pete Hanscom. Sad to see Hanscom go. Nice to see him go with the win, though, in those runs.
Yeah, absolutely. We might end it there with Kev needing to get pitch-side to get a couple of interviews. We'll have our post-game wrap-up on all the social media feeds as well. To everybody who contributed to the conversation on YouTube across the last 4 days, we've really enjoyed it. I've had a great time calling this game. It's been a fascinating struggle across 4 days. Been great to be with Kev here as well at Lords. Middlesex finishing this stretch of first-class games with 4 wins, 2 draws, top of the pops in Division 2. We'll be back for the Blast on Thursday. Can't stop, won't stop. Middlesex play Gloucestershire in their first game of that campaign out at Radlett. We'll be back for that. Until then, good afternoon from Lords.